need an extension cord for my heating pad because this shit does not reach. Oh my god. I'm so tired today. It's not even funny. Oh fuck. Where'd the music go? What the hell? It just died. I don't know. Okay. Or the outlet on the wall just shorted out. Either way, if you hear a bunch of screaming, assume that my house is burning down and that I'm running to the fire extinguisher. But anyway, let's pause this. And let's yeah, you. Oh god, where are the lights? It's so dark. Light 1. Oh, no, it's blue. Why is it blue? Light 2. We need a little bit extra in the front. We do. Look, I have lights that light up the room, and then I have lights that are just there for me. You know? Combination. I like lights. Oh, I know what's going on. It's a very delicate balance lighting this room. Full face just for the hell of it. Ooh, that's nice. Very cozy. There we go. That's the purple. Wait, is this the one? This is the one that moves around. Front lighting might be irregular. Anyway, look at that. Look at that. I did some holiday decorating over the weekend. And yeah, wearing the tackiest shirt right now. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What does matter is that the kettle is on. If you hear weird sounds in the background, it's the kettle. The kettle is on. Oh wait, I forgot. I'm gonna pull another one of those things where I accidentally play the whole entire, like, not the whole entire game. Well, yeah, it was basically the whole end of the game, and it was face cam only. Although, like, it's not my problem. Okay, that's the problem of everything around me. Not me. I did nothing. Can't see shit. Maybe. But my glass are always dirty. You know? That could be a contributing factor. Okay, we have a lot of M&Ms. I considered putting my Halloween candy in my advent calendar. But then I was like, you know, man, that's kind of tacky. We're not going to do that. So we're going to finish off the rest. Well, except for the Snickers and a few Twix bars. We're going to finish off most of the rest of the Halloween candy. Which is just like, you know, a few M&Ms. Oh yeah, the advent calendar. It's right there. See? We're gonna... I'm now a cinematographer. Yeah. Advent calendar giant space octopus, my gallery wall. All of them are original works, of course. I am an artiste. This is what we do. So anyway, that is the sound of my ginger beer. We also have coffee left over from this morning, on our beverage roster for today, and then either hot chocolate or tea, depending on what I'm feeling, is currently in the works. It's there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on, and I'm okay with that, but I'm not. But I am, but I'm not. Okay, this is really weird. So ADHD brain does not understand time. And so the problem that I've been having lately is I have a class on Monday and I have a class on Thursday. Now ADHD brain says Thursday is at the end of the week because it's Thursday, right? Thursday is the day before Friday. It's the end of the week, right? So then I finished the class on Monday and I'm like, oh my god, I have all this time to do the work that's due on Thursday, so I don't have to do fuck all, right? The problem is, actually, there's Monday, there's Tuesday, there's Wednesday, and then there's Thursday. That's only 2 days. So I'm like, I can just chill out these 2 days, and then I realize on Thursday, wait, what? So yeah, that's what my life has been like all semester. And the thing that's gonna suck is that next semester I have a Monday class and a Wednesday class. So I don't even have all of that extra like that. Oh my gosh, there's the whole week. No. What I have is the end of the week is the start of the week, and the start of the week is the end of the week. So I'm gonna have to do homework and work and stuff on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so I can be ready for Monday, Wednesday. I don't know if that's gonna be better or worse. It might be worse. It might be worse. Anyway, we're gonna have a nice, lengthy winter break to chill and read things and generally enjoy ourselves over. So that's gonna be nice. That's gonna be nice. Anyway, my kettle just finished, so I'm just do both these. Oh, there we go. I'm just gonna pop off, and I'll pop right back in after my chocolate is done.
As the Emperor's spies told him, Seri had reached Novigrad. A lone attempt to find her in the North's largest city would certainly fail.
Yeah, I don't care.
Friends he could kill them.
I do not care. I kind of wanted to, okay, this is gonna like mess up the whole like Witcher vibe thing. But I kind of wanted to like listen to one of my books. It's taking forever to get started. But yeah, I kind of wanted to listen to one of the books that I actually have to read for my hmm, for my thingy, my project. Usually, what I do is while I'm gaming. We're distracted right now. It's not. While I'm gaming, I just like pull it up. Here it is. What video games have to teach us about learning and literacy? You want to do this? You want to do this? I want to do this. I don't want to do this. Yeah. It is kind of blurry. You can't see what I'm looking at, but maybe I could do. That is that to that, and now it should be. No, it's not working. It's not working. Why aren't you working? Oh, maybe if I select it. Oh, no. It's not working. It's just blank. That's fun. Change. Full screen. No, not full screen application. I think this is monitor 2. Yeah, there we go. Monitor 2. Okay, so this is what I want to do. Go away. So yeah. This page is fine. This page is fine. This page is fine. This page, not so fine. But anyway, it's 199 pages. I like for real though. I could probably finish this off easy, just within this like gaming session. I think it's about 60 pages an hour. I think. I read it on fast. I don't know. The main issue that I have is that this particular game has a lot of like chatty shit in it. And so I'm like, it might be a little bit difficult. It might be a little bit difficult. Um, but okay, what's happening now? Oh, because this is it's the same thing. No, it's not the same. What is this? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Anyway, cancel. Okay. Okay. So, we're gonna try it. We are gonna try. Oh, whoa, shit! I didn't change the title. Reading James Paul G. What video games have to teach us about learning literacy while playing Witcher 3? Okay. Do I really need to include the title in that? Yeah, I'll include it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna fucking do this. This is what I want to do. Okay? What I want to do.
Introduction. 36 ways
Oh
to learn a
god, it's
video
gonna start
game. I
so
want to
slow. No.
talk about video games,
Double
yes,
C.
even violent video games, and say some positive things about them. By video games, I mean both games played on
Okay.
game platforms,
Hold
such as
on. I need to see how loud it is. It seems pretty loud, but that might just be me. Okay.
the Sony
How
PlayStation 2,
loud are you?
the Nintendo GameCube, or Microsoft's Xbox, and games played on Compute.
Oh yeah, he's pretty loud. So then, in that case, we gotta go do some sound mixing. This is fun. Are we having fun? I'm having fun. I have a lot of fun, I do. I have fun. Open the volume mixer. Take you here. We're gonna. I think this is Firefox. Let me bring it all the way down. Bro, why are you so quiet now? Uh-oh. What's my connection like? My connection might have just shit out. Warning. It is rainy today. So we might have problems with the internet connection. Hopefully we don't have too many though. Please. Where are we going? Come on, baby. I said baby. I meant buddy. Come on, buddy.
Introduction. 36 ways to learn a video game. I want to talk about video games, yes, even violent video games, and say some positive things about them. By video games, I mean both games played on game platforms, such as the Sony PlayStation 2, the Nintendo GameCube, or Microsoft's Xbox, and games played on computer. ERS. So as not to keep saying video and computer games all the time, I will just say video games. I am mainly concerned with the sorts of video games in which the player takes on a role of fantasy character moving through an elaborate world, solving various problems,
now he's about
violent
the
or not,
same volume as me.
in which the player builds and maintains some complex entity, like an army, a city, or even a whole civilization. There are, of course, lots of other types of video games. But first,
hello?
I need to say something about my previous work and how and why I arrived here to discuss video games.
See, he's still not the same volume as me. But then again, I'm worried that he's too quiet.
Mental achievements, namely literacy and thinking, are in reality,
I don't know.
also
Look,
primarily
if you're
social achievements.
here to read
note
or
at the
to
end of this chapter
listen to
references
the
to
sick
literature relevant to this
James
chapter.
Paul
When
G
you read, you
shit,
are always reading something in some
just let me
Even
know.
reading in general,
I will
not
up
reading
the
anything in
volume
particular.
for you.
For example,
Otherwise,
you can read the Bible as history or literature or as a self-help guide or in many other ways. So, 2.
otherwise,
Text, novel tract, comic book,
yeah,
music,
it's
or
for
novel.
me.
Different people can interpret each type of text.
It's not for you.
You must think about something in some way.
This is
You
so
may never just read in
stupid.
general, but not thinking anything in particular.
I don't know, man. I
Argument
don't
about
know.
thinking is, in fact, the same as the argument about reading. For example,
Okay,
you can think about
let's
people who kill
see.
themselves to set off a bomb in pursuit of some cause they believe in, as suicide bombers, murderers, terrorists,
Oh no, he's way too quiet.
or in many other different ways. Different people can read the world differently just as they can read different types of text differently. So, then, what determines how you read or think about some particular thing? Certainly not random chemicals or electrical events in your brain, although you do most certainly need a brain to read or think. Rather, what determines this is your own experiences in interacting with other people who are members of various sorts of social groups, whether these are biblical scholars, radical lawyers, peace activists, family members, fellow ethnic group or church members, or whatever. These groups work, through their various social practices, to encourage people to read and think in certain ways, and not others, about certain sorts of texts and things. Does this mean you are not free to read and think as you like? No, you can always align yourself with new people and new groups, there is no shortage. But it does mean you cannot read or think outside of any group whatsoever. You cannot assign a social and private meanings to texts and things, meanings that only you are privy to and that you cannot even be sure you remember correctly from occasion to occasion as you read or think about. The same thing, since as a social isolate, at least in regard to meaning, you cannot. In fact, check your memory with anyone else. The philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein made this case long ago in his famous argument against the possibility of private languages. There are no private minds either. Does all this mean that anything goes and nothing is true? Of course not. We humans have goals and purposes, and for some goals and purposes some groups' ways of reading and thinking work better than do others. But it does mean that things are not true apart from any purpose or goal whatsoever. In the world of physics, as an academic area, if you have pushed your stalled car until you are dripping with sweat but the car has not budged, you have done no work, given how physicists use this word. But in the world of everyday people not attempting at the moment to be physicists or do physics, you have worked very hard indeed. Neither meaning is right or wrong. Each belongs to a different social world. However, if you want to do physics for good or ill, it's best to use the word the way physicists do. In that case, they are right. These viewpoints seem obvious to me. They will seem so to some readers as well. Nonetheless, they occasion great controversy. Furthermore, they are not the views about reading and thinking on which most of our schools today operate. Take reading, for instance. We know a great deal about the psycholinguistics of reading, that is, about reading as a mental act taking part in an individual's head. These views strongly inform how reading is taught in school.
Okay, I need to pause. I need to explain
psycholinguistics is.
Okay, so basically my whole shtick is that I it's called passive absorption, right? And so what I do is I play my game and I listen to the book, right? And I absorb more things when my focus is divided than I do when it's trying to focus on one thing, because I have ADHD, right? And so I need multiple streams, multiple sources. Otherwise I get really bored and the reading does not get done at all. Okay? So we are pacifying the ADHD part of the brain that needs lots of stimulation with the video game while we are absorbing the text with our other side of the brain. Anyway.
Only part, in my view, the smaller part of the reading picture. We know much less about reading as a social achievement and as part and parcel of a great many different social practices connected to a great many different social groups that contest how things should be read and thought about. The same is true of thinking. Cognitive science has taught us a great deal about thinking as a mental act taking part in an individual's head.
Oh, good. I think
For
that's
various
good.
reasons, however, these views less strongly inform how teaching and learning work in today's schools than they used to. This is so, in part, because the views about thinking current in cognitive science stress the importance of active inquiry and deep conceptual understanding, things that are not believing. Cali popular any longer in schools, driven as they are today by standardized tests and skill and drill curricula devoted to the basics. Nonetheless, it is true that we know much less about thinking as a social achievement and as part and parcel of a great many different social practices connected to a great many different social groups that contest how things should be read and thought about. For example, it turns out that botanists and landscape architects classify and think about trees quite differently. Their different contexts, social practices, and purposes shape their thinking and reading in different ways. Neither way is right or wrong in general. We know little about how social groups, social practices, and institutions shape and norm thinking as a social achievement, that is, about how they shape human minds when those minds are being botanists or landscape architects, though not when these same people are being other things. And this last point is crucial. Since reading and thinking are social achievements connected to social groups, we can all read and think in different ways when we read and think as members, or as if we are members, of different groups. I, for one, know well what it is like to read the Bible differently as theology, as literature, and as a religious skeptic, thanks to different experiences and affiliations in my life thus far. Any specific way of reading and thinking is, in fact, a way of being in the world, a way of being a certain kind of person, a way of taking on a certain sort of identity. In that sense, each of us 9-6 has multiple identities. Even a priest can read the Bible as a priest, as a literary critic, as a historian, even D as a male or as an African American, priest, literary critic, historian, or ethnic group member, even if he chooses to privilege one way of reading one identity over another. This does not mean we all have multiple personality disorder. We each have a core identity that relates to all our other identities, as a woman, feminist, wife, ethnic of a certain sort, biologist, Catholic, etc. We have this core identity thanks to being in one and the same body over time and thanks to being able to tell ourselves a reasonably, but only reasonably, coherent life story in which we are the hero, or, at least, central character. But as we take on new identities or transform old ones, this core identity changes and transforms as well. We are fluid creatures in the making, since we make ourselves socially through participation with others in various groups. Social practices and social groups are always changing, some slowly, some at a faster pace, and the pace of change, for many social practices and groups, gets faster and faster in our contemporary high-tech global world. Although the viewpoints I have sketched above may, or may not, seem obvious, they have taken me a lot of time to work on and, in the act, I have become if not old, then older, what we might call a late middle-aged baby boomer. I was born in 1948. So, for heaven's sake, what I am doing playing video games and, worse yet,
He's a
writing
boomer.
the short answer, but not really the whole answer, since I came to this desire after playing the games, was that I wanted to say about learning just what I have said above about reading and thinking. The longer answer is this: when my 6-year-old was 4, I used to sit next to him as he played video games, starting with Winnie the Pooh and moving on to Freddy Fish, Pajama Sam, and Spy Fox. I was intrigued. One day I decided I wanted to help my child play Pajama Sam and no need to hide when it's dark outside. This is a game where the player, as the comic book superhero Pajama Sam, a character who is just a small boy Sam pretending to be a superhero in order to increase his courage, must solve problems in a land of darkness to meet darkness and tame him, so that the player, Sam, need no longer be afraid of the dark. A typical problem in the game is deciding how to convince a talking wooden boat that wood floats, so that the boat, which is afraid of water, can feel free to go boating on the water and take Pajama Sam where he needs to go. I decided to play through the game by myself so I could coach my child as he played. Now he charges me $1 anytime I attempt to coach him when he is playing a video game. He calls it bossing him around and telling him what to do when he can figure it out for himself. When I played the game I was quite surprised to find out it was fairly long and pretty challenging, even for an adult. Yet a 4-year-old was willing to put in this time and face this challenge and enjoy it, to boot. I thought, as someone who has worked in the second half of his career in education, the first half was devoted to theoretical linguistics, wouldn't it be great if kids were willing to put in as much time on tasks on such challenging material in school and enjoy it so much? So I decided to buy and play an adult game. Adult here means the game is played by teenagers on up. Video game players tend to be anywhere between 3 years old and 39. I somewhat arbitrarily picked the game The New Adventures of the Time Machine, the game involving adventure, problem solving, and shooting, based loosely on H.G. Wells, knowing nearly nothing about video games. Little did I know what I was getting myself into. This game, like nearly all such games, takes many hours to play. Many good video games can take 50 to 100 hours to win, even for good players. Furthermore, it was for me profoundly difficult. In fact, this was my first revelation. This game, and this turned out to be true of video games more generally, requires the player to learn and think in ways in which I am not adept. Suddenly all my baby boomer ways of learning and thinking, for which I had heretofore received ample rewards, did not work. My second realization came soon after, when at the end of a day in which I had played Time Machine for 8 straight hours, I found myself at a party, with a splitting headache from too much video motion, sitting next to a 300-pound plasma physicist. I heard myself telling the physicist that I found playing Time Machine a life-enhancing experience, without even knowing what I meant by that. Fortunately, plasma physicists are extremely tolerant of human variation. The plasma that physicists deal with is not, as he told me, a product from blood but a state of matter. When I asked him why he had not brought any to the party, he explained to me that plasma is so unstable and dangerous that if he had brought any, there would have been no party.
Oh God!
Oddly enough, then, confronting what was, for me, a new form of learning and thinking was both frustrating and life-enhancing. This was a state that I could remember from my days in graduate school and earlier in my career, and when I changed careers midstream. Having long routinized my ways of learning and thinking,
Well, I would, but I can't. I'm racing right
brought back
now.
home to me, forcefully, that learning is or should be both frustrating and life-enhancing.
Oh fuck!
The key is finding ways to make hard things life-enhancing so that people keep going and don't fall back on learning and thinking only what is simple and easy. My third realization.
What is going on? Why are you doing that?
Time Machine and moved on to Deus Ex, the game I chose because it had one game of the year on many internet game sites. Deus Ex is yet longer and harder than Time Machine. I found myself asking the following question.
Shit! I'm going the wrong way.
So many of these games when they are so long and hard.
Oh come
I soon discovered, of
on!
course, that good video games, like Deus Ex, sell millions of copies. Indeed, the video game industry makes as much or more money each year than the film industry. So here we have something that is long, hard, and challenging. However, you cannot play a game if you cannot learn it. If no one plays a game, it does not sell, and the company that makes it goes broke.
Yeah, I did.
Of course, designers could keep making the games shorter and simpler to facilitate learning. That's often what schools do. But no, in this case, game designers keep making the games longer and more challenging, and introduce new things and new ones, and still manage to get them learned. How? If you think about it, you see a Darwinian sort of thing going on here. If a game, for whatever reason, has good principles of learning built into its design, that is, if it facilitates learning in good ways, then it gets played and can sell a lot of copies, if it is otherwise good as well. Other games can build on these principles and, perhaps, do them one step better. If a game has poor learning principles built into its design, then it won't get learned or played and won't sell well. Its designers will seek work elsewhere. In the end, then, video games represent a process, thanks to what Marx called the creativity of capitalism, that leads to better and better designs for good learning and, indeed, good learning of hard and challenging things. It would seem intriguing, then, to investigate what these principles of learning are. How are good video games designed to enhance getting themselves learned well and quickly so people can play and enjoy them even when they are long and hard? What we are really looking for here is this, the theory of human learning built into good video games. Of course, there is an academic field devoted to studying how human beings learn best and well, namely the field of cognitive science. So we can, then, compare the theory of learning in good video games to theories of learning in cognitive science. Who's got the best theory? Well, it turns out that the theory of learning in good video games is close to what I believe are the best theories of learning in cognitive science. And this is not because game designers read academic texts on learning. Most of them don't. They spend too much of their time in high school and beyond playing with computers and playing games. And, 2, there is a key place though hardly the only one where learning takes place, school. So, we also can ask how the theory of learning in good video games compares to how teaching and learning work in school. Here we face a mixed bag, indeed. On one hand, the theory of learning in good video games fits well with what are I believe to be the best sorts of science instruction in school. On the other hand, this sort of science instruction is rare and getting yet rarer as testing and skill and drill retake our schools. In turn, the theories of learning one would infer from looking at schools today comport very poorly with the theory of learning in good video games. If the principles of learning in good video games are good, then better theories of learning are embedded in the video games many children in elementary and particularly in high school play than in the schools they attend. Furthermore, the theory of learning in good video games fits better with the modern, high-tech, global world today's children and teenagers live in and do the theories and practices of learning that they see in school. Today's world is very different from the world baby boomers like me grew up in and on which we have based many of our theories. Is it a wonder, then, that by high school, very often both good students and bad ones, rich ones, and poor ones, don't much like school? This book discusses 36 principles of learning, individually in each chapter and listed together in the appendix, that I argue are built into good video games. From the way I opened this introduction, you already know that, while this book deals with learning, it will most certainly deal with values, embedded in a material and social world. How could it be otherwise? After all, we are playing a game. Video games, like many other games, are inherently social, though, in video games, sometimes the other players are fantasy creatures endowed by the computer with artificial intelligence, and sometimes they are real people playing out fantasy roles. However, this book has another goal as well. It seeks to use the discussion of video games to
No! Why are you stopping?
One of these
I'm
is
still pressing the buttons, bruh!
Experiences in the world.
Go faster!
Learning is not just a matter of what goes on inside people's heads, but is fully embedded in, situated within.
Like, I'm standing here on the side of the road, I want some help, you gotta help me.
Reading and writing should be viewed not only as mental achievements going
I ain't helping you, I am running a race right now, I am racing.
Obviously, these two bodies of work have much in common.
Shit!
Advocates often disagree with each other over details. People in new literacy studies often distrust psychology more than people working in the area of situated cognition. And, 2, people working in new literacy studies tend to be more political than people working in the area of situated cognition. The third area is work on so-called connectionism, a view that stresses the ways in which human beings are powerful pattern recognizers. This body of work argues that humans don't often think best when they attempt to reason by logic and general abstract principles detached from experience.
We gotta take a quick break. New literacy studies distrust psychology, situated cognition. More new literacy studies is political. Connectionism, view that stresses the ways in which human beings are powerful pattern recognizers. Okay. The body of work argues that humans don't often think fast when they attempt to reason via logic and general abstract principles detached from experience. Rather, they think best when they reason on the basis of patterns they've picked up through their actual experiences in the world, patterns that over time can become generalized, but that are still rooted in specific areas of experience. Oh my god! Hello? Where have you been all my life? What page are we on right now? We are on page 8. I have to make a note of it. I gotta make a note. How am I gonna make a note? Let's open up the Google Doc. This is part of, oh god, I don't think I can actually highlight things here. Oh god, okay. I'm gonna go quote, tab, have a little dashy there, and say page 8. You gnarly bastard. I don't know. Two bodies of work have much in common. ... My dumbass is definitely going to remember what that means later. Anyway.
They think best when they reason on the basis of patterns they have picked up through their actual experiences in the world. Patterns that, over time, can become generalized, but that are still rooted in specific areas of experience. This one goal is obviously one way to spell out what it means to say thinking and reasoning are
No, wait, 2 goals, because it's my own goal. So I got my one goal, and I got his one goal.
I don't actually use
2 goals!
in the book. I talk about what it means to discover patterns in our experience and what it means to be networked with other people and with various tools and technologies, like computers and the internet, so that one can behave smarter than one actually is. None of these 3 areas work on situated cognition, new literacy studies, and a pattern recognition view of the mind represents a viewpoint that is universally agreed on. Many disagree with each one and, indeed, all 3. Furthermore, my introduction to these areas, via video games, is highly selective. People who know little about these areas will pick up only the big picture. People who know a lot about them will quickly realize that I am developing my own perspectives in each of these areas, while many other perspectives exist as well. Nonetheless, I believe that these 3 areas capture central truths about the human mind and human learning, and that these truths are well represented in the ways in which good video games are learned and played. These truths are often less well represented in today's schools. And this book is about schools as well. It is a plea to build schooling on better principles of learning. If we have to learn this from video games, and not from a field with as boring a name as cognitive science, then so be it. I know that many people, especially on the right wing of the political spectrum, will find this idea absurd. So be that as well. My book, The New Work Order, written with Linda Hull and Colin Langshear, is, in part, about why the old distinctions between right and left don't make much sense anymore in the modern global world of the so-called new capitalism. Let me end this introduction with a few short points. First, while I talk a good deal about actual video games, I really intend to discuss the potential of video games. The games get better and more sophisticated all the time and at a rapid pace. Much of what I have to say here will simply get truer as the games get even better. This is my consolation for the fact that any games I mention will be, for some players, out of date, replaced by newer ones by the time anyone reads this book. Second, I am aware that many readers will not have played or will not currently be playing video games, especially the type I discuss. I will try to be as clear and explicit as I can about the games, so that all readers can form a picture of what I am talking about. Readers who want to explore the many types of video games, see pictures from them, even download demonstrations of various games, and otherwise find out more about them can log on to a wide array of internet sites devoted to video games. Any game I mention in this book can be thoroughly investigated in this way. Here are some sites I can recommend, though there are many others: Gamas1.com, GameDex.com, PCGamer.com, GamePro.com, GameSpot.com, IGN.com, MRFixatonline.com, GameGamers.com, and GameCritics.com. Joystick101.org offers up-to-the-minute articles and critical perspectives, beyond reviews, about games and controversial issues about games. Third, I am not, in this book, meaning to imply that I think all gamers like me ought to run out and start playing video games. Many will find the games too hard and frustrating, without the personal payoff that makes for continued practice. Nonetheless, we can learn a lot from those young people who play games, if only we take them and their games seriously. And, indeed, I am always struck by how many people, even some of the liberal advocates of multiculturalism, readily decry and seek to override people's cultures when these cultures are popular peer-based ones centered around things like video games. Let it be said, too, having mentioned multiculturalism, that a great many African Americans love video games, just as do a great many Anglo-Americans and everyone else in between. And, yes, poor children and teenagers do play video games, even if they have to find a computer or game console at school, in a library, or community center, or at a friend's house.
Show me what you've
There
got
are
on
important
Wolfie.
issues over here, though, and I discuss these at the end of the book. Finally, there is this: 2 issues have taken up the vast majority of writing about video games: violence, example shooting and killing in games, depictions of crime, and gender, example whether and how much girls play, whether, and how video games depict women poorly. I have nothing whatsoever to say about these issues in this book. They are well discussed elsewhere. I do, however, discuss, in Chapter 6, some very heated social and political issues that arise when considering video games at a time when, thanks to free powerful software, almost any group can design a sophisticated 3D video game to represent its own values and interests. Though they are not important for the basic argument of this book, my own views on the violence and gender issues are as follows. The issue of violence and video games is widely overblown, especially in a world where real people are regularly really killing real people in wars across the world that we watch on television. Debate over violence in video games is one more way in which we want to talk about technology, or drugs, for that matter, doing things to people rather than talking about the implications of people's overall social and economic contexts. In any case, shooting is an easy form of social interaction to program. As realistic forms of conversation become more computationally possible, a very hard task, I predict that shooting will be less important and talking more important in many games, even shooter games. Even now, many shooting games stress stealth, story, and social interaction more than they used to. Furthermore, there are many categories of very sophisticated video game simulations and some strategy games that do not involve any violence at all. Nonetheless, I base my arguments in this book in part on shooter games, precisely because they are the hardest case. It's pretty clear that a simulation game, like SimCity, involves important learning principles, if only because many scientists themselves use such simulation techniques. However, it is easier to miss and dismiss the learning principles in other sorts of games,
Wouldn't mind a few
but they are very
rounds
much
of
there,
cards.
nonetheless. As to gender, I have no doubt that video games, like most other popular cultural forms, overstress young, buxom, and beautiful women in their content. Furthermore, with several major exceptions, these women are often not the main characters in the games. However, as more girls and women play games, this will change. And, indeed, in role-playing games, you can design your own character. In the game I am playing at the present time, Dungeon Siege, 1 am an African-American female, though I could only make my skin light black and my body fairly shapely. Wider choices will, I am sure, be available as time goes on. I personally don't want to play in a fantasy world as a balding, overweight, aging white male, since I get plenty of opportunity to do that in the real world, but, then, my identical twin was upset, when he was designing his character for the game, that he could not design such a character as the hero. Games, of course, reflect the culture we live in, a culture we can change. As to the issue of girls and women playing games, they are quickly catching up with the boys and men, though they often play different games, example The Sims. Nevertheless, there are internet sites devoted to women who play the sorts of shooter games more commonly associated with males. When we academics feel our interests define the world, we should keep in mind the following fact: the largest category of video game players are middle-aged women playing video card games alone and together on the internet. I have nothing here to say about card games. That just shows that we academics still have much to learn about the real world. I guess that's why we keep trying. Bibliographical note: in order not to clutter the text with references, I will not insert references directly into the text of each chapter, but will instead give citations to the literature in the bibliographical note at the end of each chapter. Pool 2000 and Earth 1996 are good analyses of the design of video games and their role in our culture. Pool 2000 discusses the statistics on who plays what video games, as well as the fact that the video game industry makes more money in a given year than does the movie industry. Ken 2001 is an entertaining history of video games. Greenfield 1984 and Loftus 1983 are good early discussions of the role of learning and thinking in video games. King 2002, prepared for a museum exhibit on video games, contains a wide array of interesting articles on all aspects of the games. Pinker 1999 is a good, basic introduction to cognitive science. For more on cognitive science, especially as it applies to schools and learning, see Bransford, Brown, and Hawking 1999, Brewer 1993, Gardner 1991, and Pellegrino, Chadoxi, and Glazer 2001. These sources discuss work on situated cognition, as well as a number of other areas. For additional work on situated cognition, see Brooks 2002, Brown, Collins, and Fidget 1989, Clark 1997, G 1996, Lave 1988,
I think he's definitely gonna.
Rocket 1990, and Tomasello 1999. The fact that botanists and landscape architects classify and think about trees differently is taken from Medlin, Lynch, and Coley 1997. For a discussion of good, conceptually based science instruction in schools, see Brewer 1993, Cognition and Technology.
You have some time left! Why would you do that?
Studies, see Barton 1994,
Buddy!
G 1996, and Street 1995. For work on connectionism and the human mind as a pattern recognizer, see Clark 1989, 1993, G 1996, Margulis 1987, 1993, and Rumelhart, McClelland, and the PTP Research Group 1986. 2 semiotic domains, IS playing video games, AE waste of time. Literacy and semiotic domains. When people learn to play video games, they are learning a new /literacy. Of course, this is not the way the word literacy is normally used. Traditionally, people think of literacy as the ability to read and write. Why, then, should we think of literacy more broadly, in regard to video games or anything else, for that matter? There are 2 reasons. First, in the modern world, language is not the only important communicational system. Today images, symbols, graphs, diagrams, artifacts, and many other visual symbols are particularly significant. Thus, the idea of different types of visual literacy would seem to be an important one. For example, being able to read the images in advertising is one type of visual literacy. And, of course, there are different ways to read such images, ways that are more or less aligned with the intentions and interests of the advertisers. Knowing how to read interior designs in homes, modernist art in museums, and videos on MTV are other forms of visual literacy. Furthermore, very often today words and images of various sorts are juxtaposed and integrated in a variety of ways. In newspaper and magazines as well as in textbooks, images take up more and more of the space alongside words. In fact, in many modern high school and college textbooks in the sciences, images not only take up more space, they now carry meanings that are independent of the words in the text. If you can't read these images, you will not be able to recover their meanings from the words in the text as was more usual in the past. In such multimodal texts, texts that mix words and images, the images often communicate different things from the words. And the combination of the 2 modes communicates things that neither of the modes does separately. Thus, the idea of different sorts of multimodal literacy seems an important one. Both modes and multimodality go far beyond images and words to include sounds, music, movement, bodily sensations, and smells. None of this news today, of course. We very obviously live in a world awash with images. It is our first answer to the question why we should think of literacy more broadly. The second answer is this: even though reading and writing seem so central to what literacy means traditionally, reading and writing are not such general and obvious matters as they might at first seem. After all, we never just read or write, rather, we always read or write something in some way. There are many different ways of reading and writing. We don't read or write newspapers, legal tracts, essays in literary criticism, poetry, rap songs, and on through a nearly endless list in the same way. Each of these domains has its own rules and requirements. Each is a culturally and historically separate way of reading and writing, and, in that sense, a different literacy. Furthermore, in each case, if we want to break the rules and read against the grain of the text for the purposes of critique, for instance, we have to do so in different ways, usually with some relatively deep knowledge of how to read such texts according to the rules. So there are different ways to read different types of texts. Literacy is multiple, then, in the sense that the legal literacy needed for reading law books is not the same as the literacy needed for reading physics texts or superhero comic books. And we should not be too quick to dismiss the latter form of literacy. Many a superhero comic is replete with post-Freudian irony of a sort that would make a modern literary critic's heart beat fast and confuse any otherwise normal adult. Literacy, then, even as traditionally conceived to involve only print, is not a unitary thing but a multiple matter. There are, even in regard to printed text and even leaving aside images and multimodal texts, different literacies. Once we see this multiplicity of literacies, we realize that when we think about reading and writing, we have to think beyond print. Reading and writing in any domain, whether it is law, rap songs, academic essays, superhero comics, or whatever, are not just ways of decoding print, they are also caught up with and in social practices. Literacy in any domain is actually not worth much if one knows nothing about the social practices of which that literacy is but a part. And, of course, these social practices involve much more than just an engagement with print. One can know a good deal about a social practice such as arguing before the Supreme Court, carrying out an experiment in nuclear physics, or memorializing an event in gang history through graffiti without actually being able to participate in the social practice. But knowing about a social practice always involves recognizing various distinctive ways of acting, interacting, valuing, feeling, knowing, and using various objects and technologies that constitute the social practice. Take something so simple as the following sentence about basketball: the guard dribbled down court, held up 2 fingers, and passed to the open man. You may very well know what every word in the sentence means in terms of dictionary definitions, but you cannot read the sentence with any real worthwhile understanding unless you can recognize, in some sense, perhaps only in simulations in your mind, guards, dribbling, basketballs, open men, and basketball courts. But to be able to recognize these things is already to know a good deal about basketball as a game, that is, as a particular sort of jail practice. The same thing is equally true about any sentence or text about the law, comic books, a branch of science, or anything else for that matter. We can go further. One's understanding of the sentence, the guard dribbled down court, held up 2 fingers, and passed to the open man is different in some sense, deeper and better the more one knows and can recognize about the social practice, game, of basketball. For example, if you know a good bit about basketball, you may see that one possible meaning of the sentence is that the guard signaled a particular play by holding up 2 fingers and then passed to the player to play left momentarily unguarded. But then this brings us to another important point. While you don't need to be able to enact a particular social practice, example play basketball, or argue before a court, to be able to understand texts from more about that social practice, you can potentially give deeper meanings to those texts if you can. This claim amounts to arguing that producers / people who can actually engage in. Corollary of this claim is this: writers, in the sense of people who can write texts that are recognizably part of a particular social practice, potentially make better readers, people who can understand texts from more about a given social practice. Note that by writers here I do not mean people who can just write down words appropriate to a particular practice such as field biology. I mean people who can write a text that field biologists would recognize as an acceptable text within their family of social practices. Why do I say potentially here? Because there is a paradox about producers. On one hand, producers are deeply enough embedded in their social practices that they can understand the text associated with those practices quite well. On the other hand, producers are often so deeply embedded in their social practices that they take the meanings and values of the text associated with those practices for granted in an unquestioning way. One key question for deep learning and good education, then, is how to get producer-like learning and knowledge, but in a reflective and critical way. All these claims are pretty obvious. It is, thus, fascinating that they are so often ignored in schools. In school, many times children are expected to read texts with little or no knowledge about any social practices within which those texts are used. They are rarely allowed to engage in an actual social practice in ways that are recognizable to insiders, example field biologists, as meaningful and acceptable, or and as they read texts relevant to the practice. Indeed, children are regularly given reading tests that ask general, factual, and dictionary-like questions about various texts with no regard for the fact that these texts fall into different genres, i.e., they are different kinds of texts, connected to different sorts of social practices. Children often answer such questions, but they learn and know nothing about the genres and social practices that are, in the end, the heart and soul of literacy. Schools will continue to operate this way until they, and reading tests, move beyond fixating on reading and silently saying the sounds of letters and words and being able to answer general, factual, and dictionary-like questions about written texts. You do have to silently say the sounds of letters and words when you read, or, at least, this greatly speeds up reading. You do have to be able to answer general, factual, and dictionary-like questions about what you read. This means you know the literal meaning of the text. But underscore what so many people, unfortunately so many educators and policymakers fail to see is that if this is all you can do, then you can't read. You will fail to be able to read well and appropriately in context associated with specific types of text and specific types of social practices. For example, consider once again our sentence about basketball. The guard dribbled down court, held up 2 fingers, and passed the field. Man, a reading test would ask a question like this: did the guard do to the ball, and give bounce it as one of the choices. Unfortunately, you can answer such general, factual, dictionary-like questions and really have no idea what the sentence means in the domain of basketball. When we see that the same thing applies to sentences from science or any other school subject, we immediately see why so many children pass early reading tests but cannot learn later on in the subject areas. This phenomenon is so recent that it has been given a name by researchers, the 4th grades long. It is called this because, in the past, the first 3 years of school were largely devoted to learning to read, in the sense of being able to decode, print, and get the literal meanings of texts, and 4th grade was where children began to read to learn, in the subject areas. However, very often today children are being asked to read to learn things like science and math from 1st or 2nd grade on, at least in affluent schools. However, let's leave school aside, and return to our main question as to why we should be willing to broaden how we talk about literacy. I can now note that talking about literacy and literacies in this expanded, non-traditional way, as multiple and connected to social practices, leads us at once to an interesting dilemma. What do we want to say of someone, for instance, who can understand and even compose rap songs, words and music, but cannot read or write language or musical notation? Of course, in traditional terms, this person is illiterate in terms of both language and musical notation. But yet he or she is able to understand and compose in a language style that is distinctively different from everyday language and in a musical form that is distinctively different from other forms of music. We might want to say that the person is literate in the domain of rap songs, as a distinctive domain combining language and music in certain characteristic ways, though the person is not print literate or musical notation literate. Cases like this display the limitations of thinking about literacy first and foremost in terms of print. All I serve the audience and get to literacy in the more traditional terms of print literacy. Semiotic here is just a fancy way of saying all sorts of different things that can take on meaning, such as images, sounds, gestures, movements, graphs, diagrams, equations, objects, even people like babies, midwives, and mothers, and not just words. All of these things are signs, symbols, representations, whatever term you want to use.
He literally
take on
doesn't
different meanings in different situations, contexts, practices, cultures, and historical periods. For example, the image of cross means Christ, or Christ's death, in the context of Christian social practices, and it means the 4 points of the compass, north, south, west, and east, in the context of other social practices, example in some African religions. By a semiotic domain I mean any set of practices that recruits one or more modalities, example oral or written language, images, equations, symbols, sounds, gestures, graphs, artifacts, etc., to communicate distinctive types of meanings. Here are some examples of semiotic domains: cellular biology, postmodern literary criticism, first-person shooter games, high-fashion advertisements, Roman Catholic theology, modernist painting, embroidery, rap music, modern connoisseurship through a nearly endless, motley, and ever-changing list. Our sentence about basketball: the guard dribbled down court, held up 2 fingers, and passed the field with man is a sentence from the semiotic domain of basketball. It might seem odd to call basketball a semiotic domain. However, in basketball, particular words, actions, objects, and images take on distinctive meanings. In basketball, dribble does not mean rule, okay? An action where an offensive player positions him or herself so as to block a defensive player guarding one of his or her teammates means that some defensive player must quickly switch to guard the now unguarded defensive player, and the wide circle on each end of the court means that players who shoot from beyond it get 3 points instead of 2 if they score a basket. If you don't know these meanings and read these signs, then you can't read, understand, basketball. The matter seems fairly inconsequential when we are talking about basketball. However, it quickly seems more consequential when we are talking about the semiotic domain of some type of science being studied in school. Equally here, if you don't know how to read the distinctive signs, words, actions, objects, and images, you can't read, understand, that sort of science. If we think first in terms of semiotic domains and not in terms of reading and writing as traditionally conceived, we can say that people are, or are not, literate, partially or fully, in a domain if they can recognize the equivalent of reading, and / or produce the equivalent of writing, meanings in the domain. We can reserve the term print literate for talking about people who can read and / or write like English.
No!
Though here, still, we will want to insist that there are different ways to read and write different things connected to different social practices, so, in that sense, there are multiple print literacies. Thus, the rap artist who could understand and compose rap songs but not read print or musical notation is literate in the semiotic domain of rap music but not print literate. In the modern world, print literacy is not enough. They need to be literate in a great variety of different semiotic domains. If these domains involve print, people often need print bits, of course. However, the vast majority of domains involve semiotic, symbolic, representational resources besides print, and some don't involve print as a resource at all. And more important, people need to be able to learn to be literate in new semiotic domains throughout their lives. If our modern, global, high-tech, and science-driven world does anything, it certainly gives rise to new semiotic domains and transforms old ones at an ever-faster rate. This book deals with video games as a semiotic domain, actually as a family of related, but different domains, since there are different
No!
games, fantasy role-playing
Oh
games,
my goodness.
strategy games, simulation games, etc. People can be literate, or not, in one or more of these video game semiotic domains. However, in talking about learning and literacy in regard to video games, I hope to develop
I'm on autopilot.
and semiotic domains that applies more generally to domains beyond video games. However, if we want to take video games seriously as a family of semiotic domains in which one can learn to be literate, we face an immediate problem. Many people who don't play video games, especially older people, are sure to say that playing video games is a waste of time. In the next section, I sketch out one version of what I think this claim often amounts to, using a specific example involving a 6-year-old child. Learn to follow the content to spell out what I think the claim that playing video games was a waste of time often means.
You would
I need
just
first
come
to tell you
away
about the
from
game
like
the
the
6-year-old boy
uneven
was playing, a
ground.
game called Pikmin. Pikmin is a game for the Nintendo game. Rated E, a game acceptable for all ages. In Pikmin, the player takes on the role of Captain Olimar, a small, he's about the size of an American quarter, bald, big-eared, bulbous-nosed spaceman who crashes into an unfamiliar planet when a comet hits his spaceship. Captain Olimar, i.e., the player, must collect the spaceship's lost parts, scattered throughout the planet, while relying on his spacesuit to protect him from the planet's poisonous atmosphere. Thus, the player must carefully monitor the damage done to Captain Olimar's suit and repair it when needed. To make matters more complicated, the spacesuit's life support will fail after 30 days, so the captain, the player, must find all the missing parts in 30 days. Each day is 15 minutes of game time play. So the game is a race against time and represents the rare case of a game that one can play to the end and still lose. However, Captain Olimar gets help. Soon after arriving on a strange planet, he comes upon native life that is willing to aid him. Sprouts dispensed from a large onion-like creature that is bigger and smaller than Captain Olimar, cute creatures that Olimar names Pikmin after a carrot from his home planet. These little creatures appear to be like taking Olimar and follow his directions without question. Captain Olimar learns to raise Pikmin of 3 different colors, red, yellow, and blue, each of which has different skills. He learns, as well, to train them so that each Pikmin, regardless of color, can grow through 3 different ever stronger forms, Pikmin sprouting a leaf, bud, or a flower from their heads. His colorful Pikmin follow
He
the
is
army.
not a happy
Dangerous
bunny.
creatures,
Oh
climb
no!
walls, build bridges, and explore a great many areas of the
Oh
strange planet in
god.
search of the missing parts to the
Okay,
spaceship.
that's his, you're not gonna be able to hit
He
me.
must, however, ensure that at no point do all his Pikmin
He's
perish in
an
a called, by the
unhappy
child
bunny.
player, an extinction event. It is
Let
quite a
me
sight to watch a
tell you.
6-year-old, as Captain Olimar,
Oh no.
colored army of little Pikmin divide, build, grow more Pikmin, and explore a strange landscape, all the while solving multiple problems to discover and get to the locations of the spaceship's missing parts. The child then orders his Pikmin to
Yeah,
carry the
blew
heavy
up
parts
my
back to the ship.
phone.
When his child's grandfather watched him play the game for several hours, the grandfather made the following remark, which I think captures at least one of the common meanings of the playing video games is a waste of time theme, while it may be good for his hand-eye coordination, it's a waste of time, because there isn't any content he's learning. I call this the problem of content. The problem of content is, I believe, based on common
The
attitudes towards
game
school,
is
schooling,
like
learning, and knowledge.
being
These attitudes are compelling,
kind of a
in part because
dick.
they are so deeply rooted in the
now.
history of Western thought, but, nonetheless, I think they are wrong. The idea is this, important knowledge, now usually gained in school, is content in the sense of
Why are
information
you
rooted in,
doing
or,
that
at least,
still?
related to, intellectual domains or academic disciplines, like physics, history, art, or literature. Work that does not involve such learning is meaningless. Activities that are entertaining but that themselves do not involve such learning are just meaningless play. Of course, video games fall into this category. A form of this viewpoint is long existing in
There
Western
we
culture.
go.
It is akin to the viewpoint of Plato and
No!
Aristotle, for example, that knowledge, in something like the sense of content above, is good in and of itself. Other pursuits, including making practical use of such knowledge pursuits that do not involve learning and reflecting on such content in and of itself outside the realm of practical application are lesser, in some sense, mundane and trivial. Such a view, of course, makes the grandfather's remark about the child playing Pikmin seem obvious. The problem with the content view is that an academic discipline, or any other semiotic domain, for that matter, is not primarily content, in the sense of facts and principles. It is rather primarily a lived and historically changing set of distinctive social practices. It is in these social practices that content is generated, debated, and transformed by certain distinctive ways of thinking, talking, valuing, acting, and, often, writing and reading. No one would want to treat basketball as content apart from a game itself. Imagine a textbook that contained all the facts and rules about basketball read by students who never played or watched a game. How well do you think they would understand this textbook? How motivated to understand it do you think they would be? But we do this sort of thing all the time in school with areas like math and science. We even have politicians and educators who condemn doing math and science in the classroom instead of drilling and skilling on math and science facts, content, as permissive. There is, however, an alternative way to think about learning and knowing that makes the content view seem less obvious and natural. I turn to developing this viewpoint in the following sections. Under this alternative perspective it will become less clear that playing video games is necessarily a waste of time, though it will be a while until I can return to that claim and answer it directly. An alternative perspective on learning and knowing. The alternative perspective starts with the claim that there really is no such thing as learning in general. We always learn something. And that something is always connected, in some way, to some semiotic domain or other. Therefore, if we are concerned with whether something is worth learning or not, whether it is a waste of time or not video games or anything else, we should start with questions like the following. What semiotic do? Main is being entered through this learning. Is it a valuable domain or not? In what sense? Is a learner learning simply to understand, read, parts of the domain or also to participate more fully in the domain by learning to produce, write, meanings in the domain? And we need to keep in mind that in the modern world, there are a great many more potentially important semiotic domains than just those that show up in the discourse. I return to these questions later in regard to the child playing Pikmin.
Ooh,
Once we
he
learn to
just
start with
like
such questions,
one
we find
tap.
that it is often a tricky question as to what semiotic domain is being entered when someone is learning or has learned something. For example, consider college freshmen who have taken their first college-level physics class, passed it with good grades, and can write down Newton's laws of motion. What domain have they entered? It will not do to say
One.
physics and leave the matter at that, though the content view would take this position. Lots of studies have shown that many such students who can write down Newton's laws of motion, if asked so simple a question as how many forces are acting on the coin when it has been thrown up into the air, the answer to which can actually be deduced from Newton's laws, get the answer wrong. Leaving aside friction, they claim that two forces are operating on the coin, gravity and impetus, the force the hand has transferred to the coin. Gravity exists as a force and, according to Newton's laws, is the sole force acting on the coin when it is in the air, aside from air friction. Impetus, in the sense above, however, does not exist, though Aristotle thought it did, and people in their everyday lives tend to view force and motion in such terms quite naturally. So these students have entered the semiotic domain of physics as passive underscore content, but not as something in terms of which they can actually see and operate on their world in new ways. There may be nothing essentially wrong with this, since their knowledge of such passive content might help them know, at some level, what physics, an important enterprise in modern life, is about. I tend to doubt this, however. Be that as it may, these students cannot produce meanings in physics or understand them in producer-like ways. They have not learned to experience the world in a new way. They have not learned to experience the world in a way in which the natural inclination to think in terms of the hand transmitting a force to Bitcoin, a force that Bitcoin stores up and uses up,
Like,
impetus,
hardly
is not part of
doing
one's way of seeing and
anything.
operating on the
It's so
world,
funny.
or a time and place, money, or doing modern physics. When we learn a new semiotic domain in a more active way, not as passive content, three things are at stake. One, we learn to experience, see, feel, and operate on the world in new ways. Two, since semiotic domains usually are shared by groups of people who carry them on as distinctive social practices, we gain the potential to join a social group, to become affiliated with such kinds of people, even though we may never see all of them, or any of them, face to face. Three, we gain resources that prepare us for future learning and problem solving in the domain and, perhaps, more important, in related domains. Three things, then, are involved in active learning, experiencing the world in new ways, forming new affiliations, and preparation for future learning. This is active learning. However, such learning is not yet what I call critical learning. For learning to be critical as well as active, one additional feature is needed. The learner needs to learn not only how to understand and produce meanings in particular semiotic domain that are recognizable to those affiliated with the domain, but, in addition, how to think about the domain at a meta level as a complex system of interrelated parts. The learner also needs to learn how to innovate in the domain, how to produce meanings that, while recognizable, are seen as somehow novel or unpredictable. To get at what all this really means, though, I need to discuss semiotic domains a bit more. This will allow me to clarify what I mean by critical learning.
No.
In new ways, forming new affiliations, and preparation for future learning a bit more. More on semiotic domains. Situated meanings, words, symbols, images, and artifacts have meanings that are specific to particular semiotic domains and particular situations, contexts. They do not just have general meanings. I was once a cannery worker, and I became an academic. I used the word work in both cases, but the word meant different things in each case. In my cannery life, it meant something like laboring for 8 straight hours in order to survive and get home to lead my real life. In my academic life, it means something like chosen efforts I put into thinking, reading, writing, and teaching as part and parcel of my vocation, efforts not clocked by 8-hour workday. In the domain of human romantic relationships, the word means something else altogether. For example, in a sentence like relationships take work. Later I will point out that a word like work, in fact, has different meanings even within a single domain, like the cannery, academics,
Oh,
romantic
come
relationships,
on.
meanings that vary according to different situations in the domain. But here we face one of the most widespread confusions that exists in regard to
I
language and
hate
semiotic
how
domains.
easy it is
People
to
tend to think that the meaning of a
accidentally
word or other
change
sort of symbol is
that.
a general thing, the sort of thing that, for a word, at least, people say intention. But meaning for words and symbols is specific to particular situations and particular semiotic domains. You don't really know what a word means if you don't carefully consider both the specific semiotic domain and the specific situation you are in. We know meanings for words or symbols on the spot, so to speak, so as to make them appropriate for the actual situations we are in, but we do so with due respect for the specific semiotic domain in which we are operating. What general meaning a word or other symbol has is just a theme around which, in actual situations of use, we must build more specific instantiations, meanings. To understand or produce any word, symbol, image, or artifact in a given semiotic domain, a person must be able to situate the meaning of that word, symbol, image, or artifact within embodied experiences of action, interaction, or dialogue in or about the domain. These experiences can be ones the person has actually had or ones he or she can imagine, thanks to reading, dialogue with others, or engagement with various media. This is what our COL. Late physics students could not do. They could not situate the components of Newton's laws in terms of specific situations and embodied ways of seeing and acting on and within the world from the perspective of the semiotic domain of mechanical physics. Meaning, then, is both situation and domain specific. Thus, even in a single domain, the meaning of a word varies across different situations. Let me give an example of what I am talking about by taking up again the example of the word work. In semiotic domains connected to academics, the word work takes on a range of possible situated meanings different from the range possible in other semiotic domains.
No.
Manual work, etc. In one situation I might say of a fellow academic, her work has been very influential, and by work mean her research. In another situation I might say the same thing, but now in regard to a particular committee she has chaired, and by work mean her political efforts in the institution. To understand the word work in these cases, you need to ask yourself what you take the situation to be. Example, talk about contributions to knowledge or about disciplinary or institutional political affairs, and what semiotic domain is at stake, here academics, not law offices. The same thing is true in all domains. Even in the rigorous semiotic domain of physics, one must situate, build, different specific meanings for the word light in different situations. In different situations, one has to build meanings for the word that involve thinking, talking about, or acting on different things like waves, particles, straight lines, reflection, and refraction, lasers, colors, and yet other things in other situations. Even in physics, when someone uses the word light, we need to know whether they are talking about waves or particles, colors, lasers, or something else. Perhaps they are talking about the general theory of electromagnetism. In a different domain altogether, the same word takes on yet different meanings in different situations. For example, in religion, one has to build meanings for the word light that involve thinking, talking about, or acting on and with different themes like illumination, insight, light, grace, peace, birth, and yet other things in other situations. If you cannot even imagine the experiences and conditions of an academic life, you can't know what work means, either specifically or in terms of its possible range of meanings. In a sentence like her work was very influential. Of course, you don't have to be an academic to imagine academic life. But you do have to be able to build simulated worlds of experience.
Oh, I hate that.
In this case, the sorts of experiences, attitudes, values, and feelings an academic might have, however unconsciously you do this. And, perhaps, you can do this because of your reading or other vicarious experiences. Perhaps you can go through analogies to other domains with which you are more familiar. Example, equate your hobby as an artist with the academic's research and understand how work can be, in a certain sort of situation, efforts connected to a vocation. Why I am belaboring this point? For two reasons. First, to make clear that understanding meanings is an active affair in which we have to reflect, however unconsciously, on the situation and the domain we are in. And, second, because I want to prove that learning in any semiotic domain crucially involves learning how to situate, build, meanings for that domain and the sorts of situations the domain involves. That is precisely why real learning is active and always a new way of experiencing the world. Furthermore, I want to argue later that video games are potentially particularly good places where people can learn to situate meanings through embodied experiences in a complex semiotic domain and meditate on the process. Our bad theories about general meanings, about reading but not reading something, and about general learning tied to specific semiotic domains just don't make sense when you play video games. The games exemplify, in a particularly clear way, better and more specific and embodied theories of meaning, reading, and learning. More on semiotic domains, internal and external views. There are two different ways to look at semiotic domains, internally and externally. Any domain can be viewed internally as a type of content or externally in terms of people engaged in a set of social practices. For example, _first-person shooter games are a semiotic domain, and they contain a particular type of content. linguistics.
No.
As part of their typical content, such games involve moving through a virtual world in a first-person perspective. You see only what you are holding,
No.
you yourself are holding it, using weapons to battle enemies. Of course, such games involve a good deal more content as well. Thus we can talk about the typical sorts of content we find in first-person shooter games. This is to view the semiotic domain internally. On the other hand, people actually play first-person shooter games as a practice in the world, sometimes alone and sometimes with other people on the internet or when they connect several game platforms or computers together. They may also talk to other players about such games and read magazines and internet sites devoted to them. They are aware that certain people are more adept at playing such games than are others. They are also aware that people who are into such games take on a certain identity, at least when they are involved with those games. For example, it is unlikely that people into first-person shooter games are going to object to violence in video games, but they may have strong views about how that violence ought to function in games. In this case, first-person shooter games and affinity group couple and affinity can recognize others as more or less insiders to the group. While I may not see many people in the group face-to-face, but when they interact with someone on the internet or read something about the domain, they can recognize certain ways of thinking, acting, interacting, valuing, and believing as more or less typical of people who are into the semiotic domain.
No.
Thus we can talk about the typical ways of thinking, acting, interacting, valuing, and believing as well as the typical sorts of social practices associated with the given semiotic domain. This is to view the domain externally. What I have said about viewing first-person shooter games internally or externally applies to any semiotic domain. Take, for instance, my own academic field of linguistics, viewed as a semiotic domain. Within linguistics there is a well-defined subdomain often referred to as theoretical linguistics or the theory of grammar, a field largely defined by the work of the noted linguist Noam Chomsky and his followers. Even alternative views in the field have to be defined in reference to Chomsky's work. If we view the semiotic domain internally, in terms of content, we can point out that a claim like all human languages are equal is a recognizable one is recognizably a possible piece of content in the semiotic domain. Occamskin linguists give very specific meanings to words like language and equal, meanings that are not the same as these words have in everyday life. On the other hand, a claim like God breathed life into the word is not a recognizable claim is not recognizably a possible piece of content in the semiotic domain of theoretical linguistics. If history had been different, perhaps there would have been a field called linguistics in which this was a possible piece of content. But given how history did happen, and how we therefore now define the nature of science and academic fields, this is not a possible piece of content in the semiotic domain of theoretical linguistics. So far, then, we have been talking about and viewing the semiotic domain of theoretical linguistics internally in terms of its content. But we can also talk about and view the domain externally in terms of the ways in which such linguists tend to think, act, interact, value, and believe when they are being linguists. This is to ask about the sorts of identities they take on when they are engaged with, or acting out of their connections to, the semiotic domain of theoretical linguistics. This is to view the domain externally. Theoretical linguists tend to look down on people who study the social and cultural aspects of language, people like me now. They tend to believe that only the structural aspects of language, example syntax or phonology, can be studied rigorously and scientifically in terms of deducing conclusions from quite abstract and mathematically based theories. In turn, they tend to see affiliations between themselves and hard scientists like physicists. Since physics has high prestige in our society, theoretical linguistics tends to have higher prestige within the overall field of linguistics than does, say, sociolinguistics. The claim here is not that each and every theoretical linguist looks down on linguists who study social and cultural affairs, though when I was a theoretical linguist earlier in my career I did. Rather, the claim is that each and every such linguist would recognize these ways of thinking and valuing as part of the social environment in and around the field of theoretical linguistics. This is to view the domain externally. The external view of theoretical linguistics, and not the internal one, explains why the sub-branch of linguistics is regularly called theoretical linguistics when, in fact, people who study language socially and culturally also engage in building and arguing over theories, though less abstract. And mathematically based ones. Given its assumptions about being rigorous science in a wider culture that values physics more than literature or sociology, for instance, this branch of linguistics has easily been able to co-opt the term for itself. People who study language socially and culturally often use the term theoretical linguistics just for Chomsky and related work, thereby enacting their own subordination. This last comment, of course, is an external view on the larger semiotic domain of linguistics as a whole. Do the internal and external aspects of a semiotic domain have anything to do with each other? Of course, if we are talking about academic disciplines. As semiotic domains, most academics would like to think that the answer to this question is no. But the answer is, in fact, yes. Content, the internal part of a semiotic domain, gets made in history by real people and their social interactions. They build that content in certain ways because of the people they are, socially,
Probably should have done like meditation
content comes to
kind
define one
of
of their
deal.
important identities in the world. As those identities develop through further social interactions, they come to affect the ongoing development and transformation of the content of the semiotic domain underscoring yet new ways. In turn, that new content helps further develop and form those identities. The relationship between the internal and external is reciprocal. I am not trying to make some postmodern relativistic point that is true or better than anything else. The potential content of a semiotic domain can take a great many shapes. Some of them are better than others for certain purposes, for example as truth, grammar, or language, but there is always more than one good and bad shape that content can take, since there are so many facts, principles, and patterns one can discover in the world. For example, Noam Chomsky and his early students spoke English as their native language and, thus, tended to use this language as their initial database for forming their theories. These were, in fact, theories not about English but about what is universal in language or common to the design of all languages. This early emphasis on English, treating English as the typical language, gave the theory a certain sort of initial shape that helped lead to certain developments and not others. Later the theory changed as more languages once quite different from English received more careful consideration. Nonetheless, no matter how good the theory is now, assuming for the moment the theory is good, if Chomsky and others had been speakers of Navajo, it might be equally good now but somewhat different. There are a myriad of things to get right and wrong, and theoretical linguistics as it is now undoubtedly has some things right and some things wrong. Theoretical linguistics as it might have been had Chomsky spoken Navajo would have had other things right and wrong, though it may well have had some of the same things right
It's
and
gonna go
wrong as
all
well.
the way back.
The American philosopher Charles Sanders Peirce argued that in the end, after all the efforts of scientists over time, all possible theories in an area like theoretical linguistics would converge on the true one. But you and I won't be here for the end of time, so we are stuck with the fact that the internal and external aspects of semiotic domains, even academic fields and areas of science, influence each other. More on semiotic domains, design grammars. Do you know what counts as a modernist piece of architecture? What sort of building counts as typical or untypical of modernist architecture? If you do, then you know, consciously or unconsciously,
Hold
the
on.
internal design grammar of the semiotic domain of modernist architecture as a field of interest.
Okay, it just skipped like a big chunk. Okay. Semiotic domains have what I call design grammars. Each domain has internal and external design grammar. By an internal design grammar, I mean the principles and patterns and terms of which one can recognize what is and what is not acceptable or typical content in a semiotic domain. An external design grammar, I mean the principles and patterns in terms of which one can recognize what is and what is not acceptable or typical social practice and identity in regard to the affinity group associated with semiotic domain. Oh, Jesus Christ. A design grammar. Principles and patterns in terms of which one can recognize what is and what is not acceptable or typical content in a semiotic domain. Okay. By external principles and patterns in terms of which one can recognize what is and what is not acceptable. So in practice, a person is a leftist because of their social practices. So you can tell the external design grammar of a leftist is shit. This is hard, isn't it? The external design of a leftist is when live and bear with woods. Okay. The internal design of a leftist is when semiotic domain. So like semiotic symbol. I always forget what semiotic means. It's symbols, right? Relating to signs and symbols. So internal design grammar is the principles and patterns in terms of which one can recognize what is and what is not acceptable or typical content in a symbolic domain. So if I'm a leftist, I don't take a shower. And by my stink, you can tell how much of a leftist I am. Now, I don't take a shower because I live in the woods. And that would be my external design. Oh my god. Okay, I think I understand it now. I'm not really, but kind of. Acceptable or typical content in semiotic domain. Acceptable or typical social practice and identity. So one is symbolic. I think we have to. I maybe not we, but like I think I need to like expand or like really nail down what we mean by like semiotic domains. Okay, so there's a semiotic domain, a body of knowledge. Semiotic domain is a body of knowledge, and an affinity group is the group that is creating the body of knowledge. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. The reason why I'm like hyper focusing on this shit is because the person who was reading this highlighted it. So like, yeah, they thought it was important apparently. But let's keep going. Oh no, where did it go?
The end of time, so we are stuck with the fact that, more on semiotic domains, design grammars. Do you know what counts as a modernist piece of architecture? What sort of building counts as typical or untypical of modernist architecture? If you do, then you know, consciously or unconsciously, the internal design grammar of the semiotic domain of modernist architecture as a field of interest. If all you know is a list of all the modernist buildings ever built, then you don't know the internal design grammar of the domain. What? Because if you know the design grammar, that is, the underlying principles and patterns that determine what counts and what doesn't count as a piece of modernist architecture, you can make judgments about buildings you have never seen before or even ones never actually built, but only modeled in cardboard. If all you have is a list, you can't make any judgments about anything that isn't on your list. Do you know what counts as thinking, acting, interacting, and valuing like someone who is into modernist architecture? Can you recognize the sorts of identities such people take on when they are in their domain? Can you recognize what count as valued social practices to the members of the affinity group associated with the semiotic domain of modernist architecture? And what counts as behaving appropriately in these social practices? If the answer to these questions is yes, then you know, consciously or unconcisely, the external design grammar of the semiotic domain. Do you understand what counts and what doesn't count as a possible piece of content in theoretical linguistics? Do you know that claims like all languages are equal, in one specific meaning, and the basic syntactic rules in the core grammar of any language are optimal count as possible claims in theoretical linguistics, and that claims like God breathed life into the word and nominalizations are very effective communicative devices in science don't? Do you know why this is so? How it follows from the ways in which the elements of the content of theoretical linguistics relate to each other as a complex system? If you do, you know the internal design grammar of theoretical linguistics. If all you know is a list of facts from a domain, you will never know whether a claim not on your list should or shouldn't count, or even whether the matter is open to debate or not. You can't go on in that domain. Are you aware that theoretical linguists don't value work on the social aspects of language as much as they do work on the structural aspects of grammar? Do you know that even when they're assessing work in the social sciences and humanities, they tend to value logical deductive structure and abstract theories in these domains over richly descriptive but less abstract and less theoretical studies? Are you aware that the term descriptive is, or, at least, used to be, a term of insult and explanatory, a term of praise when such people are talking about academic work inside and outside their field? Do you know why? If you know things like this, you know the external design grammar of the semiotic domain of theoretical linguistics. You find certain ways of thinking, acting, and valuing expectable in the affinity group associated with the domain, others not. Of course, the internal and external grammars of the domain change through time. For example, it was once common to find linguists who saw studying issues germane to the translation of the Bible, for example into Native American languages, as a core part of their academic work and identity as linguists. They hoped to facilitate the work of missionaries to the speakers of these languages. They saw no conflict between doing linguistics and serving their religious purposes at the same time. Other linguists, not involved in Bible translation, did not necessarily dispute this at the time and often did not withhold professional respect from such religious linguists. The external grammar of the domain, and this was certainly influenced by the wider culture at the time, allowed a connection between linguistic work as science and religious commitments as an overt part of that work. Today most linguists, theoretical and otherwise, would be skeptical of any connection between linguistic work and religion. They would not see translating the Bible into languages connected to cultures without the Bible.
Oh god!
As a central
What the fuck is
the
that?
external design grammar of the field does not readily allow for a connection between work as a
What
linguist
is
and religion,
that?
or identities as a linguist that are formed around this connection, or for social practices germane.
Oh
to it. So
god!
why I am being so
No,
perverse
get
to use
away
the
from
design
it.
grammar for these
Go
matters.
run away right
Because
now.
all
Run away
things
right
that are
now.
domain, whether it is first-person shooter games or theoretical linguistics, that domain, internally and externally, was and is
Oh
designed
god,
for
and then
someone.
run right into
Slash
those.
is someone who designed the semiotic domains of first-person shooter games and theoretical
Eat
linguistics.
shit.
Obviously, real game designers and producers determine what counts as recognizable content for first-person shooter games by actually making such games. Over time, as they apply certain principles, patterns, and procedures to the construction of such games, the content of first-person shooter games comes to have a recognizable shape such that people not only say things like, oh, yeah, that's a first-person shooter game, or no, that's not a first-person shooter, but also, oh, yeah, that's a typical first-person shooter game, or, oh, no, that's a groundbreaking first-person shooter game. Yet these designers and producers are only part of the people who produce the external grammar of first-person shooter games. People who play, review, and discuss such games, as well as those who design and produce them, shape the external design grammar of the semiotic domain of first-person shooter games through their ongoing social interactions. It is their ongoing social interactions that determine the principles and patterns through which people in the domain can recognize and judge thinking, talking, reading, writing, acting, interacting, valuing, and believing characteristic of people who are in the affinity group associated with first-person shooter games. And, of course, the acts of people helping to design the domain externally as a set of social practices and typical identities rebound on the acts of those helping to design the domain internally as content, since that content must please the members of the affinity group associated with the domain, as well as recruit newcomers to the domain. At the same time, the acts of those helping to design the domain internally in terms of content rebound on the acts of those helping to design the domain externally as a set of social practices and identities, since that content shapes and transforms those practices and identities. As the same thing can be said about those who design the semiotic domain of theoretical linguistics, internally and externally. Linguists who write and publish and give talks at conferences shape the internal design grammar of the domain through their research. They shape and transform the principles and patterns that determine what counts as the content of theoretical linguistics. All linguists shape the external grammar of the domain through their social interactions and the identities they take on in those interactions. It is their ongoing social interactions and related identity work that determine the principles and patterns through which people in the domain can recognize and judge thinking, talking, reading, writing, acting, interacting, valuing, and believing characteristic of people who are in the affinity group associated with theoretical linguistics. It is crucial, as I have pointed out, to see that the internal and external grammars and designs of semiotic domains interrelate with each other, mutually supporting and transforming each other. Let me exemplify this point, and further clarify the notion of design grammars, by returning to video games. Some people play video games on game platforms like the PlayStation, X or 2, the Nintendo GameCube, or the Xbox. Some people play them on computers like the one on which I am typing this book. When people play video games on game platforms, they use a handheld controller with various buttons and often a little built-in joystick or two. They never use the sort of keyboard associated with a computer. It is part of the external design of the semiotic domain of video games for game platforms that games and handheld controllers go together, and part of the design of the semiotic domain of video games on computers that games and keyboards or handheld controllers go together, since some players do, in fact, plug handheld controllers into their computers to replace the keyboard. But things work in the world in certain ways because people make them do so, or, at the very least, are willing to accept them as such. Then, when they work that way, people come to expect them to do so and build values and norms around them working that way. One could conceivably get a keyboard to work with a game platform. At the very least, it would be easy for designers to modify a platform so that it would work with a keyboard. However, you don't understand the external design grammar of the domain of platform-based video game playing if you don't realize that doing this would break the rules. It would be a serious departure from what the affinity group associated with this domain expects, wants, and values. Many platform game players think keyboards are a bad way to play video games, while some computer game players think they are a good way. In turn, these matters are connected to their identities as game players. Example, the editors of PC Gamer magazine regularly apologize when they have spent time playing games on a game platform and not on a computer, and look down on the enterprise. When Microsoft's Xbox came out in 2002, it was the first game platform to contain a computer-like hard drive. Hard drives allow games to be saved at any point. Heretofore, games played on game platforms, thanks to the technological limitations of the platforms, could be saved much less regularly than computer games. Players on typical game platforms, for example, can save only at the end of a level or when they have found a special save symbol in the game. This means that in an action game, they have to stay alive long enough to get to the end of the level or find a save symbol, no matter how long they already have been playing. In a computer game, thanks to the computer's hard drive, players can save their progress at any time they wish. There are some games made for computers in which this is not true. This can make a difference in the strategies one uses. When playing on a computer, the player can save after a particularly hard battle and not ever have to repeat that battle. If the player dies a bit later, he or she starts again from a game that was saved after the big battle was already won. On a game platform, if there was no save symbol after the big battle or if the battle was not the end of a level, the player could not save and must move on. If he or she dies, the big battle will have to be fought again, since the game will reload from an earlier save game that did not contain that battle. Indeed, the last save could have been quite far in the past, and the player may be required to redo the game. However, again, these are not just technological matters. Platform users do not necessarily see being unable to save whenever they want as a limitation. Many of them see it as a virtue. They say it adds more excitement and challenge to a game. Computer game players who save after each big battle with dangerous jump might be thought of as wimps who can't last any length of time against rigorous challenges. Furthermore, in my experience, many platform users do not see playing large parts of a game over and over again as repetition in the way in which I do. They see it an opportunity to perfect their skills and get more play out of a game they enjoy. So we see here the ways in which external technological and material facts and values. Starting out with a hard drive led to a debate that anyone who understands the external design grammar of the platform domain could have predicted. Was the Xbox really a game platform? Could a real game platform have a hard drive? Perhaps the Xbox is really a computer in disguise. This is a debate over the very external design grammar of the domain. Is the pattern video game, game platform, hard drive acceptable within the external design grammar of the domain? Does it count as an acceptable part of valued social practices and identities in the domain? Should it? It is not surprising, either, that of the games Microsoft initially brought out for the Xbox, some used the hard drive to allow players to save whenever and wherever they wanted. Example, Max Payne, and others did not and functioned like a proper platform game. Example, Nightcaster. The company obviously wanted to entice both platform players and computer game players onto its system, though this can, in some cases, be a bit like enticing cats and dogs to play ball together. A good number of people play both platform games and computer games, of course. Nonetheless, some with different affinity groups, with different attitudes and values, have arisen around each domain, with lots of overlap in between. There are people who play in both domains but have strong opinions about what sorts of games are best played on platforms and what sorts are best played on computers. All this is typical. Semiotic domains and affinity groups often don't have sharp boundaries, though some do, and in any case the boundaries are often fluid and changing. Since the Xbox has the capacity to associate game platforms and limited saves while still retaining some of the other patterns of game platforms, it has the potential to create a new affinity group and slash or to transform old ones. In the act, it and the social interactions of people around it might eventually create a new semiotic domain within a bigger domain of video game playing, a new domain with a new external design grammar determining new social practices and identities. Indeed, the matter is already in progress, as the Xbox has already generated, with the help of Microsoft, of course, its own magazines, internet sites, and aficionados. But all this transformation and change in the external design grammar will rebound on and change the internal design grammar. Designers and producers will use the hard drive on the Xbox together with its more typical platform features to design new games. Hybrids between typical platform games and typical computer games will arise. The distinction in content between platform games, which tended to stress fast action, and computer games, which can store more information and stress deeper stories, may blur. As new content arises and new principles and patterns regarding the acceptable content of various different types of games also arise, the affinity groups associated with those different types of games will change their social interactions, values, and identities, and so, too, the external design of their respective domains. Maybe some of these changes will be small, some large. But that is the way of all semiotic domains in the world. They are made, internally and externally, by humans and changed by them as these humans take up technological and material circumstances in certain ways and not others, and as they shape and shape their social interactions with each other. Like worlds are talk about semiotic domains may lead some to think that everything said thus far only applies to specialist areas like video games, theoretical linguist 966 law, or the workings of urban gangs, not everyday, ordinary life. However, everyday, ordinary life is itself a semiotic domain. In fact, it is a domain in which all of us have lots and lots of experience. It is what I call the by the life world domain. I mean those occasions when we are operating, making sense to each other and to ourselves, as everyday people, not as members of more specialist or technical semiotic domains. Not everyone does physics or plays video games, but everyone spends lots of time in his or her life world domain. And, of course, people move quite readily between specialist domains and their life world domain. For example, a group of physicists at a dinner meeting might, at one moment, be discussing physics as specialists in physics and, at the next moment, be discussing the weather or movies as everyday non-specialists. Of course, there are people who can and do discuss the weather or movies as specialists in a specialist semiotic domain devoted to the weather or movies. Life world domains are culturally variable, that is, different cultural groups have, more or less, different ways of being, doing, feeling, valuing, and talking as everyday people. Thus there are many life world domains. Though they overlap enough to allow for, better or worse, communication across life world domains internally, we can say that their content is just a wide range of non-specialist experiences of the world that people share with other people with whom they share various group memberships, up to, and including the human race. Once a group has carved out an area of its experience, whether this is playing in the guise of video games or dealing with the world as a science, and created specialist ways of talking and thinking about it, policed by themselves as insiders, who determine what is acceptable, able and what not, who is adept and who is not, then they have left the life world, and the rest of us behind, and created a specialist semiotic domain. If we look at life world domains externally, we can ask about the ways of thinking, talking, acting, interacting, valuing, and, in some cases, writing and reading that allow a particular culturally distinctive group of people to recognize each other as being, at a time and place, everyday or ordinary non-specialist people. For example, how do you know when a friend of yours who is a theoretical linguist, and you are not, is talking to you and engaging with you not as a specialist linguist but just as an everyday non-specialist person? How do you know this even when, in fact, you happen to be talking about language? And, of course, these matters will differ if you and the linguist are from quite different cultures. Say you are an African American and the linguist is Russian. But, again, I cautioned against assuming too much variation across human beings. People can and very often do recognize normal human behavior across cultural groups, however problematic this sometimes may be, even to the point of leading to violence. Maybe backslash for example, in different situations, even such a mundane word as coffee has different situated meanings. Consider, for instance, what happens in your head when I say the coffee spilled, hit a mop versus the coffee spilled, hit a broom. In different situations, the word coffee can mean a liquid, grains, beans, tins, or liquid. It can mean yet other things in other situations, and sometimes we have to come up with novel meanings for the word. For example, in a sentence like her coffee skin glistened in the 066 bright sunshine, coffee names a skin color. For another example, think of the different situated meanings of the word light in everyday interactions in these sentences. Turn the light on. This light isn't giving much light. I can see a far off light. I'm just bathing in this light. The effects of light in this part of the county are wonderful. The last thing I saw was a bright light. Of course, when we consider, in the context of life world domains, words like truth, good, democracy, fairness, honesty, and so forth, things get yet more variable, more deeply rooted in specific situations in specific culturally relative life world domains. There are a number of important points to make about life world domains. First, we are all used to making claims to know things based not on any specialist knowledge, just as everyday human beings. However, in the modern world, specialist domains are taking more and more space away from life world domains where people can make non-specialist claims to know things and not face a challenge from a specialist. For example, I want to live in Los Angeles. Every non-specialist in Los Angeles knows the air is polluted and dangerous, and they are usually willing to say so. Nonetheless, it is not at all uncommon to read in the newspaper, say, that the people didn't really know what they were talking about, and joking on. Specialists in the matter claimed that there was no technical evidence that the air was particularly unsafe. Tobacco companies tried the same thing for years in regard to the dangers of smoking. Companies that pollute ground and water often engage in the same tactic when people in their areas of operation claim to feel sick, or drop dead, from their pollution. Helping students learn how to think about the contrasting claims of various specialists against each other and against life world claims to know certainly ought to be a key job for schools. To do this, students would have to investigate specialist domains and different culturally distinctive life worlds, internally in terms of content and externally in terms of social practices and identities. A second point to be made about life world domains is this: in the mod-earn world, we are used to having to face the fact that children, including our own, are specialists when and where we are not. Many children are adept at the semiotic domain of computers sometimes because they play video games, and that interest has led them to learn more about computers when the adults in the house are intimidated by computers. Kids have turned video games, rollerblading, skateboarding, and snowboarding into specialist domains that internally in terms of content and externally in terms of social practices bewilder adults. Many children have learned through the internet and television more about stock trading or even law than many of the adults around them could ever imagine knowing. 1. Teenager had the top rating for legal advice on a legal internet site in which many of the others on the highly ranked list were professional lawyers. The life world, the domain in which people can claim to know and understand things as everyday people and not as specialists, is shrinking, not just under the attack of specialist domains like science, but because our children are creating and mastering so many specialist domains themselves. A third point I want to make is this: I firmly believe we need to protect life world domains from the assaults of specialists, yes, even our own children. We need to understand and value people's everyday knowledge and understandings. At the same time, I believe it is crucial, particularly in the contemporary world, that all of us, regardless of our cultural affiliations, be able to operate in a wide variety of semiotic domains outside our life world domains. It is very often in these non-life world domains that people form affiliations with others outside their own cultural groups and transcend the limitations of any one person's culture and life world domain. Of course, it is important not to insult anyone's culture or life world domain. It is important, as well, to build bridges to these when introducing people to new semiotic. If this view comports poorly with some versions of multiculturalism, so be it. Back to Pickman, critical learning. If learning is to be active, it must involve experiencing the world in new ways. I have spelled this out in terms of learning new ways to situate the meanings of words, images, symbols, artifacts, and so forth when operating within specific situations.
Hold on. Different people from different affiliations with others outside their own cultural groups form affiliations with others outside their own cultural groups and transcend the limitations of any one person's cultural and life world domain. Of course, it's important not to insult anyone's culture or life world domain. It is important as well to build bridges to these when introducing people to new domains. In my view, it's a poor form of respect for anyone to leave people trapped in their own culture and life world as the whole and sole space within which they can move in the modern world. If this view comports poorly with some versions of multiculturalism, so be it. Year was this? I need to know what year was this. I feel like that might be a little bit. Um, 2003, okay? This is a hot minute ago. Almost 20 years old. I think we have like a little bit. I don't know about the general we. But I would believe that like. I mean, God, and it's like one of those things where like there's a lot of different things that I can like think of to point to. It's like, how in depth do I really want to get with like like specific cultural moments which we are experiencing, and like cultural critique, and I just feel like that's something that I don't really like. I like broad strokes, right? Hmm. I'm just realizing that like every time I read it, I'm just like sinking down Wow. Which I think that's something kind of normal for this.
In new semiotic domains.
Anyway,
Active learning must also involve forming new affiliations. I have explained this in terms of learners joining new affinity groups associated with new semiotic domains. Active learning in a domain also involves preparation for future learning within the domain and within related domains. I will deal with this issue below, when I draw a comparison between the sorts of learning that take place when playing good video games and the sorts of learning that take place in good science classrooms, and when I discuss the notion of precursor domains. However, as I said earlier, critical learning involves yet another step /FONCOS to attempt to reflect on, critique, and manipulate those design grammar domain as vortice and space, internally as a system of interrelated elements making up the possible content of the domain, and externally as ways of thinking, acting, interacting, and valuing that constitute the identities of those people who are members of the affinity group associated with the domain. Let me return to the child playing Pikmin for a specific example of what I mean. What does it take just to play a game as an active learner? To do this, the player must understand and produce situated meanings in the semiotic domain that this game, and games like it, constitutes. Elements in the content of Pikmin, for example, the yellow Pikmin do not have just one general meaning or significance in the game world. Learners must learn to situate different meanings for such elements within different specific situations within the domain. For example, when the player is faced with a rock wall, his yellow Pikmin,
Ginger Muffin, please
taking
report
the situated meaning of the type of Pikmin who can use bombs,
oh my
red and blue
god,
Pikmin, since a good strategy for destroying walls in the game is to have yellow Pikmin throw bombs at them. However, when attacking a fat, sleeping, dangerous spotted creature, a spotty Volborg, found throughout the first levels of the game, the yellow Pikmin take on the situated meaning of sorts of Pikmin who can be thrown farther than other sorts of Pikmin, since a good strategy when fighting Pikmin. Tours like these is to have Captain Olimar tell the red Pikmin to run up and attack from the rear, while he throws the yellow Pikmin onto their backs to attack from up top. Additionally, players need to know what patterns.
Looking for work.
Wait. 2 swords, eyes like slits. You are a witcher, is that so?
Yeah.
Geralt of Rivia.
I have not heard the name. But you will find work here, this I know.
Oh, really?
You look tired, Quartermaster. Been stationed here long?
Too long. But the day will come when the Emperor's banner will fly first over Novigrad, then over Tretigor. We will all go
I
home.
don't know about that, but okay, whatever you say, buddy. Let me see what you got.
Show me what you're battling.
Ooh. If you, I will sell you. Like, you know, I know I just arrived at your camp and all, so I'm gonna sell you all my shit, okay? As one does. As one does. You are 5%, you are 2%. I'm assuming that the ones that are on fire are better. I'm gonna get rid of you. I'm gonna get rid of you. We're gonna get rid of you. I got a chest here. I hope I got a chest here. I got some shit to offload. I'm a weary traveler carrying many things. Let's. Oh, we can't read that right now. What's my card? Okay.
Been a while since I played cards with a subject of His Imperial Majesty. Game of Gwent. Let's lay him down.
Let's lay him down! He's gonna kick our ass. I know this. Damn sure. You know what? I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I am here for it. It doesn't look like we got anybody new. Let's go. I actually have to go put my cup in the... My leg is asleep. My leg is very asleep. Oh my god. If you hear a loud thump, it's because I fell. Okay. There we go. We're back. We're gonna swap you out. Oh! Spicy. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay. Really? I don't know, man. I feel like you should be repping your team. Okay. Maybe he's not gonna be a rough one to beat. Oh, you little fuck. He's either gonna put down a bunch of cards. Ugh, okay, it's fine. It's fine. Fine, no. Going. Where would he pass? He's gotta have something up his sleeve. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's gotta be something there. Oh, what if he got a Scorch? No, he couldn't have a Scorch because he has the highest card on the board. I'm gonna go here. Oh, fuck you. Oh no, I think that might hurt me more. No, it's good, it's good, it's good. We're good. I beat him! Like, yeah, you're, oh god. Okay, we got a notice. Oh, we got a card! Okay. Anyway, you. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to talk to him.
Greetings, Quartermaster.
I'm looking for work.
Found your notice.
Ah, yes. You Witchers are said to be excellent trackers. If this is true, you may indeed be able to aid me. Some days ago, I sent a unit of scouts to the wood across the lake. None has returned. Find my men, bring them back to camp. I will pay you well, as it stands in the notice, and not a couple more, mind you. You must have order in the ledgers as well.
What if your friends are dead?
Local peasants don't exactly see you as liberators.
Say what you mean, Witcher.
Small unit, isolated area. Might have gone at your men with pitchforks.
A handful of yokels in ragged foot wrappings cut down a unit of Imperial scouts. What else? Perhaps a dragon ate them. Esse blöd yoke.
Okay. You know, refreshing my marshmallows. Why did you go to the
Why'd your
forest?
men go to the woods? Any specific reason?
None. A patrol, as the code ordains.
What's the code? I'm looking into it though.
Fine, I'll look into it.
Begin your search across the lake, where we saw them cross. And good luck, Witcher.
Okay. And now. I came all the way out here, and there ain't even no damn signpost. Where's the lake? Patrol God missing. Oh my god. Nap. I don't know far away. What's that? I don't think there's anything out here. I want to go farther in. Like, are they gonna stop me? Oh, I can't go farther in. so rainy. I love that. I love it when they do that. Pam, pam,
Lordling.
pam. Oh, look, a signpost. Okay. Is there anywhere closer to the place where we're going? And of course, now that we have a signpost. Oh, fuck you. They're closing in on my location. Anyway, where was he? Oh yeah, I gotta turn the sound back on, don't I?
Or combinations of elements the game's internal design grammar allows. They need to know, given the situated meanings they have given to each element in the pattern or combination, what the whole pattern or combination means in a situated way useful for action. For example, the internal design grammar of Pikmin allows the player to bring together, by moving Captain Olimar and his Pikmin, the combination of Pikmin, a rock wall, and a small tin can laying near the wall, containing lit. TLE rock bombs. Of course, the game did not need to allow this pattern or combination to be able to occur. Its design grammar could have been built differently. Even given that the design grammar does allow this combination, players still have to build a situated meaning for this combination out of the situated meanings they have given to each element in the game based on the situation they take themselves to be in and their own goals. If this is a point in the game where the player needs to get past the wall, and given the fact that he or she can build a situated meaning for yellow Pikmin like the type of Pikmin that can throw bombs, the player can build a situated meaning for this combination something like, equip the yellow Pikmin with big rock bombs and have them use the bombs to blow up the wall. Here is another example from Pikmin of the combination of elements allowable by the internal design grammar of the game. The player often finds a spotty bulborb creature with big teeth and jaws suitable for swallowing Pikmin whole sleeping peacefully in a fairly exposed space. So the design grammar of the domain allows the combination, spotty bulborb, sleeping, in exposed area. Depending on what situation the player takes him or herself to be in, this combination can be assigned several different situated meanings. For instance, it could be taken to mean, attack the spotty bulborb carefully from the rear before it wakes up, or it could be taken to mean, sneak quietly by the spotty bulborb to get where you want to go without trouble. Nothing stops the player from assigning the combination a more unexpected situated meaning, perhaps something like, wake the spotty bulborb up so you can get a more exciting, and fair, but since the child can successfully break down rock walls and attack spotty bulborbs, he can understand, read, and produce, write, appropriate situated meanings for elements and combinations of elements in the domain, game. But all of this is just playing the game in a proactive way, that is, using situated meanings and the design grammar of the game to understand and produce meanings and actions, which are a type of meaning in the domain. Of course, one could just ritualize one's response to the game and try pretty much the same strategy in every situation, but this would not be a proactive way to play and learn. All these meanings and actions are a product of what I have called active learning, but they are not yet critical learning that leverages the design grammar at a meta level in a reflective way that can lead to critique, novel meanings, or transformation of the domain. However, the child is learning to do this as well, that is, his process of learning the game is not only active, it is increasingly critical. When the child had recovered 5 of the spaceship's 30 missing parts, he was able to search in a new area called the Forest Navel. This area had a much harsher and more dangerous looking landscape than the previous areas the child had been in. It had different dangerous creatures, including a number of closely grouped creatures that breathed fire. And the background music had changed considerably. Since the player has already found 5 parts, the game assumes that he is now more adept than when he began the game, thus, the landscape and creatures are getting harder to deal with, offering a bigger challenge. At the same time, these changes in features communicate a new mood, changing the tone of the game from a cute fairy tale to a somewhat darker struggle for survival. The child was able to think about and comment on these changes. He said that the music was now scary and the landscape much harsher looking than the ones he had previously been in. He knew that this signaled that things were going to get harder. Furthermore, he was aware that the changes signaled that he needed to rethink some of his strategies as well as his relationship to the game. He was even able to comment on the fact that the earlier parts of the game made it appear more appropriate for a child his age than did the Forest Navel area, and considered whether the game was now too scary or not. He decided on a strategy of exploring the new area only a little bit at a time, avoiding the fire-breathing creatures, and returning to old areas with the new resources.
Okay, it's
Got
obsessed.
in the Forest Navel area to find more parts there more quickly and easily. Remember, the player has only 30 game days to get all the parts and so wants to get some of them quickly and easily. What we are dealing with here is talk and thinking about the internal design of the game, about the game as a complex system of integrated parts meant to engage and manipulate the player in certain ways. DG is me at equals Shang. Inky CE. Such thinking can open up critique of the game. It can also lead to novel moves and strategies, sometimes ones that the game makers never anticipated. This is what I mean by critical learning and thinking. Of course, the 6-year-old is only beginning the process of critical learning in regard to Pikmin and other video games, but he is well begun. The child is learning to think reflectively about the internal design grammar, the grammar of content, of Pikmin and games like it. As he interacts with others, he will have opportunities to reflect on the external design grammar, the grammar of social practices and identities, too. For example, he has already learned that he can search the internet for helpful tips about playing the game, including what are called Easter eggs, little surprises players can find in a game if they know where and how to look for them. He considers these tips part of playing the game. On the other hand, he characterizes advice about how to play as bossing him around and claims he can do his own thinking. These are early elements in the child's introduction to the affinity groups associated with video game playing, their characteristic social practices, and the sorts of identities that take on within these groups and practices. If he is to engage with these external aspects of game playing critically, he will need to reflect in an overt way on the patterns and possibilities he does and does not find in these social practices and identities. Doing this is to reflect on the external design grammar of the domain. if I can use this term without necessary negative connotations, in certain ways and that we can manipulate in certain ways. The child has much more to learn about Pikmin as a design space, internally and externally. He also has much more to learn about not just the single game Pikmin but the genre, family, of games into which Pikmin falls, adventure strategy games, as a design space. And he has much more to learn about not just this genre but about video games in general, a larger and more loosely connected family, as a design space. Then there's the crucial matter of learning how these design spaces relate to each other and to other sorts of semiotic domains, some more closely related to video games as semiotic domains, some less closely related. That is, the child can learn how to think about, and act on, semiotic domains as a larger design space composed of clusters, families, of more or less closely related semiotic domains. So, then, why do I call learning and thinking at a meta level about semiotic domains, alone and in relation to each other, as design spaces critical learning and thinking? For this reason, semiotic systems are human cultural and historical creations that are designed to engage and manipulate people in certain ways. They attempt through their content and social practices to recruit people to think, act, interact, value, and feel in certain specific ways. In this sense, they attempt to get people to learn and take on certain sorts of new identities, to become, for a time and place, certain types of people. In fact, society as a whole is simply the web of these many different sorts of identities and their characteristic associated activities and practices. Some of these identities constitute, within certain institutions or for certain social groups in the society, social goods. By a social good I mean anything that a group in society, or society as a whole, sees as bringing one status, respect, power, freedom, or other such socially valued things. Some people have more or less access to valued or desired semiotic domains and their concomitant identities. Furthermore, some identities connected to some semiotic domains may come, as one understands the domain more reflectively, to seem less, or more, good or valuable than one had previously thought. Finally, one might come to see that a given identity associated with a given semiotic domain relates poorly, or well, in terms of one's vision of ethics, morality, or valued life with one's other identities associated with other semiotic domains. For example, a person might come to see that a given semiotic domain is designed so as to invite one to take on an identity that revels in a disdain, for life, or in a way of thinking about race, class, or gender that the person, in terms of other identities he or she takes on in other semiotic domains, does not, on reflection, wish to continue. In this sense, then, semiotic domains are inherently political, and here I am using the term political in the sense of any practices where the distribution of jail goods in a society is at stake. Let me make this discussion more concrete. A game like Pikmin recruits from the 6-year-old a complex identity composed of various related traits. The game encourages him to think of himself an active problem solver, one who persists in trying to solve problems even after making mistakes, one who, in fact, does not see mistakes as errors but as opportunities for reflection and learning. It encourages him to be the sort of problem solver who, rather than ritualizing the solutions to problems, leaves himself open to undoing former mastery and finding new ways to solve new problems in new situations. At the same time, the boy is encouraged to see himself as solving problems from the perspective of a particular fantasy creature, Captain Olimar, and his faithful helpers, the Pikmin, and, thus, to get outside his real identity and play with the notions of perspectives and identities themselves. He is also
okay, I guess we don't have it yet.
Fantasy aspects of his new identity
That's
not, say,
funny.
stories about killing living creatures, however odd they may be, though he can choose to avoid killing some of the creatures by running from them or sneaking around them. The learner, in this case, gets to customize the identity the game offers him to a certain extent. This, in fact, is an important feature of good video games. The identity that Pikmin invites the player to take on relates in a variety of ways to other identities he takes on in other domains. I believe, for example, that the identity Pikmin recruits relates rather well to the sort of identity a learner is called on to assume in the best active science learning in schools and other sites. If this is true, then our 6-year-old is privileged in this respect over children who do not have the opportunity to play such games in an active and critical way. An issue of social justice is at stake here in regard to the disparity. We can note, as well, that the boy is using the video game to practice this identity, for many hours, at an early age, outside of science instruction in school, which may very well take up very little of the school day. Other children may get to practice this identity only during the limited amount of time their school devotes to active and critical learning in science of the sort that lets children take on the virtual identity of being and doing science rather than memorizing lists of facts, which often is no time at all. Video games, a waste of time. I have now discussed the perspective on learning that stresses active and critical learning within specific semiotic domains. So, let me now return to the grandfather's remark that playing video games is a waste of time because the child is learning no content. If children, or adults, are playing video games in such a way as to learn actively and critically, then they are, add 1. Learning to experience, see and act on, the world in a new way too. Gaining the potential to join and collaborate with a new affinity group. 3. Developing resources for future learning and problem solving in the semiotic domains to which the game is related. 4. Learning how to think about semiotic domains as design spaces that engage and manipulate people in certain ways and, in turn, help create certain relationships in society among people and groups of people, some of which have important implications for social justice. These, of course, are just the 4 things one learns when engaging actively and critically with any new semiotic domain. So the questions in regard to any specific semiotic domain become, are these good or valuable ways to experience the world? Is this a good or valuable affinity group to join? Are these resources for future learning applicable to other good and valued semiotic domains? Is this domain leading the learner to reflect on design spaces, and the concomitant identities they help create, and their intricate relationships to each other, in ways that potentially can lead to critique, innovation, and good or valued thinking and acting in society? The answers to these questions will vary along a variety of parameters, but they show that a great deal more is at stake than content in the grandpa sense. This book offers a positive answer to these questions in regard to a good many, certainly not all, video games, as long as people are playing them in ways that involve active and critical learning. Video games have the potential to lead to active and critical learning. In fact, I believe that they often have a greater potential than much learning in school, even though school learning may involve learning content. Indeed, I hope my discussion of the child playing Pikmin already suggests some of the lines of my argument. What ensures that a person plays video games in a way that involves active and critical learning and thinking? Nothing, of course, can ensure such a thing. Obviously, people differ in a variety of ways, including how much they are willing to challenge themselves, and they play video games for a great variety of different purposes. But 2 things help to lead to active and critical learning in playing video games. One is the internal design of the game itself. Rhythmating and the games get better in this part all the time, which is not to say that every player will take up this offer. The other is the people around the learner, other players and non-players. If these people encourage reflective meta-talk, thinking, and actions in regard to the design of the game, of video games more generally, and of other semiotic domains and their complex interrelationships, then this, too, can encourage and facilitate active and critical learning and thinking, though, again, the offer may not be taken up. And, indeed, the affinity groups connected to video games do often encourage Pernatine and RNRND, this last point that other people can encourage in the learner meta-reflective talk, thinking, and actions in regard to a semiotic domain as a design Space leads to another
This
point.
is my
Often it is
favorite
critical learning
part.
focusing on the semiotic domain.
Oh.
One is learning as a design space in a reflective way that actually encourages and pushes active learning. One can learn actively without much critical learning, but one cannot really learn much critically without a good deal of active learning in a semiotic domain. The critical is not a later add-on. It should be central to the process of active learning from the beginning. I underscore there is another important issue here that bears on deciding whether a given semiotic domain like video games is valuable or not. Semiotic domains in society are connected to other semiotic domains in a myriad of complex ways. One of these is that a given domain can be a good precursor for learning another one. Because mastering meaning-making skills in, and taking on the identity associated with, the precursor domain facilitates learning in the other domain. Facilitation can also happen because being, or having been, a member of the affinity group associated with the precursor domain facilitates becoming a member of the affinity group associated with the other domain, because the values, norms, goals, or practices of the precursor group resemble in some ways the other group's values, norms, goals, or practices. Let me give a concrete example of such connections. In the larger semiotic domain of video games, first and third-person shooter games are a well-defined subdomain. However, such games often have elements that are similar to features found in arcade games like Space Invaders, Pac-Man, and Frogger, that involve a good deal of fast hand-eye coordination to move and respond quickly.
I think we
In
need
fact,
to run
one
away
of the
from
early
that,
first-person shooter games,
actually.
the game that helped start the genre
We
Wolfenstein
don't
3D
need to
operates
fight.
very much like an arcade game. Thus, someone who has mastered the domain of arcade games has mastered the precursor domain for shooter games, though such underscore games now contain many other elements, as well. Or on the other hand, fantasy role-playing games are another well-defined subdomain of the video game domain. People who have earlier played and mastered the Dungeons & Dragons semiotic domain, as make-believe play or with books and cards, are advantaged when they play fantasy role-playing games, since such games developed out of Dungeons & Dragons, though they now contain a good many additional elements. Both the shooter domain and the fantasy role-playing domain have other precursor domains, and they share some precursor domains. Example make-believe play wherein one is willing to take on different identities, a domain that some cultures and social groups do not encourage in children or adults. Some of these video game sub-domains may well serve as precursor domains
A
for other
whole
semiotic
mountain
domains.
range.
For example, it may well /apostle_sims, Railroad Tycoon, and Tropico, could be, for some children, a precursor in TENS, and as a method of inquiry. Example some types of biology and cognitive science. In interviews my research team and I have conducted with video game players, we have found a number of young people who have used the domain of video games as a fruitful precursor domain for mastering other semiotic domains tied to computers and related technologies. Indeed, several of these young people
come on,
have
there's a
college
whole
and major
bunch of
computer
world
science or
down
related
here.
areas.
Shut
So you
up.
can ask, can various subdomains in the larger domain of video game playing serve as precursor domains facilitating later learning in and out of school? I believe that the sorts of active and critical learning about design and the type of problem-solving identity that a game like Pikmin can involve may well relate to later learning in domains like science. At least when
No.
we're talking about teaching and learning science as
Not
an active
fighting.
process of inquiry and not the memorization of passive facts.
Oh, it's not
And
an,
evidence
it's
that
a
playing video games
question
actively
mark.
and critically is not a waste of time.
You,
And people playing
right,
video games
no.
are indeed, pays the
Get
6-year-old's
away.
grandfather, learning content, albeit usually not the passive content of school-based facts. Many games, such as the Civilization games, do contain a good number of facts. The content of video games, when they are social relationships and identities in the modern world, hate's not at all that bad and people get wildly entertained to boot. No wonder it is hard for today's schools to compete. Learning principles. The discussion in this chapter suggests a variety of learning principles that are built into good video games, games like Pikmin, as will the discussion in each of the following chapters. Some of the learning principles suggested in this chapter are a bit more general than are those in later chapters. Here I bring together these principles to start a list that will continue in subsequent chapters. I state only 5 very basic principles, since quite a number of other principles that are implicated in the earlier discussion will be discussed in greater detail later. The order of the principles is not important. All the principles are equally important, or nearly so. Some of the principles overlap and, in actuality, reflect different aspects of much the same general theme. Furthermore, these principles are not claims about all and any video games played in any old fashion. Rather, they are claims about the potential of good video games played in environments that encourage overt reflection. While good video games do indeed encourage overt reflection, this feature can be greatly enhanced by the presence of others, both players and viewers. I state each principle in a way that is intended to be equally relevant to learning in video games and learning in content areas in classrooms. One active, critical learning principle. All aspects of the learning environment, including the ways in which the semiotic domain is designed and presented, are set up to encourage active and critical, not passive, learning. 2. Design principle. Learning about and coming to appreciate design and design principles is core to the learning experience. 3. Semiotic principle. Learning about and coming to appreciate interrelations within and across multiple sign systems, images, words, actions, symbols, artifacts, etc. as a complex system is core to the learning
Oh,
experience.
what are you
4. Semiotic domains principle. Learning involves mastering, at some level, semiotic domains and being able to participate, at some level, in the affinity group or groups connected to them. 5. Meta-level thinking about semiotic domains principle. Learning involves active and critical thinking about the relationships of the semiotic domain being learned to other semiotic domains. Bibliographical notes. See Press 1985, 1996, and Press and Van Leeuwen 1996, 2001 for insightful discussions on reading images and multimodal texts, that is, texts that mix words and
Can
images.
we please?
Or work on literacy as involving multiple literacies. See the citations to new literacy studies at the end of Chapter 1, as well as Coe and Callan's 2000, Heath 1983, Colin and Stalin 1981, and Fried 1984. The discussion of physics students who know Newton's laws of motion but cannot apply them to specific situations taken from G. Pelkavish, and Glaser 1981. For further discussion, see Gardner 1991 and Meyer 1992. On the nature of reading tests, see Hill and Larson's 2000 superb analyses of actual test items in relationship to different ways of reading. On reading more generally, see Adams 1990, Coles 1998, G 1991, Snow, Burns, and Griffin 1998, see Pearson 1999 for discussion of the range of controversy in the area. The 4th grade slump is discussed in G 1999A, see Chell 1967 for an early and influential discussion.
Okay.
On Noam Chomsky's work, see McGilvray 1999. 4C. S. Pierce's work, see Clozel and Hauser 1992. On semiotics and content learning, especially in regard to science education, see Kress, Jewett, Ogburn, and Satsarlis 2001, Lemke 1990, and
Hold on. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be right back. So, be right back. Where's be right back? That be right back? Let's do that. Be right back. Be right back. Okay. We're back. You off. We good to go. We're good to go. Oh, I have some ginger snap cookies. They're tasty. Yeah.
Ogburn, Kress, Martins, and McGillicuddy 1996. On the notion of affiliation and affinity groups, see Beck 1992, 1994, G 2000 to 2001, Ripken 2000, and Taylor 1994. For the idea of preparation for future learning, see Bransford and Schwartz 1999, a very important and illuminating paper for anyone interested in learning. On the notion of design and design grammars, see New London Group 1996, a manifesto written by an international group of scholars, a group of which I was a member, working in the area of language and literacy studies. My notion of critical learning combines work on situated cognition.
Okay. This is the end of chapter 2, page 50. Page 50. Sources. List of sources. Cool.
See bibliographic note for chapter 4, especially work on metacognition. See, for example, Garrett here and Scardamelli
Oh!
1989,
Metacognition! Where?
PP.
Which one?
67 to 99, Pellegrino, Shudowski, and Glazer 2001,
Situated
Shaw 1987,
cognition.
and Paulo Freire's 1995
Work
on
on
critical thinking and literacy as
metacognition.
reading the world and not just reading the word. On the concept.
Bretter. Okay, yeah. Yeah. No, metacognition is absolutely, this is what we gotta do. This is the area. This is the area that I am trying to get into. Let's actually just reading images and multimodal text. Multiple literacies. Reading test. Noam Chomsky. Semiotics and content learning. Future learning. Preparation for future learning. Notion of design and design grammars. I don't know if design grammars are necessarily my shit, but I believe, because what I'm trying to do, ideally, is I'm trying to take a type of content creation that is very free form, right? And turn it into a lesson plan. I'm doing two things. I'm making the argument that it does involve teaching, and I'm also trying to present it in a way that it can be taught, like deliberately taught, right? So it's complicated, right? Critical learning work situated on cognition, especially work on metacognition. Thinking and literacy is reading the world, not just reading the word. Oh, I like that. Reading the world, not just reading the word. Wait, who is that? Paulo Freire. Oh God. Like, I need to actually listen to that. Here we go. So, Paulo, 1995. Critical thinking and literacy as reading the world, not just reading the word. Life world Government 1984. 1984 is quite a while ago. But it might be useful. And I think this is the because my project is not specifically about video gaming, right? But I see that there's a lot of overlap in the way that we think about thinking, which is why I think this is relevant to my project. And so all of these little notes are super useful to me.
The White World. See Abrams 1984. For discussions of game design relevant to
through
learning
the
and
rest of
identity.
that.
What does it mean to be a half-elf? Arcanum, learning
What
and
does it
identity. The
mean
last
to
chapter
be a
argued that semiotic
half-elf?
domains encourage people new to them to take on and play with new identities. I discussed the sort of identity as an exploratory problem solver of a certain type that the game
Right
can
now.
encourage the 6-year-old to take on.
Right now, I am taking on the identity of a witcher. I mean, you know, and I think that's kind of like why I wanted to do this while I was gaming, is because, like, you know, we're kind of, you know, exploring this text in a sort of metacognitive way, right? I think there's a lot of potential for connection making here. But, you know, I don't know. Sometimes you just throw shit at the wall and you see what sticks. That's what we're doing. In a way, that's what we're doing. Anyway, let's get back.
All semiotic domains requires identity work. It requires taking on a new identity and forming bridges from one's old identities to the new one. For example, a child in a science classroom engaged in real inquiry, and not passive learning, must be willing to take on an identity as a certain type of scientific thinker, problem solver, and doer. The child must see and make connections between this new identity and other identities he or she has already formed. Certainly the child will be at a disadvantage if he or she has one or more identities that do not fit with, are opposed to, or are threatened by the identity recruited in the science classroom. Example, his or her identity as someone who is bad at learning technical matters, as someone who dislikes school, or as someone from a family that is not into science or school, not to mention cases like creationist Christians in biology classes. This chapter uses learning to play video game. Example, video games recruit identities and encourage identity work and reflection on identities in clear and powerful ways. If schools worked in similar ways, learning in school would be more successful and powerful because it would become the sorts of active and critical learning discussed in the last chapter. To make the discussion concrete, I base it on one particular video game, a fantasy role-playing game called Arcanum, of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. I first discussed this game and the sorts of identity work it recruits. Then I turned to learning in school, making comparisons and contrasts with learning in Arcanum and games like it. Finally, I continued a list of learning principles that are embedded in good video games, principles that are important for powerful learning in any domain. Let us turn, then, to Arcanum. Arcanum takes place in a massive world called Arcanum, a world made up of a great many countries and towns. Once upon a time magic held sway throughout Arcanum. But now technology has arrived, and Arcanum has become a place of both ancient ruins and industrial steamworks, a land where magic and machines coexist in a tension-filled and uneasy balance. A variety of races, humans, elves, gnomes, dwarves, orcs, and ogres, as well as half-elves, half-orcs, and half-ogres, each of which have one human parent, cohabit this world, each orienting to the conflicts between magic and technology in different ways. Before you start playing Arcanum, you must construct your character. Each race and gender has different natural characteristics. For example, I chose to be a female half-elf, whom I named BB. Half-elves, like all other races, have their own unique degrees of strength, constitution, dexterity, beauty, intelligence, willpower, perception, and charisma. Each of these traits will affect how your character, that is, you carries out dialogue and action in the world of Arcanum and how other characters in the world respond to you. Example, if you are not strong enough to fight in a given situation, you better be intelligent enough to think your way out of the problem. Or beautiful or charismatic enough to get others to want to help you. You can also initially choose from a wide variety of unique backgrounds, things that happened in your character's past. For example, your character might have been a rich debutante who developed strong social skills in her youth, suitable now for recruiting help from others, or might have been a child of a hero, a parent who has given you extra special skills with a sword, but whose reputation for goodness you must now live up to, and so on through many other choices. LNG, when the game starts, you get 5 points that you can choose to distribute, in any way you wish, to your character, thereby changing his or her natural state. For example, BB, as a female half-elf, had a natural strength of 7, but I used one of my 5 points to make her stronger. As the game progresses and you gain more worldly experience, you gain yet more points to distribute, thereby allowing your character to develop in certain ways and not others. You can distribute these initial and subsequent points to your character's primary traits, such as strength, dexterity, intelligence, and so forth, but you can also use them to build up a wide variety of other skills, such as ability with a bow and arrow, skill with picking locks, or persuasive skills, ability to cast a wide variety of magic spells, or to build a wide variety of technological apparatuses, including weapons, or the ability to heal better or get less fatigue as your character engages in effortful tasks. You can choose to have a character primarily oriented to magic or technology, or some mixture of the two. During gameplay you talk and interact with a great many other characters in the world of Arcanum. Your actions gain your reputation as good or evil. Various other characters will join you or not, depending on their own alignments as good or evil, and also depending on things like your persuasion, finesse, beauty, and charisma. Throughout the game, you can get gold and buy clothing, armor, and equipment for yourself and any of your followers, who may run off with your purchases and leave you if you don't treat please them. For example, one of my followers, a rather self-righteous human, kept threatening to leave me if I continued to attempt to pick people's pockets. Rather than quit picking pockets, though I did lay off it, at least when he was looking, I reassured him by giving money to poor street beggars, some thing of which he approved. Your adventures in Arcanum start with a catastrophe. Your character is a passenger on the Zephyr, a large boat. 2 quite odd flying vessels appear and attack the Zephyr, destroying themselves in the process. The Zephyr bursts into flame and smashes into the ground. Only your character and a dying old man survive the crash. The old man musters just enough strength to give you an engraved ring along with a cryptic message. He pleads with you to take his ring and bring it to the boy, telling you that the great evil is coming back to destroy everything. After assuring you that the boy will know what to do, he dies. You are left as the sole survivor of the crash, though you soon meet a mysterious follower of one of Arcanum religions, a man named Virgil, who, if you wish, will follow and help you. Thus, your quest begins. The game involves not only the main quest of carrying out the dead man's wishes, a quest that eventually leads to a great many subquests that are part of the main quest. It also has lots of side quests, given to you by characters you meet throughout Arcanum, which you can choose to do or ignore. So you can gain experience and, thus, more experience points to distribute to your character if you do them. By the time you finish, your character is very different from the characters other players would have built, and the game you have played is very different from what it would have been had you built your character differently initially and throughout the game. 3 identities, virtual, real, and projective. A game like Arcanum involves playing with identities in very interesting and important ways. When one plays Arcanum, and role-playing games like it, 3 different identities are at stake. All are aspects of the relationship, a/real person, here James Paul G, as a virtual chat actor, here BB, dot. They operate all together, at once, as a larger whole. First, there is a virtual identity.
Hold on. Wait, stop! A game involves playing with identities in very interesting and important ways. When someone plays it's Arcanum, I don't know what that means, and role-play games like it, 3 different identities are at stake, all aspects of the relationship. A real person, so James Paul G is our author, a virtual character, here Bad, or BB, that's the character he created, bead like a bead on a necklace. They operate together at once as a larger whole. A virtual identity. One's identity is a virtual character. Okay.
Half-elf BB. I will represent this identity as James Paul G as BB, where BB is italicized to indicate that, in this identity, the stress is on the virtual character. BB acting in the virtual world of Arcanum, though I am playing/developing her. In the virtual world of Arcanum, given the sort of creature BB is, a female half-elf, and how I have developed her thus far, there are, at any point, things she can do and things she cannot do. For example, at a certain place in the game, BB wants to persuade a town meeting to fund the building of a monument to please the town's mayor. To do this, she needs to be intelligent and persuasive. Half-elves are, by nature, pretty intelligent, and I have built up BB to be persuasive during the game, i.e., given her points in this area. Thus, she was able to pull off the task at the town meeting, something I very much doubt a half-orc could have done, though half-orcs have other talents. These traits, her intelligence and persuasive skills, and her accomplishment at the town meeting for which she received ample praise are part of my virtual identity as BB. The successes and failures of the virtual being BB, me and my virtual identity, are a delicious blend of my doing and not my doing. After all, I made BB and developed her, so I deserve partly, at least praise for her successes and blame for her failures. Yet BB is who she is, a female half-elf, and must move through the world of Arcanum and be formed, in part, by a world I did not create. Thus I am, in this sense, not responsible for her successes or her failures. I suppose this is how many a parent feels about his or her child, save that in this case, I, James Paul G, am my own child, BB. The second identity that is at stake in playing a game like Arcanum is a real-world identity, namely, my own identity as James Paul G, a non-virtual person playing a computer game. I will represent this identity as James Paul G as BB, where James Paul G is italicized to indicate that, in this identity, the stress is on the real-world character James Paul G playing Arcanum as a game in real time, though BB is the tool through which I operate the game. Of course, in the real world I have a good many different non-virtual identities. I am a professor, a linguist, an Anglo-American, a middle-aged male baby boomer, a parent, an avid reader, a middle-class person initially raised outside the middle class, a former devout Catholic, a lover of movies.
I love it when he talks about how he's a boomer.
Most of which need not be mentioned here.
It's funny.
Of course, these identities become effect and are filtered through my identity as a video game player playing Arcanum. And, indeed, any one of my real-world identities can be so engaged whenever I am playing Arcanum. Which of these identities, for instance, was at play positively or negatively when I got such joy at having BB pick rich people's pockets? When I chose to be a female half-elf in the first place. When I chose to use my points to make her as strong and good as a male melee fighting with a sword. A third identity that is at stake in playing a game like Arcanum is what I will call a projective identity, playing on 2 senses of the word project. Meaning both to project one's values and desires onto the virtual character, BB, in this case, and seeing the virtual character as one's own project in the making, a creature whom I imbue with a certain trajectory through time defined by my aspirations for what I want that character to be and be. Come, within the limitations of her capacities, of course, dot. This is the hardest identity to describe but the most important one for understanding the power of games like Arcanum. One will represent this identity as James Paul G as BB, where the word as is italicized to indicate that, in this identity, the stress is on the interface between the interactions between the real-world person and the virtual character. A game like Arcanum allows me, the player, certain degrees of freedom, choices, in forming my virtual character and developing her throughout the game. In my projective identity I worry about what sort of person I want her to be, what type of history I want her to have had by the time I am done playing the game. I want this person and history to reflect my values, though I have to think reflectively and critically about them, since I have never had to project a half-elf onto the world before. But this person and history also reflect what I have learned from playing the game and being BB in the land of Arcanum. A good role-playing video game makes me think more about what I know and what I know not. I, the real-world person,
I
James
don't
Paul G,
think I could
creature with multiple identities, face the fact that I am fixed in certain ways.
I'm gonna run
Though I am,
away.
like all human beings, ever-changing. At the moment I am who I am. I wish I had more hair, but I don't. I wish I was thinner, but I am not. I wish I was a better game player, but I am not. At least for the moment, I must live with my limitations. BB, my virtual alter ego,
go back down the hill.
at any moment in the game, also fixed in certain ways. She is skilled in certain areas, not others. Example, while she was pretty good at picking pockets, she was lousy at picking locks. At least for the given moment in the game, she must live with her limitations. The kind of person I want BB to be, the kind of history I want her to have, the kind of person and history I am trying to build in and through her is what I mean by projective identity. See now these aspirations,
Like,
BB
you
will
know
see somewhat clearly what I mean by
there,
projective
and then
identity and how it differs from the virtual
that,
identity of being BB and the real-world identity of being James Paul G. However myriad a thing that is, consider that each of the 3 identities I am talking about can fail, or, for that matter, succeed. In different sorts of ways. The virtual character BB, my alter ego, can fail to defeat another character in battle because, as a half-elf, at that point in the game, she just is not strong enough to win. This is a limitation I have to live with if I want to be BB. course, I can mediate on what it feels like in my role as BB to be unable to get what I need or want at a certain point because I am physically too powerless to get it. The real-world person, James Paul G, can fail to use the game controls in an effective way, thereby causing BB to lose a fight against a weaker creature she could have otherwise beaten. He can fail to save the game at a good time and place. Example, saving in the middle of battle that cannot be won. Is a bad move. He can fail to find his, BB's, way in a maze because he has poor spatial abilities, a trait BB therefore inherits. He can even realize that his former Catholic inhibitions will not let BB take up a madam's offer of a free trip to her, female, brothel. This is just an example. There is such a brothel in Arcanum, but my former Catholic inhibitions, very real in the real world, did not, in fact, deny BB the well-deserved night of forbidden pleasure, though, it turns out, she fainted in the middle of things. These are limitations in the real world me as a game player, and identity. Intersected by a good many other identities, limitations I have to live with if I want to play and eventually get better at games. One sort of limitation video games certainly bring up to real-world baby boomers like me is that they do not reward, in fact, they punish some of my most cherished ways of learning and thinking, example being too quick to want to get to a goal without engaging in sufficient prior non-linear exploration. The projective identity of BB as a project, mine, in the making can fail because I, the real-world James Paul G, have caused BB, the virtual me, to do something in the game that the character I want B to be would not or should not do. For example, on my first try of the game, early on I had BB sell the ring the old man had given her. This is not a mistake of playing the game, it's not a failure of the real me to play the game properly. It's a move allowed by the internal design grammar of the game and one for which I would have suffered no bad consequences in the game.
No!
It is also not something that half-elves can't do or are, for that matter, necessarily too principled or ungreedy to want to do. Thus it is not necessarily a violation of BB as a virtual identity. However, the act just seemed wrong for the creature I wanted BB to be, or to have become, however partially, by the end of the game. I felt when I, BB, had sold the ring that I was forming a history for BB that was not the one she should have. I wanted her to be a creature who acted
He doesn't like me at all.
I felt I had let
Oh, I
the
love that.
game all
That's
over
so
again.
cute.
Thus, in my projective identity BB as my project, I am attributing feelings and motives to BB that
Oh,
go beyond
shit.
the confines of the game world and enter the realm of a world of my own creation. It is not uncommon, even when young people are playing first-person shooter games featuring a superhuman hero, like Master Chief in Halo, a game for the Xbox, a character that, unlike BB, they usually cannot choose or develop but must take as is that they will redo a given fight scene because they feel they have let their character down. They want to pull off the victory more spectacularly as befits a superhero. They feel responsible to and for the character. They are projecting an identity as to who the character ought to be and what the trajectory of his or her acts in the virtual world ought, at the end of the day, to look like. Likewise, while some young people will let a superhero first-person shooter character kill civilians and not just enemies, a good many others will not, since they feel that it just isn't fitting for such a super person that is, the person they are projecting into the world to do such a thing. In fact, I once had remorse when I let Slash made BB kill a pesky chicken, an action for which she was also suitably castigated by the
Oh my god, I have to pause here. I once had remorse when I let made BB kill a pesky chicken in action for which she was also suitably castigated by the self-righteous follower I mentioned earlier. That's a valuable animal. Okay, I love that. Oh fuck, I forgot.
The character should or might be and become. ADRAUREG is quite powerful. It transcends identification with characters in novels or movies, for instance, because it is both active, the player actively does things, and reflexive, in the sense that once the player has made some choices about the virtual character is now developed in a way that sets certain parameters about what the player can do. The virtual character redounds back on the player and affects his or her future actions. As a player, I was proud of BB at the end of the game in a way in which I have never been proud of a character in a novel or movie, however much I had identified with him or her. I can identify with the pride characters in a novel or movie must or should feel, given what they have done or how far they have come. But my satisfaction with BB is tinged with pride, or it could have been regret had things turned out differently, at various levels, in and with myself. This feeling is not just selfish. In a sense, it is also selfless, since it is pride at things that have transcended taken me outside of my real-world selves, if one am playing the game reflectively. Identity and learning. The theme of this book is that good video games reflect, in their design, good principles of learning. We turn directly to some of these principles in the next section and in following chapters. Now I want to discuss how and why the sort of play with identities at work in Arcanum is relevant to learning outside video games. A game like Arcanum is powerfully caught up with playing with identities. However, all deep learning, that is, active, critical learning, is inextricably caught up with identity in a variety of different ways. People cannot learn in a deep way within a semiotic domain if they are not willing to commit themselves fully to the learning in terms of time, effort, and active engagement. Such a commitment requires that they are willing to see themselves in terms of a new identity, that is, to see themselves as the kind of person who can learn, use, and value the new semiotic domain. In turn, they need to believe that, if they are successful learners in the domain, they will be valued and accepted by others committed to that domain, that is, by people in the affinity group associated with the domain. It has been argued that some poor urban African American children and teenagers resist learning literacy in school because they see school-based literacy as white, as associated with people who disregard them and others like them. They don't believe that a society that they view as racist will ever allow them to gain a good job, status, and power, even if they do succeed at school-based literacy. Thus they will not envisage themselves in the new identity that success in school-based literacy requires, that is, as the kind of person who learns, values, and uses such literacy and gets valued and respected for doing so. Without such an identity commitment, no deep learning can occur. The students will not invest the time, effort, and personally committed engagement that active, critical learning requires. In fact, they resist learning in school in the name of another identity that they see such learning as putting at risk. Clutting learning content actively and critically in school. Let's take good school science learning as an example. First, let's consider virtual identities. In a good science classroom, a virtual identity is at stake. Learners need to be able to engage in words, interactions, and actions that allow them to take on the identity of a scientist. But what does this mean? There are many different sciences and types of scientists.
Hold on. Play of identity. Recruit. Active and critical learning and many other thematic domains, including learning content actively and critically in school. Let's take school science. good school science learning as an example. Oh, here. Without such an identity commitment, no deep learning can occur. Okay, this is here it is. So identity commitment, what page is that? That's page 59. Okay. Oh fuck, I fucked it up.
Identity and learning. The theme of this book is that good video games reflect, in their design, good principles of learning. We turn directly to, now I want to, however, engagement, in turn, it has been, they don't believe, thus, without such, in fact, left take good school science learning as an example. In fact, they resist learning in school, left take good school science learning as an example. First, let's consider virtual identities. In a good science classroom, a virtual identity is at stake. Learners need to be able to engage in words, interactions, and actions that allow them to take on the identity of a scientist. But what does this mean? There are many different sciences and types of scientists. The teacher must put into motion, in his or her classroom, a set of values, beliefs, and ways with words, deeds, and interactions that represent, for the teacher and the students, what it means to be a particular kind of scientist in this classroom. Doing this means taking up a specific viewpoint on a specific branch of science as a set of cognitive and social practices. Of course, the students are not real scientists and are not going to become real scientists anytime soon. What is being created here is a virtual identity, student as scientist. As I did with Speedbeat in Arcanum, learners in a science classroom should see the virtual identity, being a particular type of scientist, as partly fixed by the history and workings of the scientific, semiotic domain being learned and partly open to some choices, compatible, of course, with the domain, that they themselves get to make about this virtual identity. For example, in one 4th grade classroom in which I have worked, the children did experiments on fast-growing plants, mentored, in part, by the scientist who actually invented such plants, a man with strong views about how scientists ought to think, value, and act, as well as by their teacher, a teacher with strong views about how she wants her students to think, value, and act when they are learning science. In this classroom, the children were expected to act, interact, and use language in ways that were recognizable, in terms of the norm set up in this classroom, as scientists doing science. However, the children could also choose a particular style of carrying out their virtual identities as scientists. For example, the children chose what questions they wanted to ask and what sort of experiments they wanted to carry out to help answer those questions. Some worked in closer collaborations with other children than others did. Some studied text more thoroughly before experimentation, some more thoroughly afterward. Some experimented to check on the results of previous experiments they found suspicious, others chose to try something for the first time. Some used African American vernacular English phonology, some did not, though they all used the lexicon and syntax of scientific language about plants when they needed to, which was an important norm in the classroom. Second, let's consider real-world identities. In good science classrooms, the learner's real-world identities are involved, /learner as scientist. All learners in a science classroom bring to that room their real-world identities. As was the case with me playing Arcanum, each learner has multiple real-world identities, including how might be middle class, male, African American, again, Pokemon fanatic, adept in rap music, and have to give many other identities as well. But, 2, like me playing Arcanum, where these multiple identities are all filtered through my identity as a game player, the multiple real-world identities of learners in a science classroom are filtered through their real-world identities as a learner, a school learner, and a school science. Learner learning science here and now. If a child brings to science learning a real-world identity as a learner, a school learner, or a school science learner who is already damaged, and a good many children do, then this identity needs to be repaired before any active, critical learning can occur here and now. Imagine how successful you would be learning to play Arcanum if you started with the assumption that you are a failure at learning to play video games and role-playing games in particular. This, in fact, is what has happened to me when I tried to learn real-time strategy games, example Age of Empires, Star Wars, Galactic Battlegrounds, or Warcraft 3. I'm intimidated by anything that is a race against time, and so, thus far, I have been a failure at playing real-time strategy games well and with enjoyment. Some repair work needs to be done. Furthermore, if children cannot or will not make the difference between one or more of their real-world identities and the virtual identity at stake in the classroom, here, a particular type of scientists, or if teachers or others destroy or don't help build such bridges, then, once again, learning is input. Children who, for instance, see themselves as members of families that are adept at technical learning have an advantage, since they can build a powerful bridge between one of their real-world identities. People like us learn technical stuff well, it's no big deal, and the virtual identity at stake in the science classroom, scientists in the sort of semiotic domain being created in this classroom do not fear or put off technical learning. If a child cannot or will not build such bridges, then, again, repair works needs to be done. But how can such repair work be done? It is no easy matter. In fact, often this is what good teaching, especially in socially and culturally diverse classrooms, amounts to. However, good repair work is just a more intense version of good teaching and learning for all types of students, including those who have no need of any particular repair work. Such teaching and learning is, in my view, a matter of 3 things. 1. The learner must be enticed to try, even if he or she already has good grounds to be afraid to try. 2. The learner must be enticed to put in lots of effort even if he or she begins with little motivation to do so. 3. The learner must achieve some meaningful success when he or she has expended this effort. There are 3 principles here because people will not put in effort if they are not even willing to try in a domain. Success without effort is not rewarding, and effort without success is unrewarding. Types of learners. For instance, when I started playing video games, I certainly brought a fearful and damaged identity as a game player to the task. I had never been good at such things in the past, and my identical twin brother always beat me when we played the early video games. And I felt too old now to have any success. Furthermore, initially I could not conceive of which of my multiple real-world identities could possibly serve as bridge to the sorts of virtual worlds and identities video games set up. Example, blasting aliens. I've always liked aliens. What enticed me to try in the first place, then? Well, I watched my son play video games, starting with Winnie the Pooh, moving on to Pajama Sam, Freddy Fish, Putt Putt, and Spy Fox. I played some of the games myself, just to help him. I tried a more adult game, one I picked randomly at the store, the little-known game The New Adventures of the Time Machine. Of course, it's tied to literature. H.G. Wells's book The Time Machine piqued my interest and made playing a video game seem more acceptable in terms of some of my real-world identities. My engagement with games through my child taught me there was some level at which I could enter the semiotic domain in which I could achieve enough initial success to keep on practicing and getting better. To repair damaged learners in any domain, there must be some such story, though the stories will be as various as the learners. Even more important, I learned that video games create what the psychologist Erik Erikson has a Euro-Euroli. After all, you can save the game and start back at the save point when you fail. Often you can customize the game to a level of difficulty you can cope with initially. And, of course, you can choose the game you want to play. Although you have to put out a good deal of effort to play any good video game, there is a relatively low cost of failure and high reward for success. None of this is to say that it does not bother or even frustrate players when they die or do not play part of a game well. It does indeed. Of course they care about how well they do, but the cost of caring is not prohibitive, as it so often is in school. What made me, once I was enticed to try, willing to put in lots of effort and practice with video games. When you have chosen a video game well, i.e. the virtual world it allows you to live in is quite compelling. I found the virtual world of the New Adventures of the Time Machine simply amazing. I particularly liked how, when a certain wave of light went through the world, all adult characters in the game changed to their child selves and all children changed to their adult selves, so that sometimes the virtual character you are playing, Brendan Wales, is a boy, sometimes a man. What makes a game compelling to me might not make it so to you. Indeed, what made a game compelling to me when I started to play is not what makes a game compelling to me now. But if the virtual world and virtual identity at stake in learning is not compelling to the learner, at some level, then little deep learning is liable to occur, in part because the learner is going to be unwilling to put in the effort and practice demanded for mastering the domain. What made the New Adventures of the Time Machine compelling to me was initially the way in which I could bridge some of my real-world identities to the virtual character I played in the game and the virtual world in which I moved. For example, there were the ties to literature, books, academics. Wales is a scientist, problem solving, another tie, at least initially, to my academic identity, a medieval but futuristic world. I once lived for real in the medieval world, though we don't need to pursue the matter further here, and fantasy worlds. I have always been a willing escapee from reality, which is why I have always loved movies and have nothing against ivory towers. Once these ties had drawn me into the game and made me put in lots of effort, it would have been disappointing in the extreme to experience no success. However, it would have been equally disappointing to get the sorts of rewards that much better players get. This would have made me believe the domain was not very deep and rich. So how does one build in success for effort? Success that is earned, not given away, but nonetheless ensured, given the effort. Good computer games are designed so that they adjust to different levels of play and reward each sort of player, if the player is putting in effort, with some appropriate degree of success. For example, in a shooter game, after much exploration, I may uncover a spiffy rifle that I am just thrilled with, since it is so much better than the crowbar I have been using to fend off enemies, while you, much better at the game than I, may have found a tank. EMP Arene 280 Ajair Specimen Apply Janatsi arriving a car is a good example. You press a little pedal and off you zoom. In a video game, you press
Of course, video games offer players a feeling of achievement in a number of different ways. First of all, they operate according to a very powerful learning principle which we call the amplification of input principle. When systems operate according to this principle, they give for a little input a lot of output. So you're sitting at the keyboard, you're pressing the buttons, and all of a sudden you just beat the thingy and you got a lot of gold. Driving a car, you press a little pedal and you zoom. Video game, you press the buttons in the real world and the whole interactive virtual world comes to life. Okay, yeah. Amplification of input is highly motivating for learning. Okay.
some buttons in the real world and the whole interactive virtual world comes to life. Amplification of input is highly motivating for learning. By the way, in the real world, science often operates by the amplification of input principle. In a chemistry experiment, you
Mark 65. Page 65. Amplification of input. That sounds very important, you know? That's all I'm saying.
mix a few chemicals and make a major discovery, cure cancer, or blow up the lab. Think, too, of the monk Mendel and his peas. He putters, in the right way, in the garden and unlocks the key to the origins and development of species on Earth. Think even of Newton's laws of motion. Such simple and elegant principles cover so much ground and give so much insight into so many things that one is simply amazed. None of this is to say that great effort is not required. Mendel worked for years, and, by the way, failed his exam to become a high school biology teacher, which was why he was stuck in the garden. It is just to say that there is something very satisfying when what one actually does seem so small compared to what one gets. It's like a miracle. Video games also offer other rewards than the powerfully amplified outputs they give. When I was enticed to put in effort on the New Adventures of the Time Machine, new compelling elements quickly arose, beyond those connected to my real-world identities and the amplification of input I experienced. I discovered that this gameplay menu a good video I boomer left. I discovered new powers in myself. I felt the dawning of a new identity growing, one to be added to my other real-world identities. Of course, this is true of all good learning. We gain a new valued identity that gives us new powers. It's the final hook where the repair work is finally done. This discussion suggests that good science instruction or good instruction in any content area must accomplish the same three goals. The learner must be enticed to try. This is done through building bridges to his or her real-world identities and by creating a psychosocial moratorium. The learner must be enticed to put in lots of effort. This is done by making the virtual world and virtual identity, example being / doing a particular type of scientist in the classroom, at stake in the learning compelling to the learner on his or her own terms. The learner needs to be sucked in. And, finally, this effort must issue in success at an appropriate
War
is like this. Who loses dies.
Sooner or later.
Those men haven't been forgotten. Someone will come asking about them.
In Nilfgaard, any soldier who is taken prisoner is as if dead.
Those prisoners were from Redania.
Soon to be an imperial province. Before Seovin, I wager, the great sun will fly upon banners above Redania's capital.
Here's the deal. Bitches gotta eat. Yeah. But we got a decent amount of money, so we can be kind of pretentious right now. I don't want your fucking money, bro.
I don't want your coin.
Oh, dead men buried in the woods. You are offended? They died honorably. Soldiers who let themselves be captured can have them. Here in Velen, hunger is our greatest foe. What was I to feed those prisoners, eh? Grass and mud? It was an act of mercy.
You're a murderer, plain and simple.
I am an imperial quartermaster, and we are done, Witcher.
Fuck you. Anyway.
I saw you.
Completed. Quest. Do this one. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We've been reading for... We've read about 65 pages. We've been going for 2 hours. So I'm going to say that means we've been doing about 30 pages an hour. You know, interruptions considered. 65 out of 235. That's about a third. That's about, you know, a third, yeah. I don't know how to do math. Anyway, the point is that, you know, we got a lot of shit done. And now, I kind of want to do some questions. Oh, there's still so many little questions down here. But a lot of these things are like, they're really rough, you know. This is like the fucking boonies, man. Shit is rough in the fucking boonies. Can't see for shit. Can't see for shit. I can't see for shit. Hi! You're about to notice.
You're about the White Lady.
As I hoped. I notice it's been hanging so long, sun's near bleached it blank.
Oh.
Managed to decipher it somehow, but I need more information.
Yeah.
Ask away. Afraid to go out in the fields anyway for fear of ending up like Mikko and his band.
What happened to him?
Mikko and his band. Who are they?
4 lads, drunkards and good-for-nothings all. They drained a few pints and decided they'd all plough the White Lady. Maybe then she'd bugger off.
Romantics.
Seems the White Lady spurned their advances. They still lie in the field. Folk are afeard to bury them.
Who haunts the field?
So the White Lady haunts your fields?
True. Just past the hut near the old tower. Folk say she's made her home there. So, will you save us from her?
If I have to. God, this fucking mug warmer. Reward?
White Lady can wait. Let's talk about my pay first.
Okay.
Oh, so be it. I can toss in that bit.
Thank you. I love that. I'll help you.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. Using more effective means than brave Mikko.
What does that mean?
They're starving you, is he?
He's dead! He died! That's kind of awful! Oh, why are you running into me? Oh, why are you running into me, bro? At first I was like, why was he running into her? But then I realized, no, she's running into him. You going out into the... Look, man, it's too fucking dark right now. It's too rainy. I can't handle this shit. I need it to be no rain. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need. Oh, yeah. Get what you need. Oh. Right here.
Whatever he saw just before he died gave him quite a scare. Bodies dried to a crisp. Signs of burns. Noonwraith did this.
Ew.
Pale skin, but no blood loss. This is no vampire. Expected to see 4 bodies.
He ate the last one. Oh.
Dried blood. Really old. The singeing, on the other hand, is fresh. Unnatural. Medallion vibrates near it. Deep, uneven tracks. Someone fled blindly, in a panic.
You following? If it's a noon race, then they had to have been out there in the middle of the day.
Tower. Blood trail leads to the cellar.
Don't it always? Oh, look, there's the thing over there. Howdy, friend. What are you? A dog. A dead dog. Gross. I'm not a fan of dead dogs, you know? Yay! Okay. Something down there? Oh, there's Buddy on a horse. Oh, he is not a friend. And a not friend on a horse. He fell off of the horse. I love that. That's so much fun. Gross. Ew. Blech. Gross. Why are they all horses now? Jesus. Oh! I wonder what happens if I kill him on the horse. I'm gonna kill him on the horse. Oh, he falls off the horse. That's fun.
Winds howling.
Yeah, and what do you want me to do about that? I cannot control the weather. We just saw that I could not, in fact, control the weather. I tried. I failed. Anyway, where were we? Oh, look, it's the Juliet balcony. Oh, look, it's the signpost. I'm gonna go up this way. I'm gonna go down here. Anyway, this dumbass doesn't want to look at the blood. Oh, he doesn't want to look at the blood because he has to be following it. I understand what we're doing now. Maybe I am actually the dumbass. I think I'm okay. Oh!
Ghouls dragged the body downstairs, but it wasn't their kill. Skin's unnaturally pale, cracked. All signs point to a Noonwraith. She's avoiding me. Gotta find something that belonged to her. She'll have to show then.
Is that her there? Where is she? What is that? Is that her? Not. What? Talk to the widow? mark was still there. It's gone now. Oh dear. You know, IRL, those goddamn deers would eat all of your shit, and you would have no more plants. Oh. He's just a little bit broken.
Greetings, Witcher.
Know what it is.
Seems your white lady's a noon wraith.
That means gods, poor Lucy.
Lucy. She was gonna marry, right?
Yeah.
Usually what
Her
happens.
parents swore her to a smith from the city. Well-to-do, sure, but older and more brittle than elven ruins. Lucy ran from the altar out into the fields, where she slashed her veins. Used the silver dagger she'd gotten for the betrothal. Wait, let me show you.
You?
Lucy's parents couldn't bear to sell it, bury it even. They left it in my care.
Oh.
I want to send her away, but I've got to bring her close, lure her first. I need an object that belonged to her. Dagger would be perfect.
Take it, but kill Lucy. Promise me. She shouldn't suffer no more.
Mm-hmm.
Can't go out on the streets anymore.
Okay. Can you stop running into me? I swear to God. Inventory. So character, no bestiary. Spectre. Hey, she's Spectre. She don't like moon dust, she don't like spectre oil, and she don't like that. Inventory. Spectre. Spectre. Yeah. Moon dust. A vampire in the sun, necrophage. Okay, let's go. Why is it taking me on a wild goose chase? Oh, Jesus Christ. Ooh. Ew.
Let's dance.
No. Hold on. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck, I wasted it. Come on. Come on. Oh, fuck! What the fuck was that, bro? None of these are her. Well, that's the thing where she, like, takes your health or something. Oh, no. No, run away. Do it. Did it? Okay, we did it.
So buckwheat millet, they said. It'll pay off, they said.
I don't know what they said, but I guess you're saying it too. Look at it! She's not. She wasn't the only nude race in town.
Greetings, Witcher.
Got rid of her.
Problem solved. You can go back to your fields.
Thank you. Your coin. And may fortune smile upon you.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Map. What's this is? Contract is. Can we do that? 16. This is 20. You know what? I want to try it. And if all fails, like we get to the point where we're about to fight the monster, and it's like, you know, we can't really do that, right? Worst comes to worst, you know? You that kid.
Bailiff's a harsh man. Best not cause any trouble.
Oh, a traveling sales guy.
Greetings.
What you got?
Wouldn't mind a look at your
We
stock.
haven't played Gwent in a while. I want to play Gwent. I want to do it. I want to do it. What's the item? Can sell you. You sell anything in here? Sell you. Sell anything in here? Sell you? Where do you sell you guys? Ooh, both of you. Sell you. This is the drug. I think that's the drug. 91 out of 130. So we should probably. We should probably think about stopping off at a chest check. Yeah, we're good. Bye.
Farewell.
Inventory. Help me. Ooh, look at that. White myrtle, we just need 3 of those. Acre and something. Long room and white gold.
Greetings.
Got
Wouldn't mind a look at your stock.
Didn't have the kind of flower I'm looking for. Bye.
Farewell.
Looking to make some
is going on here? Why are we being so janky? Anything? What did I do? Can't dismember. Additional herbs. Bonus gold. Food. Pork. We didn't do that. Oh, they all look the same. 94, 91. Oh, this is slightly better. Oh, that's runestone. Runestone. One 93, 151, 44. My head kind of hurts a little bit. Okay. What's our carry rate? Okay. So we're gonna get rid of oh god.
I bloody well told him not to stick his arse where it don't belong.
Yeah. Let's go. Merge table.
Door-faced, scaring decent folk. Looking to make some quiet. Witcher. Scrub. Thought I lose my patience.
You said my name. What do you want from me? Go to here. That's the one place that I know for sure is absolutely a dude who can make me some shit. I don't know if I want to make some shit right now, but I do want to, like...
Time to water the horses. Drinking. Or you a
Spot a cider for you?
What do you got?
Like to take a look.
I got that. Alright. Oh, that's nice.
How about a few rounds of cards? Gwent specifically.
I usually win against this guy. But who knows? Who knows? Ooh. Mean. This is interesting. I don't know what to think about it. Let's do that. He let loose. Oh no. Let's do it. Hopefully he throws everything he's got at us. Oh, come on. I mean, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Why did he pass? Oh my god. Oh, there we go. He's coming for me. Let me take you out. fun. I don't know. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh, that was fun. That was fun. I actually won some money that time. Nice.
Try to win them all, but you won't. To burn the price.
Right, give me the coin. Tails, we clean the shit out of the stable.
Hi.
Let me assist you.
Make me yeah. What you got?
Wouldn't mind a look at your stock.
I'll do that. I'm gonna tell you that. That. Can we not fuck around, please? Mouse's leg. You know, I think I'm gonna move, even though you're not moving me. Like, excuse me? Rafting. Ooh, feline boots. Feline booties. Let's do it. We can't wear it yet, but we can have it. Feline armor. We're not gonna make that yet, because we can wear it soon. Enhance. Need more leather, but then that's gonna use up the regular, so we won't be able to wear it anymore. So we shouldn't do that yet. Crafting. Repair. Oh. Nice. Remove upgrade. We want to do that. Cancel. Master's weapon repair. That's 90%. Ooh! 90%, 40%, 40%, 15%. That's fun. Fun. Shop. That's I don't know how this works. Right. Bye.
So long.
Inventory. We have recipe. Where is it? Where is it? Ugh. Menu. I have no clue. Short lure. We still don't have that. Okay, map. We gotta go. Where are we going again? We're going there. We gotta go there. as one does.
Punish them with this sword.
It's not broken. Even though the other one was. So that kid wasn't broken.
If I ever have a son, it's everywhere. I see it all around.
There.
Another one. Be gone. You witches in trouble. Village has suffered enough. Ye deaf? Be gone, you blasted mutant.
Don't make me beat the shit
Where's
out
all
of you.
this hate for witchers coming from?
Where? I'll tell ye where. One of yous came here, ate his fill for 2 days while he thunked things over. Then he says he'd do us a favor and kill our monster. What's your price? I asked. But he said he wanted no coin, for he saw we'd none to offer.
What do you want?
So what did he want instead of coin?
Said for pay he'd take something I had but did not yet know about. Then he left, and here the doors swung shut behind him. My lass started wailing. What's these tears? I asked. Oh, I can't bear it, she says. I'll kill the horsin'.
Go on.
Full girl wept that some beast was gonna kill the witcher dead. Ye howling for a mutant, I said. Then she told me, Bugger had bewitched her with his evil eye, seduced her, and that were to be his prize, a witcher's bastard.
Is that true? Okay. I don't know. Where can I find him?
Tell me where he is. Take care of this for you.
Cemetery. Went there to slay the monster. Hope the corpse eater guts that fornicated freak.
Went to the forest for brushwood yesterday.
Enough is enough.
Hey, hold on. What was the other quest we were working on? Oh, that one. Okay. We're gonna go talk to the hunter. And then we're gonna get back to the fornicator.
Oh, aye.
Hear about the contract.
Hear about the contract. Any idea what this monster is?
Nay, but proper huge it must be. Slaughtered no less than 12 wolves. Ripped their guts out. But left lots uneaten. Means malice rules it. Makes it kill. Howls and bellows, nights something fierce. Folk are afeard to venture into the woods. Though hunger grips the village.
Don't kick my ass. Reward?
Could tend to the beast for you, but not for free.
How much do you need?
I like this. I'm not
So we
greedy.
can agree to?
I'm not greedy. I'll take care of it.
Fine, I'll take care of it.
Fortune smiled upon us when it brought you here. Good hunting to ye.
Yep. Anyway. Now we got 2 quests to take care of. Okay, so he's at the graveyard. I thought that we took care of some at the graveyard. I thought that we did that like a while ago, but apparently there's still somebody up there. Like, we took care of the thing that he's supposed to be hunting. There ain't nothing up there. Unless it came back. That sucks. Why would it come back, though? Killed it. Not what I meant to do.
Thank you. You came just in time. A moment more and that gull would have filleted me like a flounder.
Actually, not sure I should have intervened. Your combat style, it's new to me. Should have just observed. Where'd you complete your training? School of the Snail? But then where'd you get your wolf's head medallion?
You're the real thing. A witcher?
Mm-hmm. What gave it away? That I didn't wet my trousers at the sight of one lousy ghoul? Answer the question. Where'd you get the medallion?
I bought it from a traveling peddler. Oh, the villagers are coming. Don't tell them about me, please.
Monster slain! Oi, what's this? 2 witchers? We only hired one.
God, they're gonna kill him, aren't they? Like, I don't want him to be roaming around the countryside causing trouble. Nah, I can't do that.
Only one witcher here. This man's a charlatan. Travels from village to village cheating people.
You're giving me a bad name.
No, it's not like that. I can explain everything, I can.
He's a crook, a fraud. Oh, we've laws for this kind, special punishments. Thank ye for exposing him, Master Witcher.
Oh no, are they gonna kill him? Let him go.
Let him go, this time.
Never again, I swear.
He's a half-wit, ain't he? Going after a ghoul.
Things would be simple if the ghoul had torn him apart. As it is, we've got ourselves a moral dilemma.
We do! We do!
Let him go, but don't ye come near our village. We'll set the hounds on you if you do. Is that clear?
Yeah, let him go.
Yeah?
Give me that goddamn medallion, you little shit.
Thank you.
Get out of my sight.
Leave the medallion! Dipshit. Woo! 3 points! What? Wait, is that just, that's not, no. That's, I was excited for a minute, and I realized that that's a different thing. Well, fuck. What? Contract. We're gonna go try to do that. Wait, what does that say in quest? Village, usual contract. Certain hunter was worried by some strange tracks. Okay. Let's go. Do a little bit of a search of it. Search. Ooh, there's a question mark out there. Ooh.
Looks like rain.
Yeah, does it really? That fucking weather rock. But if Gerald is wet, it's raining. If Gerald is rocking around, it's windy. If he's frozen, it's snowing. Oh fuck, what is this? The fuck is this shit? Oh fuck, I just got hurt. Oh, it's a bear! Can't see for shit. Can't see for shit. I can't see for shit. Oh no, I can't see for shit. Can't see for shit. Because I can't. Is there another one? Maybe it's the thunder. Maybe it's the thing that I'm hunting. Can't get out of here. I'm stuck in a wet creek bed. And I cannot get out. Help. 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 Where am I going? Oh, come on. No. Let me out. Okay, look, we're just gonna sit around until it's light And until maybe it stopped. Why the fuck? Oh, you know why? You know why my mouse is losing its goddamn mind? Because there's some fucking crap. That's so gross. Anyway, there we go. Now maybe I will be able to see. Dreamy! I'm not an animal. Despite all of my rage, I'm still just a cat in a cage. Well, there's a cave. This is where we were with Siri, I think. Fuck do I get out of here? Yes, you can come in, but you cannot get out. Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely face. I don't think we're gonna be able to get out of here after this way. Living it up at the Hotel California. He says we are all just prisoners here of our own device. How the fuck do I get out? I do not know where I'm going. But they just can't kill the beast. Go! Nice! I'm free! And watch, the thing is on the other fucking side of the rabbi. Oh god! No! The road is that way. How do you get to the road, maybe? Oh god! Inventory. We need insects. Insects. Insects! You damn bug. What's dead? It's already dead! Anyway. You know? I don't know. I'm assuming someone knows, you know? The road! Yeah. Oh, we've seen things up here. I wonder how I'm gonna fight that. Not right now. No, hell no. Oh, a bear. Eee! No bear. Mr. Bear, have you just ever thought about not fighting? It? Fought all this damn bear for a whole lot of nothing? A whole lot of nothing! Oh, look, there's something over there. For a whole lot of bear shit. Anyway, where was he going? Yeah.
Monster wiped out the whole pack. Big. Really big.
I don't see the track. Oh, there we go.
Left a lot of fur when it rubbed against the trunk. Scent's still there. The storm, damn it.
Give me a werewolf.
Stinks like fiend shit. Right. Old and dried out. Fiend's been around to find another way.
going? I have no idea where I'm going.
Stinks like fiend shit. Right. Old and dried out. Fiend's been around a while.
Mr. Fiend! Where you at, buddy? Oh no. Oh no.
Died recently. Wonder what killed it.
A bigger one!
Another trail. Track's too small for a fiend, though. Both lost loads of blood.
I have no idea where we're supposed to be going.
Prince. Fight lasted a while.
Inventory. We need some cat. There's the dead queen. There's a chest. There's some much. There's my tinnitus. Coming back at you. Oh, what's the word?
Tufts of blood-caked fur. Second beast was a different color. Not short. It's gotta be. Probably competed for territory with a fiend. Have to lure him here somehow. Too bad the dung's not fresh, but it ought to still work for a lure.
Oh god. Oh god. Meditate. Don't know how to do this, but okay. Let's try it. Look like you can. Oh, I don't know what it looks like. Come on, it can't have gone far. Oh, here.
Done. Ought to attract the choice attention. place 5 miles away. Beast's sure to show. Just gotta wait in the cave.
Oh fuck. I need cat. Oh. Oh Jesus! It was supposed to be a little guy!
As bandits and felons say, I'll make remains.
What is this? Oh, it's short. It's a relic. Okay. Wait, hold on. Devil's puffball and oil. Ah! Why is the mouse happening like that? Okay, we're gonna have some cat. We're gonna have some adrenaline points. We're gonna have some sign intensity. Is there anything else we want? No, I think we're good. Oh wait. Oh. Oh god, where are we? Oh no! It poisoned me! Oh, maybe I poisoned me. Ah! I poisoned me. Inventory. Oh no, I don't need that. Ooh. No. Sorry, cat. We need cat. Cat. No. Woo. Okay. No. We got stuff. Anyway. Gross. Leave. Wait, no. Oh, God! Do a little bit of a meditation. Stop fucking around, motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Meth. That way. Other way. Look all the horsey. We haven't, done horsey things in a while. I feel like it might be time.
Faster.
Distances are so much less distance when we have a horsey. Hear about the contract?
A chort was prowling the nearby forest. Found itself competing for territory with a fiend, so it turned aggressive.
A chort? A fiend? Why they be bothering us? Think more'll come? Think they've done made a pact to take our village?
Doubt it, but I'll be sure to keep my eyes open, see if there's anything else out there.
Cheers then, Witcher. Here, take the purse. All the folk of the village chipped in.
Thanks. Take care now.
Oh, village folk. Don't have to seize the means of monster production. Or unproduction. Seize the means of monster unproduction. Okay. I guess we gotta do it. Oh! Look for thieves in the main square. Okay, we're gonna do that instead. Never mind. Okay. Oh, yeah. Let's see.
Move it!
We're into it now.
Can you please talk to him? Talk to him!
Welcome.
Yeah.
What have you got there?
We need some of these. Ooh. Woo! I don't know what we needed it for, but we needed it for something. Oh boy. Oh wait. You're like, I need a thing. I don't know what I need it for. Let's see. Oh, I don't have that. How do you make it? A leaf and cherry cordial. No, he don't got none of that. Bye.
So long.
Okay.
Ate at the Kingfisher, you're sorted for at least 2 days. Just gotta jostle a good position where they toss the leftovers. Take pity on me, misery, good folk, and aid a man crippled by misfortune.
Word is, nothing's free in Novigrad.
Oh, another one come bursting with questions. Now, where do you folk gain the idea we beggars know everything? I need to see this and I need to find that one who robbed me brother. Fuck if I know.
Looking for the Putrid Grove?
There's this place in Novigrad they call the Putrid Grove.
Aye, it's about right. Well, Novigrad's full of nooks and crannies with odd names. Looking to sightsee, buy a bloody map.
Heard men like you frequent this alley.
And I've heard they fed you all shit and you smiled and ate it. Now, don't mean no offence. Go in peace.
Okay.
Aid a veteran of the struggle against the Black once.
Where'd you fight?
Angrin early on. In Sedaris last, along the banks of the Pontar. So, help me out?
I think we can afford to be generous. I don't want to know why we didn't give the other guy money, though.
Here. Now you help me. Gotta find the back alley locals call the Putrid Grove. It's important.
Don't know naught about no grove, putrid or other. Don't generally care much for orchardry.
This is urgent.
Leave me be, I don't know.
Oh, they don't want to tell me.
They're starving this evening. They eat
Any
this.
needs, master?
I just sail back to Port.
I guess we'll go follow this guy.
Help a poor fellow out.
So, how do you go with this evening?
Why the hell are you following me?
Just happen to be going where you're going.
And how the bloody hell do you know where I'm going?
Never said I knew where you were going. Just think we're going in the same direction.
Then you best change yours.
Oh.
Nosy bugger. Hmm?
Yeah, terrible trait. Poking around where I probably shouldn't be, I know. But I gotta find the Putrid Grove.
That's a secret place for secret folk doing secret business. And who's to say you're any good at keeping a secret?
Me.
Me. You have my word.
A freak's bilgy gas, naught more. How stupid do you think I am? Grab the whore's son. Smash the bugger.
Why can't I? We just fist fight.
Come on.
Why can't we do it? Anyway. Does it want me to kill him?
That's it, you're in for it.
How are you gonna make me wait? Let's end this.
Stop. Enough. I was just following orders.
Got a simple question. You're gonna give me a simple answer. Where's the putrid grove?
In Lysol's. Down an alley. Man, guarding the gate. Gotta give him the password.
What's the
What is
password?
the password?
Old sows. Farrowed piglets.
See, just gotta make the effort.
You little shit. No.
What say we up over to another drifter in from Temeria?
I want to play cards. I want to play cards. Oh no. Oh, that's awful. Howdy, ma'am. Nickety knocky.
Open up.
Nickety knockety knacky.
Who are you and what you want?
What you got back there?
Doing some sightseeing. Kinda curious about what's beyond this gate.
My brother-in-law was curious. Worms been eating him for 5 years now.
Wow.
Take a look. What do you see?
Yellow eyes, pair of swords, mutated killer, methinks.
Heard this place was a meeting spot for oddities.
That's right. Know the password, get him free. Don't know it, gotta contribute to the grove's upkeep.
So I could have just gotten there for free. I didn't have to go through all of the trauma. That's good to know. That?
Old sows, farrowed piglets.
Ah. Welcome to the grove, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Mutant.
That's so rude. Howdy! What you got? Oh, fuck! Gwent instead! You know what? I said I wanted to play Gwent. Let's do it! Let's go! What happened to his hand? Gross. Gross little fingies. Okay. So we have one of each of the weather cards. Let's do it! Are you ready? this. Oh god, fucking monster. Oh no! Oh no! Thank you for it. Please. A 5. I think the finger is a 5. Oh, you shit. What did he pick back up? I don't know what it was, but... Why would he pass? I want to play him last. They play a scored card. It's definitely going to hit their own cards. They have 69. Oh, nice. All in. What does that mean? I don't know what that means, but oh yeah. What you got?
What are you offering?
Ooh. Ooh! Oh god, how much was that? I feel like that was a lot of money. The opposition and Nilfgaard. I don't know what that was, but I bought it. Amethyst, Emerald, Sapphire, Camelthorn? Oh my god, Bye!
See you.
I had at least one of those.
time we made something clear, sorceress.
Yes, high time.
Me and my men will manage just fine without the help of you or any other mages. But you, well, without our help, you're sitting ducks for the temple guard. Who do I spy?
Geralt?
Hey, Triss.
See you two know each other. See you two know each other well. I was curious whether you'd managed to find me, Witcher.
You got a problem?
Am I mistaken, or you got something to take up with me?
Who knows?
Punk.
Man with two swords and the skill to use them could be very useful these days.
I'll use one at a time.
Underling to fetch me.
Could have, but I admit I wanted to see how you'd manage. See if you're as crafty as you are well crafted. See, Witcher, I've got plans, big plans, far-reaching plans to reshape this city head to toe.
I like the sound of your sounding.
City Council is a puppet troupe with a hierarchy of the Church of the Eternal Fire as its puppeteer. Until recently, that is, when Radovid and his witch hunters took the reins. The semblance of power don't interest me.
A man with a vision.
Truth to power.
The so-called free city of Novigrad
I mean, not really, but you know, we're getting, we'll get there.
But before that can happen,
oh God, no.
We got to rid it of superstition.
Hopefully, this isn't a
eternal fire. Nonsense for kiddies.
Apparently not. Cheering crowd at the execution.
Hopefully, this is a Bioshock Infinite
Any
situation.
cheer to the stench of burning flesh. But one day,
Gross.
folk will understand the eternal fire's naught but a leash around their necks. They call this place the Putrid Grove, but it's the rest of Novigrad that's putrefied. This here's the last bastion of normality, sanity, reason.
Uh-oh. He's an atheist.
I'm actually glad someone like you's found his way to our city, because it will be our city one day, Geralt. Mark my words.
Yours, plural.
Yeah, mine. And me friends. But that's a tale for another time. For now, I'll leave you two alone. Because I can see, well, you clearly need it.
So,
I have a lot of things
I'm assuming that either he or his friends are dirtbags. Is this what is going to happen? I will have to decide whether to side with the dirtbags, with the dirtbag with the heart of gold, or the guy, the Eternal Fire people who are literally awful, but offer like stability for the city. That was happening here.
Madam Sorceress, beautiful as ever. Damn.
I will beat your fucking pissant ass.
Bound to be back soon.
Do not be weird to my babe.
I take it you're in Novigrad on important business.
Important doesn't do it justice.
My babe
I'm looking
friend.
for someone.
More precisely?
Young woman who's like a daughter to me.
Her. Here. No, impossible.
She was here. There are witnesses, evidence. Was hoping you'd heard something. You've been here a while. I need you to help me find something, anything, a trace.
I'll do everything I can, of course. Who might know more?
Where are we going? Why am I following her?
Hello, Klug. Managed to get those magic incense ingredients?
Yes,
Oh,
somewhat with difficulties, you might say. I was walking along the canal with a sack full of goodies for you. Looked up and spied a trio of temple guards coming the other way.
Get to the point, Klug. No time today for one of your.
It's in the lockup. We gotta go get it.
I
sack full of magicalities and they were coming straight towards me. I don't easily frighten, but I felt a cold sweat on my arse, I did. I'm afraid I had no choice. I dropped the sack in the water. I had to.
Yeah, let's
When I
look
was
at a little bit.
claimed it contained a dead cat. You shan't believe this, but they believed me.
And they lit it on fire.
I need that package, Klug. I've got a contract.
It must be on the canal bed. Luckily, it was heavy enough to sink.
God, I have to go get it.
I'm sure it'll turn up if you search.
You expect me to pay you, then dive for my goods into that ice-cold filth?
No, she expects me to do it.
I can do that. Where'd you toss the package?
Near the crane. Second bridge in from the harbour.
I didn't expect such devotion.
Wanted to freshen up anyway. Let's go.
Stop. Hear that? They've come for us.
The fool didn't break until I began to prick his heels. Every man's got his sensitive spots. Interrogated a mage once. Pain couldn't touch him. Tore off his fingernails, crushed his bollocks, nothing. Turned out, he was devilishly ticklish. I placed a beat on his belly and set a mark atop it. Damn, he went out.
We were lucky this time, but you'd best leave via the sewers. The trapdoor's in the floor.
Take care of yourself, Klug.
Look, I think you should come with us, buddy. Buddy pal, you should come with us. Where am I going? Whee! No fall damage. Oh god.
What?
Why am I hitting the column? Hit him! Jesus Christ!
There's a draft. Should be an exit. Klug wouldn't have sent us here if there wasn't. Must be a lever on this wall that'll open the secret passage.
Looting all this shit. You made me do this. You're not. Oh, there's a lever.
Free City of Novigrad. The name actually used to mean something.
The very reason so many mages came here after the massacre at Loch Muin. Thought they'd be safe from Radovid's reapers. Instead, they jumped out of the frying pan into the fire. But not. Judging by what Klug said, the parcel should be around here on the bottom. Unless the poor man was mistaken. He's been forgetful ever since Manga interrogated him.
Jesus Christ.
Seems to be suffering from a persecution complex, too.
Current must have carried the sack seaward. I'll swim towards the port. Coming with?
Maybe some other time.
Don't know what you're missing. Water's thick with pungent oils. Guessing it'll do wonders for my complexion.
You're so gross. Yeah, are you gonna keep talking?
Guess we don't have a choice. We have to get that parcel back.
I know I can do that underwater. I thought I could. Ooh, same. Oh, people are dropping stuff down here.
Find the parcel? Or did you get wet for no reason?
Nothing like a refreshing swim in a filthy canal.
Disgusting.
Found a few fish, a rusty anchor, the carcass of a boat. Oh, and this.
Oh, my package. Hope the contents aren't soaked through. Oh, you're a doll.
I don't think that he's a doll. I'm a doll.
Seem to be in your element.
Still remember my elements? How I use them?
Oh.
Come on. 6 months isn't that long. It's not like I'm senile.
But you do have a history of amnesia.
I've recovered my memory completely.
Good. That should stop people from taking advantage of you.
I feel like
Someone's been taking advantage of me.
I have, for one.
yeah, I feel like you've been taking advantage of me.
We need to hurry.
I mean, you look, madam, you can take advantage of me any day, anytime. I am perfectly happy to be taken advantage of by you particularly.
Greetings, sorceress.
Greetings, Brandon.
I didn't expect you to bring company.
You want me to beat your ass?
Is that a problem?
By the eternal fire, no. I'm surprised, that's all. Together, I expect you resolve things twice as fast. You've the look of true experts.
It's a trap.
But I'd prefer you not to tarry and begin.
Triss, you and Brandon here. You've agreed a price?
We settled on a full coin purse.
Brandon & Co. is a serious outfit. We've the largest granary in all Novigrad.
Take advantage.
Don't much like merchants who flatter with cheap praise before the job's done.
That was not cheap praise. I was merely stating a fact.
So am I. I want you to pay in full in advance.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Then trap your own rats.
Well, now I know why she brought you along. Fine. A full purse of Novigrad.
It's definitely a trap.
As proof of my goodwill.
As proof of a trap.
We need to place these crystals around the granary, near anything that looks rat-related.
What do you mean? Where are we going? In here?
I'll cover half the space. You take the other half. Look for evidence of rat activity.
Thing is, I know what evidence of manticore activity looks like, but rodents?
Geralt, we'd both rather be somewhere else. I'd rather be sitting in a...
Or where are the rat traps? Exactly. Is that it? Is that what I'm doing?
Council meeting. They killed my king. Look for crevices and droppings.
Once we place this incense, what then?
I'll cast a spell and the rats will leave.
Can't do that without sprinkling incense? Don't really feel up to looking for rat shit.
Stop whining.
Take care of our business. Relatives, people, quiet.
Looks like a good spot. I don't like that guy.
Brandon? I don't either. He's much too fat.
Can't help but agree.
Really?
But no. Notice how he didn't try to haggle?
Must really want the rats out.
Triss, he's a merchant. He makes his living by haggling.
If I worried about that sort of thing, I'd starve to death in this city.
A master monster slayer in the world's largest city. Looking for rat shit. Jeez.
As one does.
Think I plugged every hole in there.
All right. Get ready for some magic fireworks. Once I activate the incense, we'll have a moment to talk.
Okay.
Well, now we wait for them to scurry away.
Interesting method. Never had much luck with rats.
Yeah, we killed a bunch of rats a while ago.
Complete darkness, trying to show off my witcher's senses. Masterful throw, really. Problem was, no one else saw it. How could they in the dark?
So, what do you think? Rat catcher? It's a long way to fall from being advisor to Temeria's king.
I'm just glad to see you safe and sound. And...
reconciled?
Knew a man once who reacted to everything, especially adversity, by mocking it.
Healthy attitude. Must have lived long.
Came a day he lost both his legs in battle. He shrugged, said it was better that way. He'd never feel pain in them again.
I understand him perfectly.
I know. Thing is, he was lying to himself.
I think he just didn't have much of a choice.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
You could be right, but only he knows the truth.
We're only ever the ones to know the truth about ourselves.
Which we share at times with those we hold dear.
Even if it's hard
I
to
don't know
swallow.
what this is about.
Even then.
Who knows? Maybe one day. So, tell me how Yen's doing?
How do you know I found her?
You didn't answer my question. How's Yen?
I don't know.
Don't know
She's
yet.
upset with me. I don't know why.
Asking about anything specific?
Never mind. I got my answer.
Well, well. Are lovebirds having themselves a little chat instead of working?
The job's done. Geralt, those are...
I know who they are, Triss.
My friends begged me to notify them if I encountered a mage, sorceress, what have you. Didn't have the heart to refuse.
It's a trap, Geralt.
This
We get killed?
start.
We get killed!
If these boys are here to help us kill rats, they're late. You paid up front and got what you paid for. Not half a rodent left in the granary.
I paid in advance because I knew I'd recover my coin.
Yep. I said it!
Sorceress is in Novigrad.
I said it. I knew it.
And I don't like it. So here's what I think. The hunters have come, and now they can go.
They'll do no such thing.
Yes, they will.
All right, we've talked. Do what you gotta. Just remember, I can't help but get in your way.
Heard enough from this poor son.
As have I. Neither is to leave here alive.
Yeah, we're moving on to you next after we're done with. You suck. Oh fuck! Did they get me? They got me. I'm gonna do a little bit of a telekinetic. You're dead.
That bastard hired me on the assumption he wouldn't have to pay me. And trapped like a child. If not for
Anyway.
you, we...
Don't kill me. Good sir, no. They forced me. Had I not told them, they'd have set fire to my home, my warehouse. The mage hunters know no mercy.
Really?
Spare me, good man. Be not like those murderers.
Shut up. I should kill you. Thing is, you'd be no good to anyone but the gulls as a corpse. So you'll live and pay us double. Now.
Now. Pay. Pay up, you little shit. Pay up. Pay up.
Your coin.
Money, 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 money. Money.
Thanks, Geralt.
Yeah, no need.
No need. Glad I could help.
You know, I've been thinking who might know something about Ciri. And I just got an idea. There's an Oneiromancer in town, Corrine Tilly. Very capable, supposedly.
Never trusted in Dreamer's abilities myself.
Corrine's been very effective. You should at least try.
Okay.
She's taken a job close by. Follow the canal, away from the fish market. The house is near the first bridge. Its owner, Dejon Kier, is a rich banker.
Not coming with me?
I've got some things to take care of.
Another rat-infested warehouse?
Not exactly. Nothing even remotely satisfying. Such are the times.
I'll be seeing you later.
Thanks for everything. See you, Triss.
Mm-hmm. See you.
How do I find you if I need you?
I live in the Bits. Head up the hill past the fish market. Stop by.
Be seeing you.
Meta. I will be stopping by. Let's see. Map. Quiz. I'm a dreamer. Okay, so I'm gonna. What time is it? It is 8:30. We've been doing this for 4 hours. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a quick break. I think I'm gonna eat some real food, and then when I get back, we're gonna, keep doing some more stuff. Why is the mouse? Anyway, be right back. Where? There we go. Be right back. Okay. That. We got a little bit of sandwich. We got a little bit of chips. We got a little bit of. Which one is it? That's the one. That's the right one. A little bit of a cheese. A little bit of a cheese. Let's pause you. And let's go back to you. Okay. Anyway. Now. Let it do its thing. Alright, it's done. What was that?
Come closer. Don't be shy. You'll find I've everything you ever need. Welcome. Welcome.
Card. No money.
A game of Gwent. How about it?
Sweet. That's awesome. Okay. I want to try it. Let's do it. Let's hold it. Go first. Some just fell over in my fridge. I don't know. I'm on this. Let's see how it goes. These are two. What is this one? Fighting frost card. I can't use it. What's this one? See what I get? Oh, fuck you! Oh, that's cool. Not really as many cards as I wanted him to put down, so that's okay. shit. I shouldn't have played that. Let's do it. I only got 2 cards left. Yeah. That happened. What did I get? Just money? Oh, I got a card! Oh, let's see the card. Oh, he's not that great. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, I really like this one, I think. Oh, I can do that one? Oh, I have that one! What is that? Discard 2 cards and draw 1 card of your choice. Oh! Hell yeah! Oh, look! Extra card at the beginning. I lose this strength. Oh, I love that. What about you? Nah, he's still a basic bitch. He looks pretty basic too. That's fun. Are we having fun now? Heck. Our magic book. Selling 7 more cards. I think we had 9 last time I checked. Position in Nilfgaard. Okay, so there's like they got a resistance. They got a resistance. And people are ready to resist That's good to know. That's good to know. Now, we're gonna go chill with the lady who has the drink. You know, until daytime. I always do that, and it's like, and then it's like, you have to wait until nighttime to do this quest. But I'm sure that she can drink during the day too. So like, whatever. The cheese is falling apart at the seams. The goat cheese. It's kind of like creamy. Yeah. Let's get a cross section of the cheese. Creamy. There's like a rind, right? There's creamy right here. And then it's crumbly on the middle. In the middle. God, I love cheese. It's so tasty. Oh god. Like, where do I put the chips? Because I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish all the cheese. I guess I could always get a new container for the cheese. Throw the cheese in with the rest of the cheese bucket. It's just like hard to like reach into the bag. Like if I have a bag of, or a little container of chips, I can just like little fingertips are the only, you know, chip dust place. I want you to feel. And we're back to the game. A little arm in the bag. The whole mess. The whole mess. Let's check if there's any alchemy we can do. Oh my god, we can't. Ew. Where did we get those? Oh god. Okay, we need to find. Oh. Right there. I don't know if that's gonna be the right kind of alchemist. Sometimes the alchemists have good stuff. Sometimes there's stuff on stuff. What are we getting here? I wonder if this is the bar that we liberated a while ago. Oh no, this is the guy. Maybe not. I don't know. Hi! Let me see what you got.
You just might have.
I think he almost kicked, either he did kick our ass or he almost kicked our ass once. It was brutal. That's what else I need. Opening everything. The right stuff. Remove dark essence. Not having any of that. Blue stuff. And white gold. Very cordial. I think I have to go to like, oh, northern wind. Sometimes. The white gold. We just need like a crap ton of white gold. Cherry cordial. Alright. Card. Yeah, whatever, we play some money this time.
How about you take a break from hawking? We play cards instead.
Well, yeah. What is this? 3 random cards. Okay, let's do it. G chip. A hell of a combination. Pop you out. Pop you out. Ooh. You know? So I don't know if I made the right choice. Shit, nope. Bad idea. I do not know how to do math.
Awfully kind of you to visit again. What sort of herbs do you need, young man?
Discard.
How about you take a break from hawking? We play cards instead.
Let's go. Postcards, damn. Oh, I didn't use my special. Oh, come on! Mmm. Mmm. Okay, let's go. No idea where I'm going, but.
Just passing by, wanderer? Or do you seek something specific?
Who's asking?
Rudolf de Jonkier. Of those de Jonkiers, yes. My ancestors laid the foundations of this city. I now own its largest bank.
Didn't need a recommendation. Name would have been enough.
Father always said, all ought to know your merits, son. Don't hide them under a bushel.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking for the Dream Lady.
I'm looking for Corrine Tilly.
Oh, you've come to the right place, then. Corrine is inside. Been there for a few days, dreaming the home's history.
Home's history?
Why do you need to know the house's history? You a historian or on a whim?
I bought this property a short while ago. Paid a pretty penny, I might add. Soon after, I witnessed disturbances. Led me to fear the home might be haunted.
Ooh.
What are the symptoms?
Oh, they vary. Giggling in the night.
Ooh.
And furniture moving about in the attic. And last week, well, you shan't believe it, I found human feces in the parlor.
You got somebody living in your attic.
Not interested in what's going on inside? Seeing it for yourself?
I'm a banker. Cursed homes scare me. Do you know how a haunting can affect property value? Point of fact, Corrine requested she not be disturbed.
I see. I'm going in.
I'd like to go inside, look around.
I don't usually let strangers rummage around my home. Twin swords, though. You're a witcher. You may enter, call that my whim. Truth is, we're already dependent on the Black Ones, economically.
Oh. That's exactly the stuff we've been needing. Don't play. Plenty of loot in this house. You definitely got.
Go away! Don't do that. Leave it!
Oh, fuck. Oh, it's one of those little guys! It's a little fella!
Wake up. It's just a dream. Wake up.
The doll. The attic.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd her dress go?
That's blood. Don't spill it. Please. Stop. Go away. Don't do that. Leave it.
Oh, a neck. Weird sound. Oh my god.
Way to the next room's blocked.
I'm not even looking at what I'm taking. I'm just taking everything, you know? Ain't nobody using that. Inventory, bookity books and things. Read. Okay. Some fucked up stuff. You know, as per usual.
Cradle on the second floor. Wonder what would happen if I laid a doll in it.
We're gonna drop. We're okay.
Stop. Go away. Don't do that. Leave it.
Another masterpiece. An oven and a blackened grate. Oh joy. A riddle.
Ooh.
Guess I should find an oven.
A riddle. Guessing that's downstairs. This is an awfully runty little house for such a rich fella. And here we are.
Did I scare you? Scared you, didn't I? I could tell you were scared. Big brave man scared of wee little Sarah. Ain't that funny?
I wouldn't do that anymore if I were you, Sarah. You might scare someone so bad they'll hurt you.
Why would someone hurt me? Having a spot of fun's not allowed anymore.
What are you playing?
That lady fell asleep, and I've sent her some horrible dreams. I'll not her wake neither. I can do that, you know. Funny, isn't it?
Very funny. Thing is, I gotta talk to the dreamer, so I'd like you to let her wake up.
Little Sarah doesn't want her to wake. Little Sarah wants to play.
I know you are.
You're lucky. I know you're a harmless godling, but others might not know, and then...
And how'd you know I'm a godling, eh? How's that, eh? Eh?
You're cute as
If
fuck.
it looks like one and acts like one, trust me, You're a godling. You give the dreamer nightmares and won't let her wake up. Why are you tormenting her?
I'm not tormenting anyone. Scary dreams are great. What I love is when this big hen chases me. Hen's got these red...
Why do you live in a haunted house?
Tell you a secret. The house ain't haunted. Not one bit. I just pretend it is. Make everyone think that. It was sitting there all empty, so I moved in. Bigwig from the bank then came and bought it. I don't like bankers, especially not to live with, so I decided to give him a scare.
Gave the banker a really big scare. See, he paid a lot for this house and won't give it up easily, which is why you need to find another home.
I don't want to. I don't. I won't.
Let's make a deal.
Sarah, Novigrad's no place for a godling. But if you want to live here, that's your business. So let's make a deal.
A deal? What kind?
Leave the dreamer alone. In exchange, I'll tell the banker the house is haunted. For good, no way to lift the curse.
You tell him that? What if he doesn't believe you?
I'm a witcher. He'll believe me.
I'm in the house.
Yes! Yes! Do that and I promise not to bother your friend. Not even a little. You're awfully nice, you know.
I don't hear that often. Thanks.
Now go wake that sleepyhead. I won't stop her. She'll get up. Good day. But your yellow eyes are a bit frightening. Look, mine are pretty.
You do have nice eyes. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Hi.
Who are you?
Triss Marigold sent me to see you.
Gods. Horrible nightmares. I was supposed to dream the history of this house. Instead, I saw furniture. Hungry furniture that wished to devour me. I know it must sound foolish, but in the dream, well, it was all too real. And not at all amusing.
The work of a godling. She made people believe the house was haunted. Also injected your dreams with her little jokes.
And you managed to wake me. I feel fortunate.
We witchers have our ways.
I thank you very much. The dreams, they were awful.
We have our ways.
There is actually. I'm looking for a young woman who was seen in Novigrad.
I can certainly try to help. But I'll need to clear my head first. After those deranged dreams, I feel it's full of cobwebs. Find me at the Golden Sturgeon. I rent a room there.
All right. See you there.
Cute little house. I would live here. I would even let the weirdo stay and keep haunting me.
I saw Miss Corinne leave, but she refused to speak to me. Is the matter resolved? Or quite the opposite?
Can't lift it.
A bit of
You're
both.
fucked.
A demon had captured Corinne. I managed to free her, but the house is still haunted.
Did Corinne dream of the building's past?
Yeah. Pretty horrid, apparently, though she refused to talk about it. Nobody should inhabit the place.
So many crowns I paid. Oh, well. It shan't put me in the poorhouse.
Anyway. Yeah. He is here. So I guess we're going there.
Double chase.
I love how there's little cute quests like that. What the fuck? Where's all the rats? Is this a glitch? What is this? Okay, well, I think it's fine now.
Burghers and burgesses of the free city of Novigrad.
What'll it be?
Cards! 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 Do 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 do.
Not hungry, not thirsty. I shouldn't mind around the rent.
Nothing new. Let's go. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, that sucks. Let's do a fog. I got one of those. Can I take this one out? I cannot. Fuck. Fuck it, let's do it. I think that means that yeah, I win. I won the round. I shouldn't have played that. Oh, fuck. Oh god. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck. I made a mistake. I should have put it last round. Oh, wait, I'm gonna win. Ha! Ha! Winning by default. Move! New card! When?
Look for your kind beyond the walls.
What we got? 24. He's a 6. You're a 1. You're a 4. There you go. we don't have any weather cards?
What'll it be?
Cards. Done.
Not hungry, not thirsty, but I sure wouldn't mind a round of Gwent.
Hold on. Something. Ooh, nice. Um. Oh, come on! Wait, what? Ah, his range. Ah. Okay, we're gonna. I feel like that's a little bit simple. Well, it didn't do anything. Oh no, wait, it did do something. Fine. Oh no, wait, I have a 12. Shit. No, how many of these I have? We still have 5 cards. What's the problem? Fuck. I'm so close. Well, it was the first time. Okay.
What'll it be?
What you got for sale?
What are you serving?
Oh, cards! Oh God, we don't have we don't have a lot of money. Bye.
Farewell.
I don't know. Oh, they came out. Problem is, there's a lot of little cards that have. There's a lot of little cards, like the zeros, but then they have a lot of utility. So it's like small cards with lots of utility. And then your special cards are gonna make your deck, I think. And then this is like a little bit more strategy, I feel. And then this is definitely like a brute force deck. And then there, I don't know what this is. This is just like demolish everything. There's nothing standing. But oh look, they're fighting. I wonder if that's one of the fights that I can do.
Hey, Whitey, why'd your hair roll
Why is your hair so grey, darling?
Well, you're easy enough on the eye.
Why do they run into me and scream? Ew.
The seas are tossing, tossing.
No glass tasters.
A dream in here.
Never witnessed a seance like this before, let alone participated.
I will guide you. We must first achieve a kind of mental accord. I must ask some questions. You must answer them. It's important you're truthful. Answer from your heart.
Ooh. What's it about?
Your gift. Tell me how it works.
It's hard to describe. To start with, I must gain an understanding of the bond between the person and the object I'm to dream about. I ask questions, try to flesh out feelings, emotions. Truth is essential in this. And though most who come to me acknowledge that, many refuse to speak openly of certain matters. Apart from which, they remain unaware of others.
Got the same hair as Kira.
What do you see in your dreams?
I don't. It's my client who sees. My gift lies in summoning the right dreams. At times, nightmares or strong desires impose themselves on true events.
It takes skill to separate seed from chaff.
I bet you are very skilled. Respectfully. Respectfully. Let's do this.
Let's begin.
To start with, tell me a memory you have of this woman.
What for?
Do as I ask, please. I need the strongest, most
Well, God, I'm gonna have to do a fight thing.
Ciri. The woman's name is Ciri.
Oh, look, she has Gwent card. Oh, am I gonna get to see one of these? When we first met.
I accepted a job once. Did it. Asked to choose my reward, I invoked the law of surprise. Never thought I'd actually meet the child promised to me at that time. Years later, I was in the Broccolon forest. Happened on a girl there. Didn't know who she was. The Dryads wanted to keep her, turn her into one of their own. But the Waters of Oblivion, they failed in her case.
Okay.
Ciri came out of Broccolon with me. I sent her back to her grandmother then. But already, I felt bound to her.
By destiny.
By something more.
Thank you. Would you be willing to share another memory?
Oh, yes, yes!
Yes.
No need to rush. We have time.
The one that we did,
Ciri
the
was
training montage.
During the Second War with Nilfgaard. Had no idea what to do with a young girl. So I did what I would have done with a boy and took her to Kaer Morhen. Figured some physical training, sword work, development of her stamina couldn't hurt. I remember her standing on a crumbling wall. A stone came loose. She lost her footing. Caught her at the last possible instant. Strongest memory, though, is of her coming out of her room one day, wearing a dress and claiming she was indisposed.
Indisposed?
Knew then that Ciri was maturing. It was unavoidable. I was lost in the face of that.
I see. Do you wish to tell me anything more?
I want to hear more.
Yes, I think so.
In that case, I'm listening.
Did her life one?
It was after her time training at Kaer Morhen. After the moment when Yennefer first called Ciri her daughter. We'd been separated. I knew she was in danger. I dreamt of her multiple times. I found her at Stygga Castle. She'd gone there to free Yen and gotten herself captured in the process. They wanted to hurt her. I remember fighting side by side with Ciri on stairs slippery from blood.
Ew.
It was the first time she ever deflected a crossbow bolt with her sword. Told her never to try it again.
These memories, they're intense. Do you wish to continue?
I want to hear it all. I want to hear it all.
It was in Rivia. The Second War with Nilfgaard had just ended. There was still tension in the air. For gods know what reason, race riots erupted in the town. I tried to do something, but couldn't stop a riled crowd. A boy with a pitchfork. He ran it right through my gut.
Ew.
Yennefer lay dying as well. Ciri had us carried onto a boat. We sailed to a place where apple trees bloom eternal. She left us there. It was the last time I saw her.
No.
You claim the woman has abilities. Tell me about them.
She had trouble?
I remember Ciri having trouble controlling her abilities. Yennefer tried to teach her to cast simple spells, and Ciri destroyed a shed near the temple where they were. Really upset her, but it was just an old shed. I know it took her a while to gain control, and frankly, I doubt she controls her abilities fully to this day.
I'm gonna blow up a shed.
I see. Do you wish to say more?
Well, I can. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something else. She's a child of the Elder Blood.
A descendant of bloody Falker. The rebel burned at the stake. The prophecies claim the world's destroyer will be born of the Firebrand's cursed blood.
Pure legend.
Know when a legend transforms into prophecy? When it gains believers. I think you're right to be reticent in talking about the woman.
We are talking about her so much right now.
Do you wish to say more?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something else.
Space and time.
I call Ciri the Lady of Space and Time. Once I asked Yennefer why. She travels between worlds. Turns out I don't know how to talk about it. Didn't really understand much of what Yen told me. I just know there's more to it than traveling to different places, and that Ciri carries immense power in her blood.
Okay.
I see. Do you wish to say more?
No.
I think that's all that there is.
Naturally. I knew you cared about her. But your tone, the emotions you so carefully conceal.
Let's continue, please.
Make yourself comfortable and try to relax.
You're gonna kill me and steal all my money.
Talk of Ciri. Tell me where you think she might be. Who could be at her side?
If Ciri couldn't find me, I'm sure she would have looked for another friend.
Who do you mean?
I mean, it couldn't have been them because they don't know where she is. How about the fella?
Maybe Dandelion. They liked each other a lot.
Oh, look at it. Got a little thingy on his face. Gonna try to smash the bird and it's gonna be the lady. He's so purple. Doing a little bit of a domestic terrorism. Oh my god. You have another dream?
Dreamt of a swallow at first. After that, just nightmares.
At times the dreams can multiply. Show the past as well as the future.
The swallow. It symbolizes Ciri. She contacted Dandelion. I didn't know he was in town.
The poet. Heard about him. Someone left him the rosemary and thyme in their will.
The rosemary and thyme? Where's that?
As you enter the city through the red light district, you come upon a bridge.
Dandelion inherited a brothel.
Hold on. Okay, there we go. I need that. Oh, I went walking the other day without McCain, and now my back hurts like hell, and my leg hurts, and my knee hurts, and shin hurts, and everything. Everything hurts.
Find your Ciri.
Anyway. No fall damage! Broken flowers. Map. Ooh! Oh! Oh, hey! Hey, yeah, you don't forget to eat and drink. We're promoting hydration today. I left before I could finish reading, but anyway, thank you. I am, I'm drinking my tea. I finished my tea. I think I need a refill on my tea. But yeah, I've had, a lot of beverages today, frankly. A lot of beverages. No fun beverages, but just the general beverage. What's that? Okay. So that's a new quest. That's an old quest. Do we have any more contracts? No. Do we have any more treasure hunts? We should probably do that one. Let's go to the Proletariat time. Because I want to see this. I want to see this. Why is there a red thing out there? Oh god, something out there is waiting for me to come beat my ass. Aren't they? What? Why is he trying to fight me? Can I just run away? I feel like I should be able to run away. Oh fuck! There's so many of them! No! Go! Go around! No! Oh my god. Useless man! Run away! Why were they coming after me? Because I punched a rat? Why? Why do you want to fight me? Fuck me. Oh fuck.
It's a material world.
Okay. Oh no, there's a rat puncher! Guard! Like what? Why? Why? No idea where I'm going. I wonder if I could like put out their fire. Nope. Oh, it's starting to get warm. It's nice. Oh.
It's a waste of words.
Wait, this is in the back of the building where we were. What?
I'll never come back, yes. Next time I'll rip your fucking legs off and shove them up your arse till you've toes for teeth.
We've been in this building a bunch of times.
Gear up in the nick of time, as always.
Zoltan, with your boot to someone's ass, as always. Who were those men?
Local colour. I wasn't going more than a moment. Long enough for them to turn our home into theirs.
Oh.
All right, time for some spring cleaning. I've got to boot them all out. Care to join me?
Oh, we gotta kick them out. Oh, I'm taking ass. We're kicking ass, and we're taking names. I can't do any like. I cannot do that now. Oh God.
That's enough of that.
Reminds me of days of war.
Yeah, almost like we never left Bergen.
Told you to know.
Please. That went well. Now we can greet each other like the gods ordained. Ages past.
Hey, Zoltan. You look good.
Training plenty lately. What with the war on, no Mahakaman meat to be found, but Redanian lagers standing in just fine. You, though, you've withered a bit. Something worrying you?
I'm looking for...
It's about Ciri. I know she came to Novigrad. Might still be here.
Looking for the kiddo!
She's come back? I'll be damned. I wonder if I'd recognize her. How many years is it now? 6, 7? What'd she be doing here?
Hiding, probably. She might be in danger.
See her in your dreams?
Couple times. Her and the Wild Hunt.
Oh, not good.
Not at all, but I know she came here and contacted Dandelion.
We've a wee problem then.
He's missing. Where is he?
Where's Dandelion?
I'd like to know that myself. Maybe he could explain what the hell's going on. I just barely returned, as you saw. Expecting to come home to a hot leg of boar and some cold ale. And what do you find instead? A shite storm.
Oh, look, there's a portrait of him on the wall behind us!
The tavern chock full of bums. Haven't a clue what happened.
Well...
Let's look around. Might find something that'll put us on his trail.
See what happened.
An idea. I say we start on the ground floor. It's where he sat and wrote.
What happened is his dumbass... Oh, fuck.
10 barrels of Toussaint Dry, 5 cases of sodden triple meat.
That's gotta be him.
Nothing here.
No. That's exactly what we're looking for.
What?
It's his planner.
Serious about his business.
Dandelion's taking the tavern business seriously.
If you only knew. Gives it everything. Not seen him this obsessed ever. Seems when he inherited this fine establishment, it came with some fine responsibilities. Bookkeeping among them. Also made a habit of noting down the times of his meetings, official and private. So, who'd he been seeing of late? Here it is. Seems he's only been meeting women of late. The dog.
He met her. That could help.
Not a bad idea. Dandelion's pretty loose-lipped. Might have blabbed something to a lady friend that'll put us on his trail.
That's what I'm counting on. We should divide these somehow. Perhaps...
Divide them?
Fuck it. I'll ask the lassies in my half, you interrogate the ones in yours. Such a...
Yep.
Zoltan, wait. This is in verse.
And you figure that's unnatural because...
Wonderful. Meet me back here when you're done. Share our findings.
Right you are. Need to do a wee bit of tidying before I go. Cannot stomach the idea of coming back to this mess. And you'd be wise to read your book before you scurry off. If you need anything, I'll be next door.
Okay. What I want to do. Inventory. We got some books to read. Rosa, like a rose, the bast of its crimson hue. For Rosa would sink into humorous blue. She shunned her lessons in civility to swing her dwarf with agility. What? A charming garden-enclosed villa in Gildorf, Molly. Though, Gildorf, isn't that up in that place? Well, she knows the touch of silk and lace. She shuns not straw when I ripped. Unless a brave Gildorf villa next to the morgue. This girl, though timid and looks no adventure to skip her, my heart melts when she asks, ever had a big dipper? Far corners laundry near the mouth of the Pontar. Marabella, though her cries were divine when behind closed doors, standing on stage, her squawks are drowned by snores. The bits near Popper Square, LL. A figure most rare, her nature dual, look deep in her eyes or be made a fool. tailor shop across from the tannery. Letter from Fran. When will you return to Sitters? I will be soon, for I miss you terribly. Waiting to see you again literally pains me. If you are to come, send me a message beforehand. I'll ask my mistress for a day off. This man is, oh my goodness, every goddamn lady in town. Holy shit, dude.
Still here? Looking for something?
Just checking to see that everything's in place. Buggers might have hauled something off for pawning.
Actually, glad you're still here. Wanted to ask you about someone.
Molly.
Though well she knows the touch of silken lace, she shuns not straw when gripped in lust's embrace.
Molly. Keeps things tidy for the Baroness Lavalette.
A baroness within reach and he settled for a chambermaid?
Dandelion's not one to judge folk by their station. You know that. Like he says, in the alcove, we're all equals.
Oh my god.
Guess a true poet observes life in all its aspects.
Oh my god.
Examines it from all perspectives.
Maribel?
If I didn't know him better, I'd say he was jealous about this Maribella.
Oh, I doubt it. Former pupil. And well, the tales he told me about her.
Doubt I want to hear them.
Recombobulate time.
Things between them took a turn for the strange at some point.
The strange?
Meaning?
She had him wearing mummers' costumes. Took to calling him Christian, referring to herself as Anastasia.
Huh, truly perverse.
She didn't ken half of it. Called him a stallion once. That's the fool took it as a compliment, till she pulled a bitten reins into her cupboard. Poor bastard fled out the window. That's her.
Hollered something about him being a scoundrel with a voice like a consumptive pheasant.
That's her.
Threw flower pots at him.
Guess soul flames never die.
Like a rose abashed of its crimson hue, fair Rosa would sink into humor's blue. She shunned her lessons in civility, to swing her dwarf with agility. Dwarf. Never suspected he'd be so humble.
Dwarfs what Rosa var Atre named her Guihir. Well chosen, eh?
A what?
All right. But Varatra? Her dad happened to be the Nilfgaardian ambassador?
Yes. You know him?
Wouldn't say that. Had a brief conversation with him at the palace in Vizima.
Well, then you've a good notion of the kind of bloke he is. Commissioned Dandelion to tutor Rosa and her sister in the art of rhetoric, but we Rosa preferred swordplay.
How dare she reject the great bard in favor of a common swordmaster?
More than one, it seems. Week on week, we get fresh gossip about her thrashing another instructor. So bad he resigns. Word has it her dad's now looking to hire her next victim. I mean, instructor.
Is that so?
A figure most rare, her nature dual.
Howdy, man.
Look deep in her eyes or be made a fool. Well, well, seems fascinated with this one.
Not without reason. Never been much for elven women myself, but this one's exceptional. Dare say Francesca Finderbeard be jealous.
I don't know who that is.
You want to take this one then?
Nah, you can have her.
Why?
See, elven beauty's like a young Beauclair wine, whereas I prefer vodka straight up.
Okay.
Well, I know about all I wanted to know. Thanks for your help.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see. Quest. Oh my god. So many of them. World map. Oh look, there's a thingy there. Molly. Arabella. They're all in town? Okay, I guess yeah, they're all in town. Cool. What level is this? 17. We're almost to 17. Keeping it on me. We're like that close, you know. Oh god, it's 10. I did not realize it was getting so late. What? Oh. I wonder where we can find cave trolls. Anyway.
Lice it, you mangy dwarf. Let it go, Jarrett. Come on, we need another one.
Willows. Listen to me, idiot. Who goes road for the
Look at me. I look like a... Help a poor bloke out.
I will get you every last copper, with interest. Give me a week, please.
Horson's no banker. He's an honest man. You pay on time, you get protection. You don't pay.
Help!
What you hollering for, stupid wench? What are you hoping for? A knight in shining armour?
Close enough.
Keep out of this, greyhead, not your concern.
Shit. Yeah, she got new protection.
Spula's got someone else's protection now.
Really? Who's that be?
My I want to start a gang war. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. I don't know. This is a hard one. Because I feel like this is gonna cause problems for me, but I feel like this is gonna cause problems for her. Yeah, me.
Mine
I
offered her a better rate.
Oh.
All right. So, let's see if you're a good
Oh yeah, I get to kill these guys now.
or just cheap shit.
Oh, that's fun.
That's enough.
Oh fuck. I mean, if that was my only problem, then, you know.
Covered in blood, all of it. So much work for naught.
No need to thank me. It was nothing.
Sorry. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful, but everything I had, I just lost.
Need to ask you about that
I don't know
dude.
if you remember. We've met.
I don't... Wait, I know you. You're that witcher I near clobbered with a vase when... Well...
Oh, your shoulders are gone missing.
Balcony. Actually, he's the reason I'm here. Know where he is?
Probably out whoring. That horse pheasant. That lying scoundrel.
Ouch. What did he do to get your goat?
Same thing as
He's
ever.
a little bit of a
Prize
womanizer,
bullshit.
ain't he
Came
now?
back, saying it was till death do we part this time. And no more than a week passed before I spotted him in Harbourside, strolling with some trollop on his arm. 'Twas the last straw. All those questions about the washerwomen at the bathhouse, then this. I beat him black and blue and threw him out on his ear.
Yes, the other washerwoman.
Dandelion ask you about other washerwomen? Not terribly subtle even for him.
Maybe he likes some sudsy.
Maybe. But what did he ask about, exactly?
Oh, this and that, really. What's it like at the bathhouse? Have I got any friends there? What are their working hours? I don't know. Maybe he's looking to hire one for his tavern. Maybe I got all in a huff for no reason.
I don't know.
This woman he was with in the harbor. Who was she?
Claimed she was his niece from Kovir. Ha! Horvir, more likely.
Oh, that's our girl!
So tight her eyes were popping out her head. His too, come
Maybe
to
not.
think of it. An artist or a whore. Doesn't much matter as they're one in the same.
Bye!
Thanks for your help. Listen, when I find Dandelion, anything I should tell him?
No. I mean, tell him he's a two-faced snake, but it would be nice if he dropped by.
You beat his ass, girl! Why would you want to drop by? I mean, I love her. I love her. She's precious. She's darling. But still, girl, you beat his ass. Why would you want him to drop by? And why would he want to drop by? Like, come on. Come on, come on, come on. There's no blood in there. There ain't no blood in there. You're fine. You're fine. You wanted about me. Now.
Oh!
Welcome, Duke.
I'm a friend
Hi.
of Dandelion's, looking for Ellie Hal.
You've come to the right spot. How might I be of service? Need something shortened? Patch your trousers, darn your socks.
You Ellie Hal?
Yes.
Bisexual Andy!
Sorry, I thought Ellie Hal was one of Dandelion's girlfriends.
Oh, so it's that. Wait here.
Oh, come on.
Any better?
Bisexual Andy! Okay, I love it.
Ellie,
Shut up, don't be rude.
Did you and Dandelion?
He's lovely.
I mean, how did you two meet?
I met him one night in a tavern. He was blind drunk.
And then? Respectfully.
What happened?
What do you think? We spoke.
That's it.
I'm not sure what you're getting at, but I should make one thing clear. Men don't interest me.
Oh, not by that
Told him
respectfully.
that as well. Luckily, Dandelion's an open-minded fellow. We had a lovely evening.
Aww.
He became a loyal customer afterwards.
Let's see. When did you last see him?
Dandelion visit your shop often?
I tried many times to talk him into a decent doublet. Sadly, he'd only come in to get a button rear fixed or a hole patched.
Rude.
When did you last see him?
I'll bet
Some
him.
time ago. He brought in one of Zoltan's jerkins, insisted I sew on an extra pocket.
Ooh.
Odd as requests go, I had the distinct feeling he'd actually come to talk.
Oh. What did you talk about?
What did you and Dandelion talk about? He asked about anything in particular?
Let me think. Had an ordinary chat, really. Although, indeed, he did keep asking about Kalkstein. If Dandelion and I hadn't laid our cards on the table at the start, I might have suspected he had a history with the alchemist. He spoke like a lovesick beau. In fact, he desperately wished to meet with him.
Kalkstein's in Novigrad? Wouldn't mind seeing him myself.
You're too late, I fear. The witch hunters nabbed him recently, burned him at the stake in Hierarch.
Oh, was that the guy who was hollering?
As he perished, ooh, the goings-on, impressive. Fiery beasts circled his pyre, then rose into the sky.
Maybe that was before we got there.
Exploded to form
Maybe that was somebody else they burned.
Really? What did they spell?
Radovid sucks flaccid cock.
Respectfully.
I know this is none of my business, but why do
I dress up? As a child, I dreamt of becoming a Doppler when I grew up. I became a tailor instead. Discovered clothing. costumes can express all the complexities of one's personality. I'm a Redanian countess one day, a dockside thug the next. That is true freedom.
I love it.
Have you never thought to become someone else? Even for a moment? Must be horrible
Was that a mask?
being a witcher all the time.
Is that a wolf mask?
I managed to stay interested.
Thank you.
Thanks for your help, and nice to meet you.
I can help with much more. If you need new trousers or a vest, you know where to find me.
I do. I know where. I love you. You're wonderful. Can we talk?
Greetings. Come to look over
Yes,
the spring
yes,
collection.
the spring collection! The spring collection. What you got? Oh, we can play cards!
Take a glance at what you got.
I love you!
Of course, please do. If anything chafes or pinches, I can alter it on the spot at no charge. Once I'm done, it'll feel like you're wearing nothing at all.
Oh, fancy. Oh, a wolf. A man. Oh my god. Want it? We already have these. We got those. Oh, they're puffy. I want the puffy pants. Oh god, is that a lot? I spent a lot of money on that. Oh god. Oh my god. Okay, it's fine. Little fancy flippy. Okay. Let's play cards. No money.
Wouldn't mind a few rounds of cards.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. We don't got any more. School. Yeah, you're the only one. We haven't played with Yellow in a while. Do it. Oh, I got a hiccup. I'll take it. Oh god. Yeah. What do I want to do? The likelihood that he has a scorch. Yeah, that's good. We'll do up there. The thing is, I don't want to risk him having a scorch. We have to. No, God! I knew it! Oh my God, I knew it, you motherfucker! Oh God, I just fucking knew it! That sucks! It sucks. Let's play again. You fucking bastard. Oh, fuck you. Okay, well, he don't have the Scorch no more. So. Ah! Eat shit! Fucking asshole! Oh, why can't I pass? There we go. I don't think I can. I don't think I can use the liquid card on this card. Nope. He used his Scorch. He used his Scorch, so he can't get us. I think I made a mistake. I did not think this through. Okay, we got this. What is this one doing? No. Oh no. Oh wait, look. Oh my god, we won! No shit! Okay, that was awesome. Okay. Ruby. Oh shit, I got a card! Deck. Nobody. Ooh. I don't know. Probably said something with an M. Maybe it was one of these? I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, sorry. Did not mean to do that. Oh god, what is going on here? Menu. Yeah. You can go there first.
What's your hair lately?
I swam in the moat! He's like, damn, you stink, brah! Bye.
The best stock in all. No need.
Ain't nobody
Very
pushing.
good.
What you got?
Let me have a look.
Oh, hey, look, I can wear that now! Nice! I'm gonna pretend that I didn't do nothing. These are good. What's the card? That's because we can't.
Of Gwent.
I feel like here's what I'm thinking. We need more of these cards. We definitely need more of these cards. In the meantime, let's try some of these spells. No. Oh, hey, look. I didn't get a new one. I mean, we got a buddy. Give it another go. Oh. I will take it. is check cards, right? Yeah, look at 3 cards. Shit. I don't like it. So I can bring him back. You back. They're not the largest card on this thing. In that case. Oh, front row! Front row! Shit. I mean, I knew I wanted him to do front row, but I didn't know what I was gonna do once he put it there. Let's see what's there. Oh, God, I should have waited. Fine. Oh, fuck you. Nice! Money! Look hard! Okay. Anyway.
Scandalous!
Scandalous! I mean, are you okay? Like, are you fine? You don't seem fine. You do not seem okay, buddy. Move out of the way! Haunted house and cheating merchant. So he himself is finding she's from the residence, knowing the house, important. No one shall forge. Okay. I don't care. Menu. Inventory. Okay. Yeah, I read it. Yeah. Is it the haunted house again? Oh my god! Like, god damn you, the house isn't haunted. What am I gonna have to do about this? I don't want to kick the kid out.
Well, you wanted braids.
But I didn't want my hair pulled.
Can't have one without the other.
Then I don't want them.
Are they down there?
Witcher. Kareem, look who's come.
Live here together now? Didn't know.
Once you told me Sarah had been responsible for my nightmares, I decided to see if the devil's as scary as they paint him. Or her. I came in to find not a fiend, but our little Sarah. And I can't say why, but we took a liking to one another.
Aww, that's sweet.
To isolate themselves from a world of beasts, humans began building cities. But since beasts prowl within stone walls as well as they do outside them, this did not allay human fears. The truth is, walls guarantee no one's safety. The place where you lock yourself in and lock all else out, that's not your home. Your home is sometimes a place you travel long and far to find.
That he was very quiet. But that was very cute. Your options, audio. We can turn everything back up.
Yes.
Nice. That's awfully cute. I'm so happy they like it, or they're living there together. Anyway. Yeah. Nobleman. I think that one. I don't know, but 10:30. God, I have so much fun playing this game. I just like don't want to play it. God, it's 6 hours. That's crazy. Why are they screaming?
Greetings.
Oh, he just shoves into her. Oh.
What is it, Grey Boy? Looking for adventure?
Watch it, Greyhead. Looking for a rise. Watch it, Greyhead. Looking for a rise.
I will beat your ass. Don't even get me started, brah.
Why'd you give your food to that beggar?
Change little food.
So the temple guard interrogated
Dude.
Just this morning, my Greta came back from the market with news. Some mysterious murders happened in some house.
Your Greta's got the imagination of a drunk troubadour. She never lies about serious matters. Some storekeeper
Howdy doody.
This Baronet's La Vallette's villa.
Shouldn't interest you. The Baroness don't mingle with just anyone.
Don't worry. I'm here to see your chambermaid, Molly.
Out of the way. Baroness is riding out. Be gone.
Geralt of Rivia at my doorstep? Surely this is no chance encounter?
Greetings, Baroness. Greetings, General. You're right. I'm here for a reason.
There's no mistaking you. But for etiquette's sake, Mary Louisa Lavalette, an Imperial General and a Witcher meet, and know each other. Surprising.
I know him? We met before.
We've met before.
And how? Imagine this, Louisa. The Emperor desired a chat with the Witcher. I, too, was fortunate enough to meet him then.
So Geralt of Rivia now works for Emperor Emir. Interesting. Has Var Emry sent you to rid Novigrad of monsters?
Looking for a girl named Molly. Heard she works here.
My maidservant. I'm afraid she's currently at the home of my dear friend Patricia Vegelbud.
Perhaps Geralt could accompany us. He could speak with Molly at the races.
Is that something you'd consider, Witcher? Care to partake of some sophisticated
I will go with you.
Well, if Molly will be there.
On our way, then.
Oh my god. This is exciting. We actually have to like ride there, or are we gonna just like pop over? I bet this is that fancy house that I found out in the middle of nowhere. It is? Oh my god.
We've arrived.
My father owned a similar estate in Bruges. As a young girl, I'd travel there often to ride.
Shall we look at the horses? Do you like horses, Geralt?
I guess so. Called every horse I've had Roach.
The grey mare is Cantarella, sired by Kahir, the champion from Vol.
Oh,
Grey's a nice color. For horses, too.
Joins on the black stallion, Nemrod, purest Nilfgaardian stock.
Surprised he didn't salute you, General.
What about the others?
Know anything about the chestnut or the bay?
The chestnut is Thunderbolt, a pure-blood Britannian, gallant steed, but too headstrong for my taste, difficult to control. And the bay hails from Zerrikania. Lord de Volte acquired him recently. I know little about him, though Zerrikanians are reputed to have incredible stamina.
What about Molly?
Is Molly a horse?
Pardon?
I did come here to see Molly, after all.
Patience, Richard. She ought to arrive soon. I asked Molly to join us as soon as she was done with her chores. She shouldn't be long now.
All depends what you asked her to do, milady. But I don't really have a choice. I'll wait.
You know a lot about horses.
Seem to know your horses.
No is not the word. Morvran's a true expert.
I find them to be far more honest than men. Must say, I'm curious how you manage in the saddle, Witcher.
Mostly just try to stay in it.
What would you say to a little race?
Oh god.
Not what I came here for.
Don't make me beg, Witcher. Tell you what, win and I shall give you my finest saddle. Made in Nilfgaard proper of beautifully tanned leather.
Yeah, well,
Wouldn't mind seeing if your knowledge of horses translates into riding skills.
Well said. So, which steed do you choose, Witcher?
I don't know. The last one.
Heard tales of Zerrikanian horses. I'll ride the bay.
I'll not ride with you, but I shall bet on a steed. Nemrod will win, no matter the rider.
Cantarella for me, then. I see no point in delaying this. Let's begin.
I knew that there was going to be something going on here. Oh, I knew it. Okay. No, never ready.
Move it. Go, go.
Can y'all move out of the way? This is pretty. Okay, it's easier to see in this one. We're racing during the day.
I adore the speed, the rush of air. Come on, Witcher. Let's see what you're made of.
Oh god, I hate this guy.
Don't spare the horse.
I hate him!
I adore the speed, the rush of air.
Sure you do, buddy. I'm sure you do. Oof!
What a thrill! A beautiful victory!
You wouldn't even see me half the time, girl!
Every horse is a roach. You carry yourself exquisitely in the saddle. My congratulations. That is yours.
Nice! Whoa!
Now, can I talk to your chambermaid, milady?
Yes, Molly. That is why you came here after all. The portly young woman. That's her.
Speak to her.
Portly?
And you must find us when you're ready to return to Novigrad.
You kidding?
I'm delighted to join you.
What you calling portly, brah?
Another drifter in from Temeria.
Howdy.
I'm Molly, my lord. Wish to see me?
Call me Geralt.
You got that
Geralt.
freckles.
That Geralt! The one Dandelion's rescued time and time again.
Yes, something like that. If not for him.
Wouldn't be here if not for Dandelion.
Told me all about your adventures. How he'd ready you for battle with his songs. How he tamed the Karen by playing his lute.
I meant that literally. Dandelion's why I'm here.
Doesn't
Came to ask you about him.
mean-
Know where he might be?
No. Sadly, I haven't got a clue.
Oh, look at her
We've not
necklace.
seen each other in ages. The Baroness don't approve of our acquaintance. Says Dandelion's a good-for-nothing layabout.
I mean, he does, you know, own a establishment of ill repute.
Or maybe his sister could help you. Such a nice girl.
Hearing. He doesn't have a sister.
You do realize Dandelion doesn't have a sister.
Oh no, that was.
Sure he does. Saw him myself. Funny, she don't look like him at all. Blonde, for starters.
That's hot!
Different fathers.
Mm-hmm. Different mothers, too.
Maybe. But you could see he cares for her. Looks after her. The way he carried her packages and...
Know where I can find her, Dandelion's sister?
I know. Whenever I ask Dandelion when we visit her, he'd grow all quiet and then change the subject.
Okay, maybe he is cheating on her. Remember your last conversation with
Any
him?
chance you remember your last conversation with Dandelion?
Of course. He came to borrow some coin for a barge.
A barge to where?
What? Why do you need a barge?
To take me on a romantic cruise of the canals by the light of the moon. Said there'd be strawberries and that wine with the bubbles, and he'd sing me arias. But I've not seen him since.
Well, shit. Don't worry, we're gonna get you that cruise, Molly.
Wait, before you go, I've got a request. Dandelion told me once he'd show me his etchings, but he never did. I'd so like to see him.
Won't be too hard to convince him. He loves showing off those etchings to anyone he can.
Oh, that's wonderful! Thanks, and good luck to you on your search.
Etchings of what? Exactly? Oh, I can return with her. I think I'm gonna return with her. I think I'm gonna do some returning. How do I get up there? Wearing a hat? No, there she is.
Ah, Geralt, there you are. Shall we return together?
Yep, let's go.
Gladly. It's a long way to Novigrad. Road ought to seem shorter with some company.
I'd say the same. Well then, let's go.
Doing elbow rubbing. You know, I was just greasing the elbows or some shit. Something sussy.
And here we are. Thank you for your company.
Likewise. See ya.
Ah, Geralt. What can I do for you?
How are things going, then?
Big changes afoot in the Empire.
You've no notion? The Emperor summoned you. He only ever summons with reason. It's clear he seeks his daughter.
You know a lot.
I must. I am my father's son.
What's your father got to do with this?
He is close to the Emperor and knows the opposition, knows they press for abdication. Ceding the throne to Cyrilla, it's the best the Emperor can do. But as is known, an Empress needs an Emperor at her side.
Oh!
Ensure the
I see. I see what you're saying here. Yeah, I hear you, you gross little weirdo. Fucking gross little nasty. You little nasty. You little powdered face nasty. Trying to... Oh, cats! Look at all of the cats! Little powdered face nasty trying to get with my daughter. Trying to get with my child? How fucking dare you? No, you fucking don't. You little freak. You powdered face freak. Howdy.
He'll not come after.
Excuse me. I'm looking for Marabella.
I am she. Wait outside. Class is in session.
I will wait.
I'll wait.
It won't take long. It turns out he'll not come after all. Why not? A rat bit him, and he's caught a fever.
Where'd you get big?
My uncle's in the circus. He can swallow sulphurs. Can you?
Stupid. Yes, you do. Just the other day I saw a witch hunter tell a man, "You rat," and then he killed him.
Liar.
That's enough. We're done for the day. Gather your things and go home.
Wonder if the rat catcher will get well. Like as not. How do you know? Mum says that if he but catches a cough, he's as good as in the grave. This one's got a fever.
Don't need shoes.
Now can we talk?
Yes. What do you want?
I know you saw Dandelion recently.
Oh, yes. Longest afternoon of my life.
Oh,
He
no.
read you his poems.
No. We perused the illustrated guide to fungi.
Maybe... No. Won't even try to guess why he wanted to do that.
Mold. That was his interest. When his hand
He's
abandoned
a weird
me
little
to plant
fella.
a figure of penicillium, I knew the fire between us had died. Permanently.
He wrote a poem about you.
Found a poem Dandelion wrote about you. Portrayed you as an unusually talented individual.
Really? Did he mention my poetry? Horses have always fascinated me. I've always longed to extol their noble beauty. Did you see any of my work at Dandelions? Mere exercises, true, but I'd be curious to know what you thought of them.
No. Didn't see any.
Gee up! A snakely whip rose skyward. Gee-haw! Crack! She reined the beast in. The stallion danced betwixt her thighs. Lather bathed its chinny chin.
Sorry, don't know much about poetry.
I can fix it.
See Dandelion after the fungus incident?
No. I even considered granting him another chance. His heart of hearts is pure gold. He simply needs a bit more discipline in his life. But he never came back to see me. So I thought if it's done, it's done.
Aw. Well, bye.
Thanks for your help. Farewell.
Must be coming home from war.
Mum, where are ya?
Who started this?
Oh, it'll rain, no doubt.
What is this joint? Read it. What does it say? The nowhere. I feel like we've been in there, but I don't remember. I feel like if we have, like, we know what was in there. Oh, fuck you.
Come on.
Think I'd piss me trousers.
Fucking asshole. I wonder why they keep coming after me. Oh, cat. None of them like me.
Hey, not like that. Draw it out.
What difference would it make?
They're not after me.
What did you catch?
What do you want?
I'm the new swordplay
Rosa
instructor.
Varhatra's expecting me. Supposed to give her lessons in swordplay.
Come with me. Miss Rosa awaits. I hope you realise what you've got yourself into.
Hope so too.
Miss Rosa's got a downright beastly temper. Shows no mercy. Grab a wooden one. Take care not to hurt the little miss. Follow me.
Following you. Where are you going?
You're my new instructor. Well, Papa clearly went out of his way this time. Wood, to start with. I must know your worth.
You just got one. I'm scared.
Not too late to surrender.
Oh! Oh, she got me. Oh, I can't do that. I don't know, man. It feels kind of weird to beat up a lady. Excuse me, lady. Oh, fuck. I think I'm supposed to, like, know how to block and all that shit. Oh, fuck. No! Get out! Off of the wall. Why are you fucking around?
Why bother with two swords when you can barely handle one?
What the fuck is going on here, dude?
Damn it! Well fought. You're much better than the last one.
Yeah.
I'm not actually your swordplay instructor.
Really? Then who are you? And how on earth did you get in?
You're on this.
I'm a witcher. I'm looking for...
A witcher? That's splendid. I always wanted to meet a witcher. This is so exciting.
Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. What?
What's so exciting about it?
Living on the edge, tracking then facing down beasts, sleeping under the stars. Oh, it must be wonderful.
You are just a bored,
Fighting a Zoogle while
rich girl.
sewage.
But yeah, I do have a lot of fun.
Not one of the high points, I suppose. Wait, weren't you about to ask me something?
The guy. Oh fuck! I couldn't. There was another dialogue option. God damn it!
Good one. That is why Papa hired him, but not at all what the bard had in mind. He mostly played his lute and sang for us. I believe he thought he was wooing.
Ha ha ha! He wasn't.
But you had some sort of relationship.
If you call him chasing after me a relationship. Even so, there was nothing between us. Seems my sisters had a bit of fun at our expense. But enough chatter. Stand and fight. I demand a rematch.
No!
Pathetic.
Oh, let me go! Get away! No! Why did she say yes? He's enjoying this. Oh no!
That's enough of that.
Why bother with two swords when you can barely handle one? Damn it! Well, if you're not an instructor, you should certainly be one. Fancy giving me a few private lessons?
Gladly, madame.
Can't rightly refuse a request from a lady.
What are you two lovebirds whispering about? You asked about my relationship with Dandelion? Well, here's the mix-up's mastermind. Edna Va'Atra, the greatest mischief maker north or south of the
Oh, I
Europa.
used to have a necklace like that. He mixed you two up.
Wait a minute. Mean to say Dandelion mixed you two up?
On occasion, yes. But then Rosa would quickly set him straight. If you'd shut your catty mouth for a moment, dear little sister, I could explain. Edna sent Dandelion some love letters. She signed my name. Conceited as he is, naturally he fell for it. I was left to repel the aging bard's advances. Rosa, I had the best of intentions, you know that. I felt you needed help taking the first step. You blushed every time he sang a ballad. He'll next sing at your funeral if you don't stop it right now.
It's okay.
Calm down, ladies. No poet's worth two sisters nipping at each other's throats.
Especially not this one.
Listen, I just want to know one thing. Either of you seen Dandelion lately?
Edna might have. I certainly have not. My dear sister, I would never spend time alone with a man for whom you burn with a secret passion. Burn with passion? For one who incessantly praises another woman's talents? Afraid I've more sense than that.
Interested in politics?
Bet sophisticated young ladies like you know a bunch about politics.
We've picked up a few things. What would you like to know?
Emperor continuing to push north.
I have no idea.
Courtiers must be ecstatic.
His confidants must be. But Papa says that's not likely to last much longer.
Why not?
Papa says the war's disrupting trade, and people are tired of financing the Emperor's adventures.
The war?
Wonder how the war's going. Any outcome looming?
Papa says much depends on Radovid, and on who captures Novigrad first.
What's Novigrad got to do with it? Free city. Never taken sides. Always stayed out of conflicts.
They're gonna siege
Well,
the
even
city.
children know Novigrad's home to the world's largest fleet. And they say the city's treasury is bursting with enough to equip 2 armies.
So much life. Anyway, can I ask something else?
Changing subjects. Dandelion act any different lately? Notice anything strange?
Strange? Not really. It's no use, Geralt. She's so enamored she'd hardly notice if he turned into a werewolf. Edna, what? You needn't pretend he followed convention. Remember when he took us to the cemetery?
Rhetoric lessons in a cemetery. Unusual even for Dandelion.
We set out to visit the graves of celebrated Oxenford professors. He ended up quizzing us about Margrave Hinkle.
Who?
Eccentric old coot. Died recently.
Who?
He'd apparently been an important and generous patron of the arts as a young man.
Who'd Dandelion sing about? Know anything about her?
I believe she's a poetess, or Trebaritz. Very
Huh?
skilled and exceptionally talented, of course.
This woman. Not a local, right?
I seem to remember him praising her melodious Kaviri accent. Makes sense. He referred to her as Calonetta a few times. Bizarre names are common in Kavir.
Gotta ask Zoltan about this Calonetta.
Okay, I G to G.
Been a pleasure, but I've got stuff to take care of.
Exceedingly nice to meet you. Please come again. Well, can I expect any more lessons in future?
When? It will.
Awfully convincing, miss. Wonder where you learned it. Name the time and place.
House here, tomorrow. Same time as today.
See you then.
See you, Master Witcher.
She jealous. I just like hang out for a day. What? Gonna go out and, hang out in the hallway. As one does. We'll go.
Sick of it all.
K-Swex. 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 K-Swex.
Oh my god.
K-Swex.
Oh, here we go.
KSN.
Where's the sister?
Youth these days, hair-brained, all of them.
Greetings. You here for a specific reason?
Meeting.
Got a meeting with Rosa. A fencing lesson.
Geralt of Rivia. Yes, Miss Rosa stepped out for a walk near Temple Bridge, she said. She asked that you join her.
Guess it's gonna be an interesting lesson. Thanks.
The thing. Okay. 11:05. What is going on? Why are these things? Exactly.
Don't worry though, I don't like them goat ploughers either. Eat at the Kingfisher, you're sorted for at least 2 days. Just gotta just the good position where they toss the leftovers.
Okay. Let's see it. Are you okay?
Why do you stare at me? Be careful.
What you say?
Let me be careful. Where am I going? Okay. That's a hell of a direction.
Stop plumbing. There's somebody coming. You flee to Maria too?
You see in the dark, and you're stood there.
Nothing hurts as much as...
Nilfgaardian regiment always accompany you on your walks?
Always. Papa's orders. It's for your protection, Rosa dear. People here hate us. Why? What have I done to them? But enough about that. Soldier, you may leave.
But His Excellency Ambassador Bar Atra said that...
Oh, he's
This
ambassador.
Excellency is telling you otherwise. Do you not recognize him? This is Geralt of Rivia, the best swordsman the North has ever seen.
Yeah, I just,
I'm safe with
stab
you.
people.
Now
And then
march
they
off,
die.
quickly. Left, right, Finally. Let's go, Geralt. I've something I wish to show you.
Okay. You're using me.
You're using me. Don't like it one bit.
And I don't like lacy frills and Redanian novels, but you don't hear me complaining. Now follow me.
I like her. She's fine.
Here. You see, I thought that instead of training in a dank old cellar, we'd move around in the open air. A duel on a bridge, like in the novels. Now draw your sword.
Only got my steel and silver swords. We should be fighting with practice weapons.
We should, but you of all people ought to know. There's much more fun in doing things you shouldn't.
I'm gonna kill this kid. Like, I don't want to hurt you.
Listen, I'd really rather not hurt you.
Stop patronizing me, or you'll be the one to get hurt. Now on guard.
She's little. You know? Oh, shit!
Ow! Stop! I yield!
Ah, do you?
You alright?
Yes. The only thing you've really hurt is my pride.
By the way, how'd you get interested in fencing?
I was bored. I've no friends here. Papa keeps me on a short lead. It's banquet after banquet after banquet. I detest banquets.
I mean, somebody's bound to get poisoned at a banquet, you know? It's
Boring
interesting.
conversations, terrible food, and weak booze.
Exactly. At least with a sword in hand, I can have some fun. You know, blow off steam.
Okay, what now?
All right, what's next?
We should return. Just forgive me, Geralt. I know this might sound awkward, but would you mind turning around for a moment? My corset's shifted. It's pinching me terribly.
Bullshit, she lied! Don't you turn around, she's lying!
Wanting to look pretty, but fighting in a corset, it slows you. Rosa?
You little shit!
Off. Anything happens to her, Varatra will kill me. Need to find her.
Dumbass, why'd you fall for that?
Can't be far. 7 Cats is this way. Great. Girl just wants to have fun.
Gonna go to the bar. Girls just wanna have fun. Oh, girls just wanna have. You know, really want cat.
On you, sweetie. And there's no telling if you'll ever get back.
She's Ambassador Varatra's daughter. She's got diplomatic immunity.
I don't really understand the shite you're saying. Now it's clear you love your black ones.
I will beat the shit out of you.
It's no surprise, Lucas. Witches are drawn to monsters, just the way things are. But this beastie, we will send to her ourselves.
You do the last
I
one.
believe you've offended the young lady. Now apologize as nicely as you can.
Forgive me, milady. I am sorry.
Oh,
Your
sounds
turn.
fun.
Be nice like your friend. Bow low and go be a patriot somewhere else.
Lucas and Code. I shall remember those names. And when the Emperor takes Novigrad, I will
Look,
find
man,
them and have them
you're
Easy.
not one of the good guys
you in the
here.
end.
That like
Raise
they're
their
they're
hand
not
against
good
me.
guys either.
That's enough
You
to
are
have that hand knocked
also
off.
not good guys. Yeah, they hate you for
Wonder
good
why
reason.
the locals hate Nilfgaard.
I thought you were different from other Nordlings. That you understand us, our sense of justice.
Yeah, your sense of justice is whack.
You should go home now and take the shortest, not the scenic route.
I understand. Farewell, Geralt, and good luck on the path.
Damn, girl. You got so many problems. We cannot fix her. Map. I want to kick the goose. I don't want to hurt the goose. Jesus Christ, that punch. Anyway. Property. I wonder if I could punch the deer. I wonder if I could kill the deer. Probably. They're just like watching the deer run. They don't even care. They're like, whatever, you know, it's the deer. What am I going to do about it? Oh, God! I mean, it's water, so it probably would have been fine, but shit. That's a hell of a drop! Oop, oop. That.
Lingering like flies round shit instead of doing some honest work.
Why are you rearing at my elbow, eh? Leave me be.
Enough. Leave him alone.
Boy, you a non-humanophile, is that it?
I said leave his ass alone, you
If
shit.
there's one thing I hate, it's to repeat myself. Leave him be.
Hey lads, got one eager for a lick in here. Let's show him what happens to freak lovers in Novigrad.
You motherfucker.
You'll never learn.
Beat the shit out of him. Anyways.
Thank you, Vatgern. If you hadn't intervened, they'd have snipped my ears like they did Phalar's. Or worse.
God, what? I would leave.
I'd leave Novigrad if I were you.
How about that? Non-humans bother you as well?
Me? No. The Eternal Fire, yes. They've got other scapegoats to burn right now, but it won't be long before they come for you.
I don't believe they will. They'd not dare go that far.
They totally would.
I was in Rivia in 1268, during the massacre. Know exactly what I'm talking about.
Be careful.
Take care of yourselves now.
Meaning? What would you have me do? Never leave my home? Step off the pavement to let a human pass?
Farewell.
I mean, you know, he got a point. He got a point. Oh, look, he's dead. Well, you know, I tried to not make him dead. Howdy, ma'am. That's all? We're just running. Where the hell did he go?
Another drifter in from Temeria.
The fuck you want from me?
What?
Fuck you! Somebody's being an asshole. The Eternal Fire is gonna get lit underneath your ass.
In the free city of Novigrad, only the humans are free.
You run over the bird.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Sick of it.
Why is that?
How are you keeping, Bobby? Monsieur Zoltan, your friend? What's this? Haven't even drunk her water. Naughty bound. Now repeat. Savory crackers.
You a bird? You have a bird friend?
Ah, you're back. You met Bobby? Got to stop.
That's the owl. I don't think owls talk. He's the owl.
Zoltan, venture to say a mage would have trouble turning that owl into a parrot.
Sure you know me that well. Mark my words, you'll be playing Gwent with us in no time. Next we have to talk about Dandelion. So, how'd you do? Learn much?
You first.
Tell me what you've got first.
A few bruises and a torn doublet. Otherwise, no much of note. He wasn't staying with any of them. Not seen hiding or hair of him in ages. All I learned was a few of Dandelion's pickup lines. Of dubious worth.
Oh my god, I couldn't hurt him! No! I clicked too fast! I clicked too fast!
Let's have at it.
Women on my list hadn't seen Dandelion in a while. All claimed he had been acting strange. Also mentioned he'd been seeing someone else. Thing is, Mystery Woman wasn't on my list.
What's she supposedly like, this lass?
Blonde, from Kovir. A Troberitz, apparently, named Kalinetta or something like that.
That makes it clear as crystal. It's Priscilla. Aye. Must be her.
Who? Why wasn't she on the list?
Why wasn't she on the list?
This Priscilla wasn't like the others. I think Dandelion more than fancied her. I think it was fervour.
He lusts after every other woman he meets.
How can I explain? Who does Dandelion love most?
Himself.
Himself.
Exactly. And she's his mirror image.
That's good.
What can I say? Could be he finally met his match.
She's his match, all right. Maybe more. Laddie's head's on fire. Lassie's got him whirling.
All right. Guess we gotta talk to her.
Priscilla works for the Mummers troupe. Reynard and the Foxen. Whenever they're in town, she performs nightly at the Kingfisher.
Ooh, she wears pants,
We've been sentenced to an evening of poetry.
Must you always? This'll be true poetry, Geralt. You'll see.
I love this. I'm having so much fun. I don't even want to, and I want to keep going. Okay, let's go This is this kingfisher. Whee! Oh god. No god, ew. Wait, is there a question?
Ain't there Phil? Invaders.
Fleeing the fighting. Pitched camp in the woods.
Out of my way, bruh. I have places to be. I got things to do. I got stuff to stab with my Sharpie knifey knife. A stabby bit. Oh yeah, I'm gonna run around and scream. Why? I did nothing.
You are an offense to the majesty of the eternal fire. Go back to far corners.
I'm gonna beat your ass.
Oh.
Think I pissed me trousers.
Gross.
And she replied, yes, and that she'll not beg anyone for her life. Then the flames flared up, licking all the tops and the tails.
I say, I'm curious what my wife would say about that.
Oh my god, sorry.
Will we receive any restitution for our investment?
Say something.
I do. If I was seeking to get you drunk, madame.
Hey, watch it.
Nope, she's definitely downstairs. No, I don't.
Watch it.
Whee!
Dare you?
You got a fucking problem?
She's not his daughter, it's a witcher.
So curious what my wife would say about that. I don't pay taxes just to have that sort wandering the city.
How can I be of service?
What you got?
What are you serving today?
Bye.
See you later.
Oh wait. Nice, one more point. Haha. Actually, pop. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Think I this witcher has been. Let's witcher's spying from the black ones.
I shall pretend I did not hear that.
Yes? I've no small coins. I've no small coins.
Yes?
Dude, what am I doing here?
A witcher? Word is there'll be a big...
There we go.
Here already. Come on, let's find some arse rests. Should start soon.
Ooh, that's so funny. Ooh. Howdy. Hold on a second. Okay.
These scars long have yearned for your tender caress, to bind our fortunes. Damn what the stars are. Rend my heart open, then your love profess. A winding, weaving fate to which we both atone. You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted storm, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. The wolf I will follow into the storm, to find your heart, its passion displaced by our ever growing, hardening into stone. Amidst the cold, to hold you in a heated embrace. You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted storm, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love you might never have found? You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet.
Damn.
To dream
Y'all just gonna start making out.
locks and twisted stormy of violet eyes.
Oh, he's crying. He's crying too. Oh no. Creepy dude. Oh wait, that's the guy. That's the guy that we were talking to. Uh-oh.
Twas he murdered some Temerian boys back in White Orchard.
I didn't know such thing.
Come to hear music.
A murderer? There's a war on. Some die.
Oh, please, argue this out elsewhere.
Squabbles and rows again. And I was told this was a decent establishment.
If I know Geralt, he risked his noggin to save someone else's ass.
Save, you say? He murdered folk.
I don't know about that. Are you the lady whose house we broke in for you?
Settle this outside.
Come. I wish to listen to music. Music.
Cultural capital of the world? The fuck it is.
It permits me to introduce this here's Priscilla, known also as Calinetta. As lovely as she is talented. And this...
He's Geralt of Rivia, I know. Dandelion's told me a great deal about you, and I've listened with bated breath.
I love your hat.
Don't be surprised. After all, doubt I could think of a more fitting subject for a ballad than a witch's love for a sorceress. Or should I say, sorceresses.
Oh! You left nothing
Seems
out.
Dandelion was meticulous in telling my story, down to personal and insignificant details. Did he offer anything about himself, like where he was going?
Splendid. Very funny, truly. So, see you later.
What?
Not here. Come with me.
No!
There a reason for all this sneaking around?
An excellent one. When last I saw Dandelion, he told me he was planning a heist. Siggy Reuven's vault.
Sheeped up.
What?
And
A
I've
heist?
not seen him since.
Who?
Reuven. What's he like?
Tall, fat,
Fucking
dangerous
love
as
this
hell.
song.
Limp in his gait. Left leg.
Sounds like a lame rock troll.
If trolls were devilishly intelligent and had a flair for crime, yeah, I'd agree.
What do you think?
Dandelion breaking into a vault. I'd sooner expect him to choose a life of celibacy.
True. Forgot to pay for his wine at the Passaflora once. Laid awake the next 3 nights worrying about it.
Any idea what got into him? He have debts he needed to pay off?
Claimed he was helping someone. Urgent matter that couldn't wait, he said.
Barry!
This someone, Dandelion mentioned their name?
No. But if I know Dandelion, it's her name he failed to mention. As he failed to mention her slender waist and ample bosom.
The heist was butt.
Let me guess. Attempted heist was a failure.
Well, he's not driven up in a gilded carriage laden with jewels, so I should think so. I've asked after him everywhere, but it seems an army of tongue-stealing cats has overrun the city. I learned only that he raised a ruckus at Whoreson Jr.'s lair. Then Whoreson's men chased him all over town.
Ooh.
Whoreson Jr.
Go get him.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Beat his ass.
Biggest prick in Novigrad. Not literally, but...
Got it. You're not a fan. But what did he do to you?
Try the whole town. He's one of 4 bosses who control the city's underworld. The others being Siggy Reuven, Carlo the Cleaver Varese, and the King of Beggars.
We are in deep with the beggars.
At least they didn't cross the church as well. Bring that venerable institution into it. We'd be in deep then.
Looks like I gotta rescue this dipshit.
Here I go again, rushing to Dandelion's rescue. He ought to pay me a salary.
Wherever he is, I sincerely doubt he's in the mood for jokes. Nor am I, in fact.
Relax, I'll get him out of this. Gotta talk to this Whoreson first. And Siggy Reuven. Know where I might find them?
I don't know about Whoreson, but Reuven runs a bathhouse.
Ooh.
Careful though. He's a dangerous character.
We're gonna take a bath.
So am I.
Ooh.
I don't doubt it. But Dandelion's not. I beg you to hurry. Let me know as soon as you learn anything.
Well, I've got bugger all to do here. Heading back to the Rosemary. Got Poppy to feed. And then I suppose I'll wait. See if our warbler don't come home on his own. Take care now.
Ready? No! Oh, fuck. No fall damage! Oh, hey, there's actually no fall damage that time. Nice. Where's that lady? Who's up in the front? Rude. She leaves. They're giving me the run around. I have been run around. Something about this place gives me bad vibes. Howdy, man. Anyway, we'll let that. Something about this place. Bad vibes.
Anybody there? Open up.
Open the fuck up! I want in! Right now! Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! Knock it down. Knock down the door.
What's the fuss? The bathhouse is closed.
The fuss is I'm about to beat your ass.
I know he's here.
I'm not sure that matters, as he's terribly busy.
Open the fucking door. Busy with what?
Busy? With what?
Entertaining important guests.
In that case, tell him there's another one at the door. Geralt of Rivia. And I'm not leaving till I see him.
Very well, I shall try. Please wait.
No.
Siguruvin cordially invites you to join him. I'm happy.
Happen? Your name Happen? That little flippy.
The meeting is in the baths. We will pass through the dressing room so you can leave your clothes.
Let's go.
I can what?
You made this robe here.
Oh.
Your
Oh,
equipment will be safe.
Oh, oh my god, I'm a little bit naked.
Splendid. Siguruvin awaits in the next room.
I'm naked. Oh boy! She's naked too!
He doesn't blush. And Junior cut off his hand, then ordered them to shove it up the corpse's
Oh!
And then he sent the body back, offering his hand extended. He's all like a horse.
Oh boy.
Easy, Cleaver.
Orson Jr.'s a dead man. I'll have my scribe send you a notice.
Oh hell yeah!
Right. And we'll eliminate Junior when, and only when, all of us say...
Oh hey, is that the guy?
Reuven, your guest.
Oh, funny little tattoo.
Why the fuck you let him in here? Because I want to talk to him. This is Geralt of Rivia.
Oh yeah, that's the guy in one of the cards.
As always, I'm out of the swiping loop. Who the fuck are you?
I'm a witcher.
I'm a witcher.
Problems with your plumbing? Nah, it's under control. Geralt's a friend from the old days. Although...
Got intruders. Someone just snuck inside the bathhouse. Several men.
What the fuck's he on about? Plowing fortune teller?
Assassins!
Bloody hell. I fucking knew it.
Any weapons tucked away?
Just a few.
Just a few, he said, just a few! Ah! I like it. Ooh, we're gonna do some bludgeoning. God, he's got such a low waist. What do you think, 18 inches? I think that's 18-inch waist. It's, he's got a little waist. Oh, we're gonna beat up some of them! Die in a hole! Oh, I didn't mean to beat him. Can you hit him, please? I know he's on the ground, but like, you can still hit him. Well, I think I hit the people I was trying to help. Can you die? Well, you know.
Come on.
Good work, gents. Terribly sorry for that incident. My security failed. I'll get to the bottom of who, why, and how.
They were whoreson scum. That's the bottom of who and how right there.
Don't start that again. Especially not in front of our guest.
Who pranced in right before they attacked. Coincidence? Why do I doubt it?
Let's give him a chance to explain.
They haven't followed me around. Don't believe I know them.
Gonna introduce me to your friends?
Good thing Happen's not here. He'd tan the hide on my ass for being so rude. Francis Bedlam you know, but then who's not heard of this patron of the fine arts and supporter of entrepreneurs?
Oh, he's got a nice little tattoo on him.
And the dwarf's Carlo Velez, known also as Cleaver. Carlo's in entertainment, mostly.
I get tattoos? I want tattoos.
I'm looking for Horson Jr.
Interesting.
What do you want with him?
The murderer's ass.
Junior's gonna help me find someone.
Horson's not helped a soul in all his miserable life.
I'll ask him nicely.
See, Cleaver? Perhaps if you'd not called Junior an uncle fucker and asked him nicely, he'd have showed up today.
Gentlemen, you out of your fucking minds? A chat session? Horson's out to get us, and he'll succeed eventually. We've got to kill him first.
Yes,
So
point.
by all means, you sit here, soak, fart, and watch the bubbles rise, while I send my boys to Horson's hidey
Oh, those are the guys that came and got us last time.
bugger out.
Maybe if I'm allies with them.
Geriatric or whatever your ploughing name is. Wanna find Horson? Find me first.
Maybe if I make friends with these guys, they'll let me do the armor, or Yeah, frankly, I hope I find him
Need
before.
to find Horson. Now looks like I gotta get to him before Cleaver does.
Cleaver won't find him easy. Junior's good at hiding. He's got peasant smarts.
Look at the time. Good luck in your search, Witcher.
I'll call on you tomorrow, Francis. We'll finish our chat.
So how about we get dressed?
Sure. Then we'll talk. In private.
He's definitely the guy on one of the cards.
Right mess that was. Never thought I'd be glad to see the man responsible for my taking frequent baths.
If you're any cleaner for it, gotta say it was worth breaking your ankle.
It healed poorly. Can you believe it? I must soak it in hot water at least 6 times a day now. Failing that, it bloody pounds like the bells of Beauclair at dawn.
Ooh. Sorry about that, buddy.
Sorry to hear that.
You're sorry? Well, consider it resolved then. Now, mind showing some added compassion could mean a miraculous recovery to me.
Listen, Reuben. No, Dijkstra. Just not in the mood for your code names, passwords, and other bullshit. I'm here on specific business. If you want to listen, listen. If not, I'd rather you spared me your wit and threw me out now.
What's the harm? Talk.
Think Cleaver will find Horson?
He might not. But he'll burn down half the city trying. What waste. Leave him to it, I say. Work alone.
Any ideas?
Junior's got areas of the city where he's strong. Penetrate them, look around. But be discreet. None of this speed and fury and swinging your steel cock about.
You want to avoid a war?
Pretty clear you and Bedlam don't want a war with Junior. Why?
Let me tell you what I told King Vizimir time and time again. War doesn't solve any problems. It breeds trouble. Trouble you then have to solve by other means. Make no mistake, someone's behind Horson's actions. I'll not end him until I know who.
Your partner's aware of your past? They know you're Sigismund Dijkstra, former head of Redanian intelligence?
Cleaver, Bedlam and Junior. Well, I'd call them our partners if we built a mill to grind flour for the folk of nearby hamlets. But we just need to stay out of each other's ways, agree from time to time. That doesn't make us partners. Do they know who I am? Was. Bedlam, sure. The others most likely suspect. But we just don't talk about it. No need to.
Okay.
Makes sense to ask around, I guess. Junior might be in hiding, but he's got to be collecting income. Couldn't afford to cut himself off.
I cut him off.
Gambling.
We cut him off!
Junior controls the largest casino in town.
Ooh.
I'll never forget. Hierarch Hemmelfart raised all kinds of
Wait, is that his name?
once. Bugger bet lost his ruby ring. Then there's the arena in the city's bowels. Betting scheme generates near as much as the casino. They're always looking for hired muscle there.
I have muscle.
Suppose you could always search Horson's house, though I doubt you'll find him there. Maybe some clue, though.
Where?
Where's Junior's casino?
Near the Temple Watch Towers.
Oh, that's nice.
Horson's got nought to do with the casino officially, so careful what you say. Try not to arouse any suspicions.
Arena sounds promising. Where's that?
Sewers beneath Gildorf, but you'll have to enter through the bits. Endure the stench of poverty on the way. Now, Junior loves a good fight. Wager he'd give a lot to see a real Witcher in action.
Where is his house?
Mentioned Horson's got a house. Where is it?
Solid townhouse on Temple Isle, just on the other side of the bridge.
Oh, it's almost
Wouldn't
8
wager my
hours.
knickers on finding him there. Junior's not that stupid.
I'm gonna go look for him.
See if I can't find Horson at the casino or the arena. Might talk to Cleaver as well, though.
Do what you will. Just be cautious. Horson's expecting payback, I've no doubt.
Thanks for your help, Dijkstra.
Just go, Witcher. And if you can't find the slimy bastard, come and see me. I know him well. Might figure something out.
From Master Spy to Master Criminal. Interesting progression.
Why? Truth be told, they're awfully similar. Both about maintaining a net of informers, being tough in negotiations, bribing officials, the occasional assassination. Same old shit.
Yeah, except you used to do that in the name of some ideal. And now?
Now I've decided I've slaved enough for ideals. It's time I worked for myself. And thus far, it's been going rather well.
You in contact with Radovid?
See, you're as witty as ever. No, I'm not in contact with him. I prefer it remain that way.
Never quite forgave you for conspiring with Philippa Eilhart?
I don't know who that is.
Radovid doesn't forgive. Not anything. Not anyone. And especially not the sorceress of the lodge.
Know about the card?
Ever play Gwent?
I do. Gwent's like politics, just more honest. Care for a game against an old master?
Oh, let's play!
Yeah, let's play.
Let's go! Oh, I like that. Well. Oh, you little shit. Please don't let us shoot. Fuck this guy. Okay. He only has to put one card. I'm gonna put a card down. Okay, I want to try something. I don't know how well it's gonna work out, but I want to see if I can bring back. I can! Oh, fuck yeah. Nice! Okay. Do I have, like, did I even play any cards? I don't know. The thing is, I don't know if I even played any cards. Okay. He has 16. So as long as I play something lower than 16, okay. 3, 6, 9, 12. Okay. However this goes, it's gonna be brutal. I don't think there was any other cards. Let's try it. Oh, yeah, there was one. The highest card is 16. Why would he do that? That doesn't make any sense at all. Hold on. You know we need to bring back. Oh my god! Oh, that's gonna be 24. I don't have anything higher than 12. Okay, we're playing Torch now. Fuck. Mangy. Fuck. God, if he has a Scorch! Oh god! Oh god! I can't play that card! Oh wait, no, I can! I can play it. I don't need to, he passed. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Not bad.
Oh!
You have Esther Tyson in your deck. Here, he's yours.
Thanks. Know anyone else I could win some cards off of?
No one else. elf you might try. Got an excellent card in his deck. You'll find him beyond the city walls, where the Scoia'tael stragglers have their shanty town.
Hell yeah! Okay, let's see what we got! Let's see what we got! I don't know who we got. I forget what he said. Oh, this guy! Holy shit, dude! Hell yeah! Who is he? Like all Tyson men, he was tall, powerfully built, and criminally handsome. Oh my god. We're gonna take her out. Hell yeah! Just out here looting the dead for their goods. That's one done. Maybe I'll take it with me, you know? Water. I don't know how to get out. Okay, well, bye. Okay, it is 11:58. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's 11:58. Okay, we're gonna do this, like, probably not tomorrow. But some other day. So anyway, anyway, thank you for joining me. I had a wonderful evening. I had a great time. And, my next stream probably not be tomorrow. And maybe I'll be feeling like, I don't know, who knows. You never know about these things. But anyway, might be tomorrow, might not be tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then like Friday, I guess. Anyway, thanks for joining.